Hello, everyone, and welcome to Spirit and Salt. My name is Zeke, and it is my tremendous pleasure to welcome you all to our new campaign here at Anthology. Before we jump into the campaign, we have just a few little items to go through by way of a quick introduction. First off, just a quick note on the setting. Spirit and Salt is a Gaslamp fantasy campaign set in a world of magic and sorcery and fantastical creatures, but one whose technology is about as advanced as that of the Western world in the late 1800s, early 1900s, so kind of turn of the century. So you'll see dragons and wizards and magical spirits, but set alongside automobiles and telephones and firearms. So just a slight departure from the traditional sword and sorcery of D&D. On the subject of D&D, we'll be playing 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons with a big old asterisk. I, along with the help of some people much smarter than me, have spent the last couple of years putting together a big, giant, 300-something page behemoth document of house rules and overhauls to 5e, which we have lovingly dubbed the 5e Zeke Edit, or ZE. We'll be using ZE for this campaign. If you know how 5e works, you'll be able to follow along just fine. We haven't changed the core of how the game works. We're still rolling d20s, making attack rolls and saving throws and such, but you'll probably notice some changes along the way. If you're interested, you can find the full rule set for ZE as well as the setting-specific house rules that we're using for this campaign in particular over at anthology.gg/ZE. Next up, it bears mentioning that unlike our other campaigns, Spirit and Salt is a in-person campaign. We get together at our lovely host Feck's place, record the sessions as we're playing, tidy them up with a little bit of editing, and then stream them here for you all with a snazzy Talking Heads UI designed by Feck and Drake. So with that in mind, we're not professional voice actors, we're not playing in a studio, we're just a bunch of idiots playing D&D at a game room table. So you'll probably hear a lot of home game isms, dice clacking and bathroom breaks and drinks being sipped. We're going to do our best to tidy things up in editing and make the show as easy to watch and presentable as possible for you guys, but do bear with us as we try to translate that home game feel to the stream. As far as scheduling goes, we play every 2 to 3 weeks, so hopefully we'll be streaming on roughly that same schedule. When new episodes do air, it'll be on Twitch on Wednesday afternoons at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. You can check the schedule channel over on our Discord, where we'll keep you updated on the streaming schedule. And on that subject, if you haven't already, you can join our Discord server at anthology.gg to follow along with this and all of our other campaigns. And then finally, saving the very best for last, our cast. I am joined at the table by Feck, Neo, Lush, Elijah, Drake. It's worth mentioning that Drake does not play with us in person because he lives in a different country than us. So he instead joins us through Discord, and we put a little conference call speaker out in its own special little place at the table, and it feels just like he's really there. But if you notice that Drake sounds a little bit conference call speakerish, that is why. I'm also joined by Sochi and a newcomer to Anthology, my dear friend Seth. For those brave few who slogged all the way through Age of Awakening, Seth joined us in that campaign for a few episodes as Gregarian Advantus, and then he was also in our Pax Mundus playtest campaign. And I hope you'll give him a very warm welcome as he joins us for this campaign. As I mentioned at the top, my name is Zeke, and it is a joy, an honor, a true privilege to be your DM for this campaign. And I think with that, without any further ado, I am very excited to welcome you all to Spirit and Salt.
Sunlight pours down through the surface of water that is so clear and so shallow that the light forms dancing, refracting patterns of white on the seafloor. The water is clear and briny and bright and teeming with life. Bright-colored, vibrant living things, sea stars and hermit crabs and schools of tiny fish and corals, and the seabed is littered with seashells. Morisco.
Yeah.
You find yourself floating in this space, suspended in the warm water. It's strange as you kind of look around you. The water seems to be shallow, based on how clear it is and how warm it is, and the fact that the sunlight from above is able to penetrate all the way to the seafloor below. But to you, it seems deep and vast. The surface seems 100 feet or more above you, the seafloor another 100 below. The water stretching as far as you can see in every direction. And you begin to realize that it's not actually that the water is deep. It's that you are tiny. A minuscule little creature in a vast and shallow ocean. Bring you into the sea here. There we are. It's just a little guy. You watch as a tiny school of bright little fish that to you are each the size of a train swims past you, paying you seemingly absolutely no mind. You see a starfish down on the seafloor below that stretches through the sand the length of a city block. You watch a hermit crab scuttle past that to you is about the size of a building. And all of it seems to pay you no mind at all. What do you think Morisco does when he finds himself in this space?
I guess he just swims around and takes in the sights. This isn't something you usually see.
Yeah. It feels warm and it feels comfortable. It almost feels, I don't know, like being wrapped in a warm embrace. And as you start to just kind of swim around and take in the sights, see all these creatures and feel this warm, sunlit water, you start to hear a sound. At first, it's quiet, barely even noticeable, but it slowly grows louder and louder over the course of a minute or two. It sounds like singing, a soft and soothing female voice. It's distant and faint. You think that maybe there are words, but you can't quite make any of them out. You just kind of hear a dreamlike, haunting, distant melody that vibrates through the water as much as it hits your ears, it hits your whole kind of body. It sounds far away and muffled, but it seems to be coming from above you, from somewhere above the surface of the water.
I swim up.
Okay.
Try to get to it.
Yeah, you kind of start swimming upward. Again, some 50, 100 or so feet towards the sound of this kind of haunting singing. You move naturally through the water. You feel, again, kind of at home in this place.
Am I able to breathe?
Or
do I just not feel the need to?
Yeah, you kind of just don't feel like that's important. You feel warm and your body doesn't feel like it needs that right now, if that makes any sense. As you are swimming up towards the bottom, to the top of the water, scroll through my stuff here. The sunlight from above that's been pouring down and painting these refracting patterns on the floor is suddenly blotted out, as if like a dark cloud had formed in front of the sun. The bright water surrounding you turns to shade, the warmth goes cool. You look up to the surface of the water and see what is blocking the sunlight, the source of this voice that you've been seeking. Looming over the surface of the water is a colossal humanoid figure. It's hard to make out the details through the refracting of the water and the sort of backlight of the sun, but her shadow looks to be that of a tabaxi woman, towering like some gargantuan giant over the water's surface. And you can hear clearly now that the singing is coming from her, that she is singing. And then, suddenly, the creatures all around you, the fish and the hermit crabs and all of that, begin to scatter, darting off in every direction. As above you, the surface of the water ripples and parts, and the gargantuan hand of this colossal tabaxi woman reaches down into the water and seems to be coming towards you as if to pick you up from the water. What do you think Morisco does?
That seems not great. That seems a little ominous.
Yeah.
Try swimming away from that.
Yeah, absolutely. Roll me an athletics check.
Oh god. Okay.
First roll.
First roll of the campaign.
First roll.
No big deal.
I believe in you.
It's a -1. 14.
14. You suddenly feel that sense of calm and warmth fade, and you feel like you're in danger. You feel no longer very comfortable in this space. And you try to swim away, but you are just too small and too slow, and the hand is too colossal. You simply can't move fast enough to avoid it. The hand is going to catch you, and as it grows near to you, you kind of close your eyes and brace. But to your surprise, it doesn't grab you. You watch the hand go past you and grab something from the seafloor below. Some creature that was not fast enough to escape. It looks like a bright-colored sea slug of some sort, maybe. It's all vibrant rainbow colors that kind of pulse as her fingers start to wrap around it.
Ooh. Doesn't seem safe to grab with your bare hands. Not me, so that's fine.
And then everything stops. Like time has frozen in this moment. And for just a moment, everything seems to be still, but then the water around you starts to change once again. It begins to grow cloudy and murky. There's a weird visual of almost like slow raindrops falling through the water around you, but the raindrops are red, pink in hue. You look up to see that blood is pouring out from this gargantuan woman, from her neck. It is dispersing in the water all around you, sort of the way that blood does in water, turning to these cloudy pink and red drops. And it is now, for the first time, that you do feel like you need to breathe. Like you really need to breathe. You have a sudden sense of your chest aching and burning with the effort of holding your breath. You feel the crushing weight of this bloody water all around you. You feel desperate for air, desperate to be out of the water. What do you do?
Swim up. That's the only place air's at.
Roll another athletics check.
Okay. Another 14.
Consistent. You're swimming as fast as you can towards the surface, but you're so small. You're so slow. Everything is so dark all of a sudden as the water gets cloudy with this blood. There's nothing living in sight. Your muscles are on fire. You feel your chest heaving with the effort of holding in your breath. The surface is still so far away. And at last, you can simply no longer withstand your body's primal desire for breath, and you inhale briny water and blood. And then you wake up. Get some music going. Yeah. You shoot up in bed, drenched in sweat, and your heart thumping out of your chest, and take just a second to rationalize that you were alive. It was just a dream, though as real as it felt. But you're just here in your room. The window is cracked open a little bit, letting in a cool morning breeze. I suppose now is as good a time as any for you to describe Morisco. Why don't you tell us what Morisco looks like? And also maybe tell us about his room.
Morisco is just a little guy, even, full-sized. Not as small as some others, but he's, about 5'1", pretty short, pretty lanky. Is the color and pattern of a serval cat, real large, rounded ears, stick way up off the top of his head. Probably give him that last inch of 5'1".
Sounds about right.
Probably doesn't wear anything to bed.
Stands to reason. Yeah.
But he'd go stand up, walk over to the window, look out over the city here.
Yeah. You look out over this alley outside of your window, where it's cracked open to let the morning air in. It's a storied alley for you, an alley that conjures some fond memories for you.
Thinking of that, he probably smiles and then looks around the room. It's modest, not too large. Second floor of not shoddy building, but not super high class by any means.
Far from fancy.
Right.
Yeah.
Doesn't have a ton of belongings, just has a guitar and guitar case there, small gramophone.
Yeah. Yeah, you kind of look around this little room. Too small really to even be called an apartment. There's not even like a kitchenette or a bathroom or anything. You're just kind of in somebody's room upstairs. And this little room contains basically every piece of the life you've built here in Puerto Soltera. Your guitar at the foot of the bed, the wood kind of worn thin by years and years of strumming. Your wardrobe, a gramophone on the desk that Briar bought for you as a gift last year. A couple cookbooks scrawled out on the desk, recipes on loose paper. Truth is, you, at this point in your life, could probably afford a bigger place or a place of your own, but I think this cozy little nook in Marlon Mackerel's attic has been your home for so long that, literally almost as long as you can remember, that it, I don't know, I'd imagine the idea of leaving that level of comfort and familiarity and safeness would be very frightening and intimidating, so here you find yourself in this little room up in Marlon Mackerel's attic. As we take a quick look around the room, there's a book open on the table that on the cover says Feasting on Myth, the Art and Alchemy of Monster Cuisine. And just to sort of place you in the context of where you're at for the day, you leave tomorrow to head to Esmeriz and then from there to distant shores. Today is going to be your last service at El Encanto before you depart. Ginger and Mac had said you could have the day off if you want it, but I think you probably wanted to cook for your last day here. If I could project that on you a little bit. So you kind of got the day to yourself until it's time to head in to cook. You eventually gather your clothes and get ready to start your day, I presume. Maybe head downstairs for some breakfast with Mac.
Yeah, not quite time to pack everything up yet, not leaving just now, so...
Makes sense.
Get some clothes on, go downstairs.
Sounds good.
Get some breakfast.
As you sort of grab a sip of water from your bedside table over there, there's a little scrap of paper sitting on the table next to it. It's wrinkled up on all of its corners. It's clearly very old and has been sitting there for years. That just says in a simple handwritten script, "Love, I see you now." And as you put on your clothes and head out, we are going to cut ahead to the night service at El Encanto. I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
I love them all so much. Okay. We jump ahead to the sort of chaos of the night service at El Encanto. You guys had been expecting a very busy night because word had already gotten out throughout Puerto Soltera that you were leaving town, and that this would be kind of the last chance to have Chef Morisco's famous cooking. But even with the expectation that tonight was going to be busy, it is even busier than expected. There are just dishes flying around, orders being shouted down the line, shouts of behind and corner and around, and yes, chef, absolutely. To the uninitiated, this would appear to be just abject anarchy and chaos, but to you, I think this is the controlled chaos that Morisco thrives in. Around the kitchen, we see some of your compatriots. At the end of the line, we see Chef Ginger. She is a halfling woman, maybe about 3'6", pale-skinned with rosy cheeks dotted with freckles, bright red-orange hair that falls in curls down to her shoulders. Bright expression on her face. Her stress response is just a constant beaming smile, which, if on the wrong person, would be unbelievably annoying. But for her, it's just kind of endearing, especially here in her element. And she's just shouting down orders down the line, one after another, to just a chorus of yes chefs from the rest of the kitchen. Why don't you go ahead and make me a cook's utensils check?
Okay.
And you have advantage because you have the whole kitchen helping you on this, essentially.
Sick. This is an int.
You could use int, dex, wisdom, whatever's best for you.
Oh, Dex is gonna be best. So
Yeah.
use that.
He chop it.
Ooh,
He be
that
chopping.
advantage. That's a dirty 20.
Dirty 20, outstanding. You, though you've been in kind of a little bit of a creative funk and felt like you can't quite wrap your head around cooking, something about being in this last service and knowing this is kind of like the last hurrah, sort of, at least for the night, pulls you out of your funk a little bit. You really highlight your mastery over the kitchen on this last night. Everything is perfectly seasoned. The paella comes out with exactly the right color from the saffron. The tuna is perfectly seared. Even all the minor details, the way the colors complement each other on the plate. It's really a banner night of cooking for you over the course of the next couple of hours. At one point, as you're in the middle of searing some tuna, there's a shout from the other end of the line. I say shout, it kind of just comes out as, "Behind you, chef." And you see down at the end of the line, Moki. He looks like just kind of a 5-foot-tall blob of clear blue gelatin or goop of some sort. Kind of semi-translucent with sort of a blue glow from somewhere inside. Just a round little ooze guy with big beady eyes just freely floating around in his head wherever he's facing at the moment. Chef's hat sitting on top of his head, not shitting. It was just a matter of time. You see, as Moki says, "Behind you, chef," he extrudes like a 10-foot long pseudopod behind you to kind of grab something and pull it over to himself. You see a couple of other fellow chefs in the kitchen, Enzo and Ricky. Enzo is a lobster person, about 6.5 feet tall with a big bushy brown mustache and thick bushy eyebrows. He has his like ever-present serious expression on, never smiles, just dead into his work at all times. He's chopping vegetables with the one hand that has fingers, while the one that has claws like slides them towards the knife. And then opposite the kitchen for you is Enrique, or Ricky. He's a Harengon, a rabbit person, about maybe 5'8" or so, kind of chubby cheeks, big round belly, light tan fur, kind of goes wide around his cheeks and his neck. He's got on a red scarf and a chef's hat, and he's got a towel slung over one of his shoulders, and he's over there whisking together some batter for the tres leches cake that he's working on. And yeah, the 3-4 of you just spend the night really killing it in terms of putting on an incredible dinner service for everyone that came here to see your last hurrah.
No new dishes tonight, but
Yeah,
old favorites that people like.
yeah, well, the stuff your regulars would have come here for, to have one last of your specialty. This is like maybe the first time that Ginger and Mac have given you just full control of the menu. They said, make what you want tonight, which, you know, is probably part of also the reason that it has been sort of a rejuvenating night for you of cooking, is having that sort of creative control. On the subject of Mac, it's at one point during the service, or several points, but one of them, Mac, comes into the kitchen from the front of house. He's a stout dwarven man, about 4'10", stocky build, barrel chest, olive skin, and pale green eyes. He's got a very neatly manicured dark gray beard and dark gray hair that's combed back with a little white along the sides where it's started to go white with age. He is the owner of El Encanto, but he doesn't really like to delegate any more than he has to. He likes to be involved in the business, so he runs the front of house and runs the day-to-day of things. But he comes back with some orders from up front that Ginger then starts to shout down the line for all of you guys. And a couple of hours later, you have completed a very successful service at El Encanto here on your last day of cooking, at least for now.
Any compliments to the chef?
Oh, absolutely. Marlon Mack comes in with like handwritten notes from people that are bidding you farewell, saying that they're sad to see you go, but you'll come back all the better. People that are just sad to see you go, but excited for your new adventures anyway. And after dinner, the kitchen sticks around to share a late farewell dinner with you. Ginger had offered to go ahead and cook this dinner since you came up with everything else of the day. Do you think you take her up on that, or do you want to cook dinner for the sort of the family dinner for the night?
I'll
Totally
help
up to you.
Ginger. She isn't gonna do it by herself.
Makes
but
sense.
She can help me out. We can bond. a little
Amazing.
before she.
What do you think you guys make? Do you have any ideas?
Ooh. I should have thought this.
It's a lot of
out.
pressure right now.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure.
Ginger probably suggests like a big, giant pan of paella, since it's like it's good for feeding
It's
a
good for
crowd.
feeding a
You know,
crowd.
to like
Yeah,
sear a
yeah.
bunch of steaks or a bunch of individual tunas or anything.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Simple.
Outstanding.
Easy to do.
Paella.
It's fucking paella rules, so that's also the other thing.
Push your button. Paella.
Thank you.
Paella.
Thank you. So after the chaos of the night's service, you and the rest of your coworkers find yourself gathering in this luxurious, smoky dining room of El Encanto. Some front of house staff are still out here kind of moving around, cleaning up cocktail glasses, and someone's sweeping underneath the piano on the stage. The last embers of a fire are crackling in the fireplace. This place is always quite cozy and comfortable, but it's especially so, I think, once the customers are gone for the night and everything has gone sort of quiet and calm. The bartender, Vanessa Marzano, comes over at one point, having finished up her business for the night. If I can find her token, there she is. Kind of approaches your shoulder, kind of over here. She's a human woman, lean, white-skinned, long black hair that's tied back, sharp features. Still wearing her white apron from the night's work with her sleeves rolled up. And she's got like a tray of cocktails. She knows what everybody's favorites are, so she's brought them all over for you guys. A big jug of red wine.
Hell yeah.
And she kind of sits down in front of you and kind of places a hand on your shoulder. Says, "What a night. Seems everyone wanted the last taste of your work before you go, chef."
It seems that way. Hope they remember me while I'm gone.
Oh, you say that so ominously. Not gone for good, right?
No, I'll be back eventually. Just
I'm sure you'll be fondly remembered. She kind of starts passing around cocktails to everybody. And yeah, you kind of just have a nice dinner and drinks here with your sort of El Encanto family. At one point, Mac stands up to sort of make a toast to the table. Kind of clinks his champagne glass. And says, "Here's to the family we are born with, and the ones that we choose. We here in this room are proof that family is not defined by the lines on a tree, but by the space we make for each other in our hearts." And he raises a glass towards you, Marisco. He says, "To Marisco, may your journeys be safe and your path home always clear." And everybody kind of clinks glasses. And Ricky, as he takes a sip of his, goes, "Hey, no Briar tonight."
no, she had a guard shift, so she will not be joining us today.
Oh, okay. That's sad. That's all right.
We're not
Seriously, I'm sure.
We said goodbye during lunch, so
Okay. Yeah, just us boys tonight then, eh?
I mean, Ginger's right there as Vanessa, but yes.
I did just one of the boys, and he kind of punches her on the shoulder. But sorry, Miss Vanessa, and he kind of helps towards her. The night goes on about like that for a little while. Just a lot of banter and silliness. And you watch Moki is like grabbing stuff with kind of tendrils and just shoving it into his gelatinous body, where it just kind of dissolves over 10 or 15 minutes. It's odd to think of this man as a connoisseur of food, because it's not all the way clear if he can taste or not, but he makes really good shit, so he must be able to taste, I guess.
Okay.
You could ask him.
You guys have probably talked about it before. He's says, "It's a little different, I guess. Like, I think when other people taste things, they taste it for just a moment, and then it's just, gone into their... I taste all the way through. Like a whole time."
Huh. I guess you really want the food to taste good then, otherwise it's in your, tasting that for an hour.
That's why I'm here.
Yeah. Totally have not given the voice any idea.
It's totally fine.
It's going to come out eventually, but
Right,
maybe
we'll
not
find
today.
the voice eventually.
It'll be there eventually.
Right, no, you're totally fine. Eventually the night starts to wrap up, people throw on coats and get ready to leave, and as you're walking out, Ginger just kind of pulls you down for a hug, which you have to lean pretty far down for, even as short as you are, because she's, about 3.5 feet tall. Just gives you a tight hug and Says, safe travels, Mersco. I hope you find what you're looking for.
See, I won't be gone too long. I'll be back.
Yeah, we'll see you soon. Hurry back, because I'm ready to retire. She kind of pats you on the back, and we cut ahead once more to a few days later. A chilly morning in Esmeriz, where you find yourself at the city's harbor. Even in these early sunrise hours, the harbor is bustling and crowded with passengers and crews and dock workers. There's a line of passengers waiting to board the ISS Grand Okasik, the passenger vessel that will take you across the sea to Daybreak City. You hear the cries of gulls overhead searching for some dropped morsel of food. You hear the somewhat familiar shouts of dock workers barking out instructions, and you smell the kind of bitter, sulfuric, almost ozone smell of the greenish-black ether gas that's billowing out of the ship's smokestacks. Looking all around through this crowd as you kind of wait for your turn to board, you see newsies peddling papers, local ones from here in Esmeriz and ones from all around the world. There are street vendors selling breakfast food and travel gear. Looking through the crowd of travelers, you see a mother and father that are holding the hands of their child in between them, who is giggling hysterically as they swing her back and forth. There's a young tabaxi couple leaning on the railing, off in the distance, kind of staring out over the ocean together. The woman kind of tilts her head and rests it on the man's shoulder. But the person out of all of these that most catches your eye is a young lad, maybe 10 or 12 years old, who looks to be probably half-elf, based on his slightly pointed ears. Unclear if he's like elf or half-elf. He's got ruddy, sun-hardened skin, a shaggy mess of tangly brown hair. He's got trousers with mismatched patches over the knees held up by worn-out suspenders and a dirty green undershirt. He's kind of kneeling on the docks there, so I can zoom in on him a little bit. Does that work? I can't.
It's working on stream, just not here.
Yeah, I should know if I could zoom you guys too. It's all good. He's kneeling in front of some sheets of newspaper that are all laid out. And there's seashells lined up on them in neat little rows, kind of organized by color. And there's a sign painted on a piece of a broken shipping crate in Ruxi, which says, "Seashells 10 for 1 copper." He is woefully underdressed for the chilly temperature of this morning. You can see on his face the kind of stiff upper lip he's doing to not visually shiver while he kind of projects his voice to call out his seashells to passengers or passersby who are largely ignoring him.
I'll go over to him.
Okay. As you step up, it doesn't seem that he speaks common, but in Ruxi, he says, "Si, senor."
See, that sounds good. You have plenty here, I see. How
10
much?
10 for a copper.
Okay, I'll do you one better. Do 10 for a silver.
Oh, okay. Which colors?
Let's see. Give me any pink that you have. Pink sounds good.
Yeah, he starts picking through, finding all the pink ones that he's got like nicely Roy G. bibbed in front of him, putting them all into his palm. He doesn't even have anything to put them in for you. Just a palm full of seashells.
I put them in my vest pocket and just
Yeah.
deal with that later.
As you kind of hand him that little, either a silver piece, or probably like a mark, a single dollar bill, essentially. He takes it and his eyes light up. He says, gracias, senor. And he kind of takes this dollar and shoves it away. And you see that it is your turn now to get aboard this ship. You kind of head over to the gangplank and start walking onto the ship. And as you do so, can you zoom in for a little bit more stuck in there? I know the screen sees it, but just so that us here can see it. You watch as first one, and then a few, and then dozens of bright blue, glowing butterflies flitter past, passing just a few feet in front of you. They're glowing almost translucent, like they're not entirely physical. Sorry, audience, there's insane faces being made at me right now. They're glowing and translucent, not entirely physical. You see sparkling blue, like motes of light that trail off of their wings. One of them lands on the railing of the gangplank next to you, where it kind of rests for just a few moments. As its wings kind of gently move, there's just little bits of light that fall off of them. And then just as quickly as they appeared, and as quickly as that one landed, it takes off once again and joins its companions as this kaleidoscope of glowing blue butterflies flitters past you and flies out over the water, eventually out of sight. And with that, we move from this place. From Asmorees, which I know you guys are not going to see on that big screen, but our lovely viewers at home will, to a land far, far away from here. In fact, almost on the exact opposite side of the globe from here. Across oceans and across continents, across half a world of histories and cultures, to the nation of Harsaman, or the Spirelands, as they are known by most others around the world. Let me just get some jams.
You guys can't see, but we're pointing at each other.
Frantically pointing.
Frantic pointing sounds great. Harsaman, the Spirelands, a rich and verdant island nation of rolling green pastures and crystalline rivers, but by far its most notable feature, its namesake spires, colossal pillars of earth and stone that jut up from the landscape. Most of them hundreds of feet tall, some even 1,000 or more. They tower over the landscape like the ribs and fingers of some long-forgotten god, most jutting out of the earth, some even reaching out from the sea and casting gargantuan shadows along the coastline. And it is among these rolling green pastures and towering spires that we find the city of Harjaga, built around the base of the nation's tallest spire, which towers nearly 2,000 feet into the air. For all of our awareness in the modern day, that's nearly the height of like the Shanghai Tower or the Burj Khalifa, two of the tallest skyscrapers in the world. The city sits nestled in the shadow of this spire, and the many others that surround it, which are revered as sacred by the nation's tradition, believed to bring wealth and prosperity to Harsaman. And indeed, a wealthy and prosperous city we find here, bolstered by the island's rich natural resources and its thriving trade agreements with the neighboring nations of the continent of Spirus. We see a city of tall white walls and finely dressed merchants in Sherwani jackets selling food and clothing and horses and treasures, elegant architecture and buildings with tall arches and polished domes and bright paints. And moving through this city, we eventually find ourselves arriving in the regal courtyard of an opulent palace. Turn this down just a scotch. Its walls are built from white marble, statues of the past kings and queens of Harsaman towering in its archways. It's a beautiful summer morning. The sun is still far enough to the east that the palace is not yet in the shadow of the great spire. So the courtyard is warm and bright. A breeze ripples the surface of the clean water flowing through the fountains. There's a smell of lush grass that fills the air, and it is here, in this courtyard, that we find a young Loxodon boy, perhaps 7, 8 years old, seated at a desk under a pagoda with a big heavy book open in front of him, next to a sprawled out map of Harsaman. Seth, if you would do me the pleasure of describing Boss as he was at about 7 or 8 years old.
Basama Jigfeada. Adorable young lad. Bright-eyed. Very bubbly. Quite dark gray skin. At this time, you can already see, though, he has very dark, almost black rings kind of around his eyes, which, as the story progresses later in life, you'll notice just continue to grow, and the skin darkens as well. At this time, like, there are no other significant markings on his body, but the simple fact that he is just a young elephant man, as Liam said, 7, 8 years old at this point, quite young.
Amazing. And for a little Loxodon boy so young, you are in the midst of a morning of arduous studies. The book in front of you is a chronicle of the histories of Harsaman and the Spirus at large, the complex political relationships between the many independent nations of the region and the great kingdom of Gati at their center. This particular tome is focused primarily on the religious cultures of Spirus, on its holy sites and sacred rituals and their histories. It is it would be very dense material for a child much older than you. So it is very dense indeed for a boy your age. And not for the first time. You find yourself getting distracted and kind of daydreaming, listening to the sound of the wind and listening to the way the water sort of splashes off the sides of the fountains when an especially strong breeze catches them. You just kind of start to get lost in the sights and sounds all around you. And what do you think Boss does as he kind of starts to lose focus a bit and get distracted by the beauty of this place, the natural beauty of it?
Which other adults are with me? Who else is with me at this time?
Nobody is directly with you right now, other than, there's just a general population around. Praticata was here, but you don't see them currently. They were the one who assigned you with this reading, then kind of walked off for a little bit.
So Pratt is not with me.
Not at the moment. Your tutor gave you this book reading and then said, "I'll be right back," essentially. Mm-hmm. And that seems to have been either 10 minutes ago or 5 hours ago. You're 7, so it's hard to say.
What is time?
Mm-hmm.
Boss stands up slowly after looking around, noticing that Pratt is no longer here. Makes his way down the steps over towards the south fountain there. He goes up and finds a little pebble and tosses it in the water. And just continues to find little trinkets to throw in there. Once again, it's hard to tell if 30 seconds or 15 hours.
Absolutely. As you're standing, kind of throwing pebbles into this fountain, we see a procession move past, approaching the palace. A couple individuals. Move you a little bit. There we are. We see, escorted by an entourage of guards and servants, we see the king of Harsaman. He's a Loxodon man of imposing stature, not necessarily even physically, but in the dignity of his demeanor, the way he carries himself. He's not especially tall, but he carries himself with such regal poise and quiet strength that many who meet him later remember him as taller than he really was. He wears a tall golden crown adorned with blue jewels atop his head, a loose-fitting white dhoti skirt, and is shirtless other than several large pieces of golden jewelry adorning his thick muscular shoulders and arms and barrel-like torso. Within this procession, he's accompanied by a foreign dignitary of some sort. You don't recognize them. It's likely some ambassador from Sona or Shanti, though you aren't exactly sure who. He's a tiger leonin, tall but still shorter than the king, wearing a fine gold and orange coat over an emerald ensemble with golden jewelry. And you watch this procession move through the courtyard towards the palace, the king and this diplomat in the midst of some sort of conversation. You imagine it's just formalities and pleasantries before they dig into some, more beefy negotiation to follow in private quarters. And as you're watching this procession go by, you are startled from a voice behind you. This is finished with your readings already, Basamajik.
Yeah.
As you stammer out, yeah, and spin around, you see standing behind you is Pratikar Pavit. He is somehow behind you, not the first time this has happened. I say he, it's they. They have an uncanny knack for seemingly appearing out of nowhere, especially when you are trying not to be perceived. They are about 6 feet tall, lean and muscular, medium brown skin with long wavy black hair about halfway down their back, one section of which has been twisted into a long braid that hangs down their chest. They're dressed in silver white plate armor engraved with delicate decorative filigree. They are Aasimar, touched by some sort of divine origin, the physical evidence of which is that their eyes are pure honey white with no irises or pupils. They have ornate white tattoos on their forehead and cheeks, which accentuates their sort of narrow, sharp features. On the face that currently bears kind of a wry expression and a bit of a smile as you say that you've finished your readings.
I was going to. I didn't. But I saw Dad. I saw Daddy. I will. I'll do it now.
Well, let us just see if you even need to continue reading it. Tell me, what is the name of Harsaman's Holy Land? And roll me a history check with the knowledge that you do not have any current proficiencies or anything. So this is just a flat D20.
Oh yeah, okay.
It's got to be the 7.
This man's opening zines.
So this isn't right.
7-year-old world history.
Yeah. 6.
Oh, so close. Because you, Seth, know the name of Harsman's Holy Land, I assume Boss gets it kind of close. So what do you think he says? The correct answer, of course, being Shashvat Shayar.
Shiver.
Prat kind of shakes his head a little bit. Says, "Can you tell me the most sacred site on the temple or on the island?" Give me another history check. This time the DC is 12.
Is it the temple?
17.
Oh, you do. You got that one. It is the nameless temple at the center of the island. So you can spit that answer out. And he looks a little impressed. His eyebrows kind of raise. He says, "All right then. Who built this temple and when?" DC 17 this time.
17.
Oh my god, you actually did it. Holy shit.
He actually read the book!
You know that this temple was built by the Lord of the Western Kingdoms after the schism of the 990s AO. And as you recite that by just a stroke of having read the correct page a few seconds before walking away from your book,
Boss stands up like very astutely as this question's being asked, hands behind his back,
absolutely.
boom.
Predacard looks genuinely impressed that, botched the name a little bit, but that's just a pronunciation issue. You knew the answer, just couldn't quite pronounce it. And got everything else right.
Shiver.
Predacard kind of smiles at you and looks down at the water where the pebbles are sitting down in the fountain. And they just say, "I understand that this may all seem like trivial knowledge, young Borshikar, but history matters. If we do not understand where our people came from, why we chose the path that we chose, how we escaped the tyranny that once ruled us, we cannot hope to avoid walking those same paths again. Do you understand?"
Yes, Pratt.
And it's just then that we see another figure approaching you and Pratt. Your mother, Juna.
Abba!
She quickens her pace a little bit as you shout for her. Your mother is a tall Loxodon woman, quite tall, exceptionally tall as a matter of fact. Slender as far as Loxodon go, with short ivory tusks that end in flat golden caps. She's dressed in a long white skirt and golden jewelry and finery, wearing an ornate headdress with a golden jeweled chain that starts at her forehead and kind of drapes about halfway down her trunk. And as you kind of shout out for her, she smiles at you, and Pratikar regards her with a very formal, low bow. She nods to them as well, and says to you, "I hope you aren't giving your tutor trouble, Basamik."
No. Looking back at Pratt, just no. No.
Pratt looks at her. You probably don't catch it as a 7-year-old, but the look on his face is like, he's not doing too bad. He's doing all right. A look of sort of like, he's little. This is hard. And she kind of takes a knee down in front of you and says, "Pratikar may seem demanding, Bas, but what they are teaching you is of the utmost importance." And for a moment, she kind of looks over her shoulder back at the king and his guest that are now in the archway of the entrance of the palace, engaged in some conversation, and she kind of just stares at them off into the middle distance for a moment.
Mama?
We live in a land of plenty, but its gifts are not without expectation. The spires provide for us, and in turn we honor the land and the spirits within it. The spires are stone, but they live, just as the grass and the trees, just as you and I. The stones will speak knowledge and power to you if you have the ears to listen. But first, and she kind of gently, playfully grabs one of your big, giant Loxodon kid ears, and says, "You must listen to your tutor."
Yes, Mama.
She smiles, she gives you a nuzzle, she kind of presses her forehead into yours and wraps her trunk around your trunk, and it kind of forms a little braid between the two of you, and quietly, so that just you hear it, even quietly enough that Pratikar at least is not intended to hear it. She says, "It is no small task that you asked to undertake. I'm very proud of you, my sweet one." She kind of pats you on the back. Says, "Now, back to your studies," and kind of pushes you off towards your book. And we move away from this place now. Once again,
That was too cute with the noses.
I know.
Trunks, sorry.
Once again, moving across the world, and across continents, and indeed across decades, kind of moving to a time a little more recent now, to the Scriptorium Vox Ethereum. Get some music.
I wonder who this is.
A great and ancient library and institution of learning, nestled in the remote foothills of the Bastion Mountains, where the grasslands of the north give way to red mountains and badland, on the fringes of the desert kingdom of Akkad, the domain of dragons. The scriptorium itself, to the uninitiated, looks more like a cloistered temple or a monastery than a library. It's a campus of tall towers and stained glass windows. There are very few people here in this remote place. A handful of scholars and monks walk the grounds. You might never know from looking, but this is, in fact, perhaps the world's most historically significant academic site. It was here that humankind first discovered the Vox Ethereum and arcane magic, the tools to manipulate the magic of the world without the need for sympathy or devotion or sorcerous birth, which set in motion a revolution in magic and arcanotech that has utterly reshaped the world over the last century. And this very library is the birthplace of that revolution. We move up one of the library's tall towers to one of its large stained glass windows, and on the other side of this window, we once again see a Loxodon, sitting at a desk with a book open in front of him, not dissimilar to how we found him those many years ago. A little older now, a little wiser. Would you please describe Boss as he appears now?
7'2". The gray of his skin has darkened over time. We're about 2.5 decades later-ish. The black circles around his eyes that you saw as a youngster have now formed much, much greater black, large circles. And at this point, you also notice some more Philarian ornamentation to his outfit. The robes that he wears at this time are a little more stated, a little more well stated, with some bedazzling, nothing too fancy since he is inside the scriptorium. But the most notable thing that you'll see at Boss's face in comparison to his younger self at this point are a few white streaks down his trunk, almost as if just the skin coloration themselves has changed over time due to some unknown reason or whatever reason. But it's not paint. You can definitely tell this is like skin pigmentation that has been lost in his trunk.
Amazing. And as we find Boss seated at this desk doing some reading, what do you think he's reading, and what is kind of on his mind? What's he reading and thinking and feeling at the moment?
I would say at this point, he is definitely poring over some very ancient scrolls. There's nothing to it that, from this like heightened perspective, I can tell you what it is. But the one thing that is perceived is that it is a very old tome.
Yeah.
And there are other tomes of significant age lying around, sprawled out, as if he's comparing multiple different source materials to each other.
Absolutely.
As far as what he's thinking, you can see he's kind of frantically searching for some sort of information, as if he's like flipping through scrolls or marking his place with his left finger and scrolling through or looking through another scroll with his right finger as he's trying to find matching, like I said, pieces of material.
Doing some sort of like cross-referencing. In the middle of this arduous work and these thoughts, you hear a creaking on the staircase from the floor below you. And you turn to see your colleague, Fillard, coming up the stairs with a stack of books in his arms. Fillard is a older half-elf man, wrinkled white skin with crow's feet in the corner of his eyes, sharp features, long, slender, pointed ears with short, close-cut white hair, neat, trimmed white beard, long, wispy eyebrows and mustache. He's wearing a green and purple kind of classic wizard robe. It's embroidered with sigils and glyphs, the neck of which sticks straight up and extends almost all the way around his ears and the back of his head, very much like Orin from Final Fantasy X sort of vibe. As he comes up the stairs, he's kind of just quietly muttering to himself, clearly lost in his thoughts as he frequently is, and seems to not even regard your presence, like he doesn't even realize you're in the room as of just yet. begins kind of making his way over to one of these bookshelves.
I turn and I stand up. It's Master Grimm.
No!
Even though he doesn't really care for me to call him Master, it's something that Boss almost does. Yeah.
Sorry, old sport, didn't even see you there.
Did you find anything important?
Possibly. I'm looking for, and he's kind of got his fingers on the spines of several books looking for a title. This right here. And he kind of pulls it off the shelf. It's a book that says On the Fall of the Anuvilarian Empire. He says, I actually been meaning to tell you. I'm glad you asked. And he kind of brings this book and this big stack of books that he has in his arms over in your direction. He says, I'll be away for a while. I'm taking a trip to Seoul on something of a research expedition. I've read a fascinating account of a demonic possession that took place during the Ocasian Uprising of the Thousands AO, back when fiends and dragons conspired to rule the populace after the fall of the Empire. The account has got me thinking about the theoretical necromantic implications of possession. What happens if to the soul of a possessed entity while another entity possesses their body? What long-term effects apply both to the host body and to the entity possessing it? Does that entity suffer any of the ill effects from the ending of a possession? Fascinating questions and fascinating possibilities. One wonders if ethical possession is possible, or if it should be considered categorically unethical.
As always, Master Grimm.
Sorry, that was a lot.
As always, Master Grimm. You are leaving, though.
Yes, sorry, I buried the lead there. I'm going to visit an old colleague from Broughton, Miss Olga Sinclair, in Daybreak City.
Sinclair?
Yes, Olga Sinclair. We were classmates for a number of years, even travelled on some field research together on a few occasions.
Was Sinclair a member of the Scriptorium?
No. We went together. Broughton, which no check required. Broughton is the name of a university elsewhere in the world, in Alberon. She's forgotten more about religion than I'll ever know, so I'm curious to hear her insights on the matter. Especially with her knowledge of the Anuvilarian Empire and its fall.
So, a master of the knowledge of religions?
Yes, obviously some overlap there as far as dealings in souls and dealings in possessions. When movement of souls is as much the domain of necromancy and arcana as it is of the will of the spirits and religions.
When are you leaving, Master Grimm?
I think right away. As a matter of fact, I meant to tell you sooner. Yes, end of the day. I might stop before I go, but soon. Sorry, I should have told you all this sooner. I've been just lost in my note taking and my thoughts.
Oh, I understand, but this is sudden. I was hoping to speak with you on a few of these matters, but I guess I can suppose we can wait till you return.
Oh yes, I won't be gone too terribly long. I don't think. Although I suppose I don't actually know. What did you wish to speak to me about? You got your trunk buried in over there, and he kind of looks at your books that are open on the table.
I was reviewing some of the source materials in the initial Vox Ethereum, but it is okay, Master Grimm. We can discuss this once you return.
Oh, okay. Well, that'll do, good sport. And he kind of looks at your books that you have opened up over there, and he, in his sort of like obsessive way, like gets really involved in just trying to analyze what you're doing for a second, and then
I hope he sees like I have some of like the original tomes.
Yeah.
Like some of the very first early tomes.
Yeah, he kind of runs his fingers along one of them and says, the Vox Ethereum. It's the cornerstone of it all, I suppose. This place is truly a marvel, I think. I've travelled much of the world, visited more institutions of learning than I can keep track of, but there's nowhere quite like this. It's hard to describe, because it's not just the books on the shelves, it's something in the light and the stonework. It feels like if you knew how, you could just sit and absorb the knowledge right from the air.
There is a vibration. And I must say that the 7 years I've spent here seem minuscule to the time that I could continue here.
That wisdom of an old man, if I may, tends to be the case with anywhere where you spend your time. It always feels like it's too short.
Oh, Master.
In any event, don't let me interrupt you, old sport. Just back to your work. Just had to grab these last few books for the road, and he kind of grabs up all the books that he'd stacked up. And as he gets like halfway down the stairs, you can hear him just kind of shouting up, "Not sure when I'll return, but when I do, I trust you'll have something to enlighten me with."
I sure hope. Safe travels, Master Grimm.
Yes. And he makes his way down the stairs, and a little bit of time passes, a few minutes. You can kind of try to continue getting into your reading, but not long after he leaves, you see something out of the corner of your eye that just kind of barely catches your attention. Some movement or motion of some kind through the window that looks out over the balcony. And as you step over there to kind of see what it was, you see that there are dozens of bright blue, glowing butterflies that have alighted on the balcony railing, almost translucent, dripping little beads of light from their wings that sparkle and disappear. But no sooner do you step to the balcony to see them than they all at once take to the air and flutter away, leaving blue, sparkling motes in their wake as they disappear into the foothills of the Red Mountains beyond.
Being Basamaji, he takes a pen as quickly as he can, a quill as quickly as he can, scribes down what he saw, and then tries to draw it. He can't draw, but
And as
he tries so hard.
As Boss is kind of noting the properties of these butterflies and the strangeness of this event, we move away from Boss and away from the Scriptorium Vox Theorem to a place stranger still. A place deep below the surface of the earth. Far beneath the roots of even the deepest trees, buried tens of thousands of feet below the earth and stone in caves and cisterns. A place that has never seen the sun, but that, if the legends are to be believed, has nonetheless somehow never known darkness. We see the city of Amber, which sits at the heart of the subterranean kingdom of Hallowhive.
Sorry.
Thank you for keying up to gasp. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I feel like we should shame each other when we learn. It's
Please,
the only way we'll learn.
please shame each other, because I can't be bothered with shaming you that much.
Thankfully, we never have to shame Drake.
Yeah, Drake is unashamable, really.
I mean,
The city of Amber is a bustling and industrious city built at the center of a colossal cavern in the Underdark that's over 100 square miles called the Verdant Path. It's supported by enormous stalagnates, these pillars of stone that stretch hundreds of feet from the cavern's floor to its ceiling. A significant portion of the populace lives in homes that are carved into these stalagnates, like some gargantuan anthills, while others live in homes built from the stone and brick and even wood, especially along the subterranean river that flows through the city. Far from the primitive place you might expect, this city is home to beautiful ornate architecture and temples and towers and cobblestone roads. And all of this is illuminated by the city's namesake, the Lamp of Hallowhive, an enormous crystal of amber suspended from the cavern's roof by chains, which shines like the sun at all hours, bathing the city of Amber in brilliant orange light. For the purposes of this map, I have somewhat dimmed the light to make the lamp visible and to show that we are subterranean, but in truth, the lamp is far brighter than what is depicted here, blinding to look upon directly, and the city of Amber sits in what amounts to the bright, stark radiance of midday sunlight provided by the lamp at all hours, which illuminates even the farthest corners of the Verdant Path. The warmth and light of the lamp combined with the subterranean environment creates a humid biome of low-lying mist and dense, strange, underdark plant life, which flourishes in this place that one might otherwise expect to be devoid of life. Though, of course, little grows in those patches where the giant stalagnates cast unmoving shadows that blot out the light of the ever-shining, unmoving lamp. And it is under the light of the lamp in the bustling streets of the city of Amber that we find Ghost and Specs. Drake, if you would please describe your character.
Yeah, so Ghost is a flute green modeled after a Malaysian jewel centipede. He's very tall. He's about 7'2", with a tail that is just as long as he is tall. Covered in awful vestigial legs.
Terrible business.
I love it. I love it so much.
He's a 3 green, so he has 4 arms. As insect carapace all down his back. He's a Malaysian jewel centipede, so most of his kind of chitin is a dark black with kind of a brownish light underbelly. But all of his limbs and his mandibles are kind of like a very pretty, kind of like aqua blue near the base of his tail and near his head, but everything else is this bright, vibrant orange and amberish color. And he's accompanied by his familiar, which is a kind of giant Mexican mole lizard, which is a weird little creature that really exists, and is essentially like if a snake and an earthworm had a baby, but it also had 2 arms.
Delightful.
I really do like that.
Just delightful.
Wait, why are these so cute?
They're so cute. Like, they're ridiculously cute.
For real. So we see Ghost and Specs moving through the city of Amber. A city that is bustling with industry and life. You see construction workers building new structures and maintaining older ones. You see carts carrying heavy loads of crops into the city from the verdant path. You see mine workers returning to their homes from long hours of labor, carried back from the mines to the city by the enormous trained worms that serve as the city's public transit system. Though all of this, to the outside observer, might seem kind of eerily quiet, because Thrycreen, the anthropomorphic bug-like people that are the predominant species here, do not speak audibly, instead relying on their inherent magical telepathy to communicate. So as a result, unlike the cities of the surface, there's little in the way of audible shouts or the din of a crowd. Instead, an ever-present humming and clacking and skittering of many-legged people moving through the city on their daily tasks. My thoughts exactly. All laboring to the common cause of serving their kingdom and honoring the holy lamp. As Ghost is moving through the city, where is he headed? What's on his mind? What's he thinking and feeling today? As you're sort of preparing your upcoming journey.
Oh man. I think he's probably heading up to the Citadel to gather up a couple of extra books about the surface, and
Yeah.
possibly even ask a couple of the few surface dwellers who are there just kind of what to expect and what he needs to prepare and be ready.
Makes sense. So you kind of start to make your way through the city towards the Citadel. Your eventual goal of meeting with your friends at the Society of Enlightenment, but first to check out a few books and talk to some people at the Citadel, which is this college institution of learning and of magic here in Hallowhive. As you're walking through the city towards the Citadel, you see on a street corner up ahead there is a Thrycreen woman, kind of just a classic ant-like Thrycreen. She looks a little on the older side, wearing a heavy tattered brown cloak, looks to be kind of well worn by the elements. And there's a small crowd, maybe a dozen or so people that are gathered around her who she seems to be speaking to. You see her antennas dancing around and mandibles clacking. Passers-by sort of glance at her as they walk past. Some stop, and then some quickly put their heads down and move along. And as you get close enough to begin to pick up on her telepathy, you can understand what she's saying. As she says, "It was no accident. Not a test of faith like they would have you believe. The lamp has shone on Hallowhive for centuries, and we are expected to believe such an obvious lie. Make no mistake, people of Hallowhive, we are being lied to. There is a hunger that lives at the heart of the world. The devil that lives in darkness and devours all." And as she kind of starts to get into that rhetoric, you start to see that some people assembled around to listen shake their heads and walk away. A body language moves through the crowd that you intuit as kind of a low murmurance of disapproval. But she nonetheless continues. It says, "Do not be deceived. The hunger that dwells in darkness will rise, and when it does, it must be fed. To reject this reality is foolishness. We have no choice but to sacrifice to the darkness in hopes that we might appease its appetite. Only by sating its hunger can we avert its wrath." In the distance, you start to see the crowd parting and scattering. As I assume you kind of stop to witness this. You may not. I'll ask you that question first, I suppose. As you stop and kind of witness this from a distance, the crowd parts, and you see moving through the crowd towards this woman, a pair of Xanthian priests are approaching. They are garbed in long white robes with golden filigree, heavy white hoods pulled over their heads. The opening of their hoods is covered by a thin white sheet that covers their faces, emblazoned with the golden holy symbol of the Xanthian Church. One of them is carrying a heavy metal club in their two right hands. The other is carrying shackles and an iron collar. And as the crowd begins to scatter away, seeing these two priests approaching the woman, what do? Do you stay to witness what happens here? Do you flee?
No, I think Ghost instinctively reaches for the scroll case that's probably tied to his backpack.
Yeah.
And just shuffles away, kind of trying to avoid the crowd.
Amazing. You kind of begin to shuffle away a little bit, grabbing toward your scroll case. And off in the distance, you hear, you're still kind of in the range of her telepathy. You hear her shouting in a telepathic sort of shout. And now they arrive to silence me, to stamp out the fire. They silence us out of fear because they know that we speak the truth. They cannot hide in the light forever. The darkness will reveal the truth. At this point, the priests have made it up to the woman, and the one with the cuffs kind of grabs hold of her and presses her to the ground. The other one says, "In the name of the lamp and its voice, the hierarch, you are ordered to cease this heresy at once. Denounce your words under the holy light of the lamp, and you may yet find mercy." Just as you're kind of getting on the fringe of her telepathy, walking away, she shouts, "The reckoning is coming! The darkness will consume us all! He who hungers must be fed! The lamp will fail!" And in response to that last statement, that the lamp will fail, a club slams over the back of her head, and she kind of falls silent, her head sort of rolling back and forth in a state of semi-consciousness. And you see that one of the priests begins to kind of gesticulate towards the crowd, shouting something out to the rest of the crowd assembled. But you're kind of at the fringes of where you would be able to hear their telepathy. So unless you stop to listen to what this priest has to say, you kind of exit that range. I'll leave that decision to you.
No, I start to get out of there.
Makes
I
sense?
think once he's at a point where you can no longer hear them, he kind of glances up slightly towards the lamp without looking directly at it, and makes a small gesture of prayer, and then steps off.
You, as you're sort of making this gesture, having stepped far enough away that you no longer hear the telepathy of the priests, you watch this crowd, those that are left assembled. You watch like a body language wave through them as if they are like responding en masse to something. And then the last few that are still within your range, kind of the edges of the crowd, you hear say, "Thou shalt honor the holy kingdom and protect it from those who would defile its light." And get the sense that they are kind of repeating a commandment that has just been ushered by these priests. And we cut forward a little bit. You go to the Citadel, you collect some books, talk to some people, and eventually make your way to the Society of Enlightenment. Moving through the city, eventually making your way into one of the many tunnel networks carved into the stalagnates of the city of Amber. Climbing your way upward through twisting tunnels and chambers, and eventually arriving at the little hideaway that has become something of a second home to you, where your closest friends and confidants, the Society of Enlightenment, come to meet. It is a cozy little space with a crackling fireplace and shelves of books, tables where various texts and scrolls are open to view. The room is decorated with various strange oddities, ancient weapons and armor, and mounted heads of strange monsters from the deep, exotic statuettes and art pieces and collections of relics and artifacts gathered over the years and brought here for safekeeping and study and discussion. As you arrive, you see that this is the somewhat rare occasion when most or perhaps even all of the members of the society are here. More often than not, people come and go kind of on various ventures and expeditions, but for now, everyone's present, though of course you are still acutely aware of one absence in the room. But you see that at a small table, two figures are playing a game of chess. One of them is Celilok. Celilok is an illithid, a mind flayer. He's about the stature of a gnome, so he stands about 3'2". Pale, smooth lilac purple skin and big round hazel eyes. Dressed in sort of loose-fitting brown scholarly robes with sleeves that end around the elbows. He's currently got his hand on his bishop on the board as he's playing a game of chess. The person he's playing against is Talania. She is a dark elf Deep blue-gray skin and bright yellow-orange eyes. Black hair that falls messily around her shoulders. She's about average in stature, though notably lean and muscular in build. Dressed in an explorer's outfit that can really only be described as Indiana Jones-esque. A wide-brimmed tan hat and rough tan button-down shirt. Trousers held up by leather suspenders, a brown scarf around her neck. And she is leaned back in her chair, kind of waiting for Cellolock to make his next move as you enter. So she turns to you as you enter and kind of smiles and tips her hat towards you. This is Ghost, here at last. Been a while, how have you been?
Quite well. Good to see all of you. Things are quite busy outside. And I shut the door behind me.
Yeah. She kind of smiles and says, you can say that again, I suppose. Never much liked the city of Amber more than I've had to be here, but seems as discontent as ever. As you two are talking, you see that there is one more figure in the room. Seated on an armchair, reading a book, is Raoul Nikosi. He's an orc man of tall, broad stature, a barrel chest, and a muscular neck and shoulders. He's got tannish brown skin and short black hair that's begun to turn to a speckled salt and pepper gray, neatly combed back. Tusks sticking out from his lower jaw, wrinkles on his forehead and around his eyes that reveal his age. He's wearing a heavy forest green overcoat on top of a white-collared shirt and a brown vest, and when he sees you arrive and start talking to Jelania, he sets his book down open on the table and stands with a bit of a groan of effort, the way, aged people do. Kind of walks over and says, "Good to see you, Ghost. Heard you have some news for us." I heard you have some news for us. Is this about those records you found?
Yes, about that. I will take a look around the room just to make sure that we are in fact alone. Nervously pull up the scroll case that I have.
You're welcome to make a perception check if you want to search the room for anybody hidden, but passive perception, you don't notice anybody that seems out of place.
I will go and I guess I'll sit over at the big table and pull out the texts that I found and lay them down first face down and slide them over to Raoul.
Yeah. As you kind of slide them over, Telania sits down with you guys as well, and as Raoul turns them over and is kind of thumbing through them a little bit, you hear a telepathic voice projected into your mind from across the room that says, "Check!" You can see Cellolock has finally moved his piece on the chessboard. Telania stands up to go over there and evaluate her next move. As Raoul starts to thumb through these papers. He kind of finishes looking through them and says, that's an interesting piece of business. Do you have any ideas of where you're going to look?
Well, I was thinking I would head to the surface. The figure here seems it's an angel of the surface dwellers, correct?
He kind of looks at it and nods. And as you mentioned an angel, he kind of puts his hand to his chin for a second. Says, I don't know if you have something in mind for where you'll go, but I might have a connection for you. A connection is a bit of a strong word. Somebody you could ask around about, at least. Daybreak City, Olga Sinclair?
Olga Sinclair. Daybreak City.
Yeah.
That's as good a place to start as any, I suppose.
Yeah, it's, if this is your first foray to the surface, it'll be quite an experience. Are you nervous?
Extremely. But it's exciting, I suppose. How is this Olga related?
I don't know her well. It's more that I know of her. We've met, but we're not friends or anything. Just she's a theologian. She's written a lot of books that I've dabbled in. Not really my field, but I know she's written a lot of theology books, and I know that she's in Daybreak City. That might be a good enough start.
A well-written theologian would be quite useful, I suppose.
Talania returns to the table, having taken her move, and kind of starts looking through the papers as well. As Raoul says, "I don't suspect it will do me any good to sit here and talk you through every nuance of surface life, but I do. If you're going to go to Daybreak City, just be careful. I think you'll find that surface dwellers, by and large, are more, let's say, individualistic than the people of Hallowhive. People are generally just trying to make their own way as best they can, for better or worse. But I look forward to hearing about your travels when you return."
Thank you. I'll try not to be gone too long. And how have all your projects been going? Find any new recipes?
It's been a bit of a slump, I suppose. Maybe not a slump. But I have an idea for a creature from the deep that I think could yield some promising results, but I don't have the means to slay one, so I'm going to start trying to round some people up, I suppose. I'll let you know if, maybe I'll write if you're going to be in Daybreak City.
Should be. Suppose I don't know where I'll be staying exactly, but I'm sure we'll find some way to contact.
I'm sure we will. Hell, maybe they'll run a telephone line by then. Kind of.
It would be nice. I'm very curious about all the nanotech that the surface dwellers have created.
I think you'll find it quite fascinating. I think you'll find that broadening your horizons can profoundly change a person. Talania slides the papers back to you. Says, before you set out on this hunt, Ghost, just think twice about what it is that you're setting out to do. Sometimes you'll find that once you dive down the rabbit hole, there's no coming back. This isn't me advising against it, to be clear. On the contrary, I think it's tremendous what you're doing. Just take it from someone with a lot of experience. Generally, when you go searching for secrets, you rarely find what you're expecting. So just expect the unexpected, and don't let it dissuade you. Keep an open mind. Don't try to lead the clues. Let them lead you.
Well, I suppose I'll do my best to expect the unexpected, and by that I mean I will try to not theorize anything.
And as you say, you'll do your best to expect the unexpected. We are going to move from this place, leaving the city of Amber and the kingdom of Hallowhive behind. We make our way back to the surface. We move eastward towards the coastline of the nation of Sol, along the Dawnsong River until cresting over the horizon, we see the burgeoning skyline of Daybreak City, perhaps the greatest city in the world. A city of industry and innovation, the beating heart of the Arcanotech Revolution, a bastion of possibility and freedom and culture. It is a testament, this city, to the great workings of technology and magic that mankind has made possible with the sweat of their bodies and the ingenuities of their minds. As we move in to this city, we make our way through streets weaving with block upon block. Oops, that's the wrong one. Of high-rise towers. We hear the roaring of Zeppelin propellers overhead as we see ether transmission wires running through the city like webs, sending pure magical possibility to households and businesses throughout the city. We see street lamps illuminated with magical light. The streets are packed with residents and travelers from all around the world, every race and species imaginable commingled with spirits and magical creatures. Most are pedestrians, but others are riding on the street trams that move on rails run through the center of the main thoroughfares, or waiting in line to board the L trains that run on elevated tracks above the city streets. There is a just cacophonous din of urban noise here as vendors shout for the attention of passersby. Newsies with crates filled with newspapers shout the day's events. And it is amidst this thrumming crowd in this vast city of wonders that we yet again find Ghost. Drake, in what condition do you think we find Ghost as he spends his first days acclimating to this new world?
In absolute awe, but also terrified. He's probably one of the tallest people here.
Oh, certainly.
But is doing everything in his power to just not be observed. He's got a cloak at this point with the hood up, but it does very little to disguise the fact that he is a 7-foot tall bug man with a
14-foot
far too long tail.
Right.
Yeah, I think he's probably very lost because the city is huge and it's crowded and loud, which he's not used to.
Absolutely. I think perhaps you're a little surprised to see that, well, you are among the taller people in this city. This city is home not just to humans, but to as fantastical creatures as much so as you. You see wyverns flying around and spirits of every variety. Arriving to the surface world has been such a bizarre and alien experience to you that I think it's probably hard even to describe. The scale of everything is mind-boggling. You can look around you and see open space that just stretches all the way to distant horizons with no walls of stone to impede your vision. More dizzying still, you have seen now the sky for the first time. You've been on the surface now for a number of days, so you started to adjust a little bit. But it is still dizzying and vertigo-inducing for you to just look up and behold space without limit above you. Here in the streets of Daybreak City, you look up past the roofs of the buildings surrounding you and see clouds and birds, these almost incomprehensible natural phenomena. And as you are gawking up at the sky, there's a shout of, "Hey, move it! Watch where you're fucking going!" As a automobile rushes past you in the street. This strange machine with a carriage propelled by pure magic, pulled without beast of burden, zips past you, narrowly missing you. You see Orc flips you off with his finger as he drives past.
I'm walking here.
Stumble backwards onto the sidewalk. And
Where do you think Ghost is headed? What is he looking for, and how does he go about looking for it?
I think currently, did I just arrive here?
Yeah, this is you probably arrived here this morning, and it's mid-afternoon now. And
Okay.
you know this out of character. Rahl had told you that a little bit about Olga Sinclair, that you could maybe find her at the Gilded Parlor, potentially.
Okay. In that case, I will look for somebody who is just that doesn't appear to be going anywhere.
Yeah.
And I will reach out telepathically and say, "Excuse me, please don't be afraid. I am lost. I can't speak. I can only speak telepathically, but I can only hear what you want me to hear. I'm not reading your mind."
Out loud, this human guy goes, "Do you think you're the first bug person I ever saw?
Oh my god.
If you want, I can show you over to Little Lamps."
Yeah, I'm looking for this Gilded Parlor.
The Gilded Parlor, huh? Yeah, you got to go to Glimmerwick. Yeah. So take 56 down to the main street, and he gives you some really complicated directions that involve going across a bridge to an entirely different part of town.
All right. Thank you. Where's 56?
Oh boy. You know what? Just get on the L. You see that station over there? And he points at an L train station, elevated trains that run on tracks above the city streets. Just get on that, and get off when it says you're in Glimmerwick. When you get there, just start asking other people about the Gilded Parlor.
All right. Thank you. I'll hurry up to that station and mutter to myself about how heretical all this technology is.
Absolutely.
Say a soft prayer for forgiveness as I get onto the L train.
Absolutely.
No, he's one of them.
Oh no, we're not gonna,
Oh no.
we're not gonna get along.
This is gonna be a problem.
No.
Eventually, you take this L train to Glimmerwick, and by asking 3 or 4 more people where to go, you begin making your way through a somewhat more quiet and less densely packed street in one of the city's more upscale districts. Move our map here. Let's see, as you are making your way through one of these streets, kind of looking for this gilded parlor, you see a flicker of light as one by one the street lamps that line these streets begin to illuminate. Somewhere distant, you hear a bell tolling the hour, and you look to the western horizon and see what is, I assume, for Ghost, out of all of the strange things he has seen since arriving on the surface, the phenomenon that is the strangest and most discomforting to him. Stranger than the sky, stranger than the birds, stranger than the automobiles and the L trains and the horizon and the sea. The sun is setting. It has changed from the intense searing white-yellow of midday light to a fading warm orange and is lowering from its position in the sky, falling and beginning to sink beneath the horizon. The clouds are painted with pinks and purples. To anyone else, it would probably seem a beautiful sight. But how does Ghost feel seeing for probably the 2nd or 3rd time in his life the coming of night?
Awful. What a travesty. How do people live like this? He immediately will go. He's got a large kind of like staff that's shaped like a crook, and he's got a lamp, a little like spherical lamp there, dangling off of it, and he immediately goes to light it. Pulls his cloak a little bit closer to himself and hurries down the street. Definitely staying close to the lampposts whenever possible, even though it's still, sure, plenty bright out, even as the sun is beginning to set. But, panic sets in and
Absolutely.
hurries to find some shelter and place to stay.
Go ahead.
Can I just say something? I love the concept that insane people are afraid of the dark.
Yes, it's beautiful. As you are pulling your hood up, making your own light, dealing with the creeping terror, suddenly there's a sound like the rippling of water and the tinkling of tiny bells. As a group of a dozen or so bright blue butterflies alight nearby. Landing in the grass and on the wrought iron gate of the nearby park. It's hard to tell if it's just a trick of the low sunset light, but they seem to glow with a faint blue light, with translucent little orbs or droplets of blue trailing from their wings. And as you sort of walk in their direction towards the closest streetlight, there is a growing sound from somewhere above you that begins quiet but rapidly grows louder, turning from a distant hum to almost a roar, as the sound of a zeppelin and its propellers, as you see a large metallic zeppelin moving past the sky above you. The sound seems maybe to spook the butterflies as you watch them all alight and take to the sky. And we move away from Ghost, this time following the butterflies skyward, as they fly up higher and higher towards this zeppelin, which is painted across the side of the dirigible with a huge logo that says Vanguard Ethertech International. A plume of greenish-black smoke belches out from the engines, giving off a smell like sulfur and ozone. Thank you. And as the butterflies flutter past and then continue on their way elsewhere, we move inside the cabin of the Zeppelin into the control deck, where we see Bones. Bones, if you would just describe what your character looks like for now.
Oh, Bones is Tabaxi. He is modeled after a caracal. He's kind of tall, slender. I think he's like 6'1", 6'2", something in that ballpark. Very neatly dressed, very nicely dressed, very clean. He has a kind of bomber jacket on because it's very chilly up here. He has a cap that is kind of undone a little bit, and the main reason that it's undone is because he has a little headphone to his ear, and he's holding a little mic in front of him. And he's kind of just like propped up. He's got his legs kicked up on something that they probably shouldn't be kicked up on, leaning back.
Stands to reason.
Looking out over the city.
Yeah.
Just kind of keeping a half-hearted watch over things.
And as we see you seated with your feet kicked up and the transmitter in your hand, We see that you're sitting at a radio transmitter, kind of attuning the frequency with precision. What do you think it is that Bones transmits through this radio?
Good morning, Daybreak City. Bon dia, Morris. Guten Morgen, Sig. And of course, Dobro Yuto to those of you all the way back in Steckling. This is Bonachella von Stoppel, call sign Bravo 229er, broadcasting on frequency 73.5 from 16,000 feet above the northern quarter of Daybreak City. But you can call me Bones. It's a beautiful view from where I'm sitting. Clear sky, pink and gold. Just a few traces of this morning's rain clouds out in the east. Traffic is light, weather is clear, apart from a few hiccups on the West Bridge about an hour ago. Been a pretty painless day. It's shaping up to be a wonderful night just like yesterday and the day before. And if you're willing, tomorrow too. We are listening to Faberstrom by Eva Hummen. Beautiful movement from her latest suite. If you've been listening the past few nights, I'm sure you're very familiar with it by now. I do have some relief for the neophiles among you. I've just picked up a package, few new records from some from North Kohan. I was gifted a vinyl from Arsaman by a friend whose recommendations I usually trust. Apparently it's pretty avant-garde. I'm excited to have a listen with you after the evening patrol. For the time being, I'm going to keep the rest of Human 7th. I've always found it's a nice way to wind the day down. But now I'm needed on another frequency. Remember though, we are not so far apart. The world can be beautiful if you stop and listen. Bravo 229er, Bones out.
As you are a couple sentences away from finishing up that transmission, you hear a hatch open from up above you.
Oh, God damn it.
As you hear some clanking on the ladder, and you see your coworker Percy is coming down the ladder into the control car. He is a hummingbird Aarakocra, about the height of a halfling, a little short of 3 feet tall. He has bright green feathers with a plume of vibrant pink under his chin, a long pointed hummingbird beak. He's wearing an aviator's cap with big goggles pulled up to his forehead, a brown leather fur-lined jacket with a large tuft of white chest feather protruding from the neckline. And as he's coming down the ladder, as you're finishing up your transmission, you hear him say, "All right, the tappers say that we can put another 2 hours or so before we need to head back to the base, so I think, oh shit, sorry."
No.
And he stops to let you finish your transmission.
Yeah. Bones sets it down. 2 hours. Yeah, I can do 2 hours.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
No, you're fine.
He kind of walks over to kind of look at the radio transmitter that you're speaking into. This radio transmitter, its base design is just a short-range transmitter made to send messages back to dispatch headquarters in Saltworks, never more than a few dozen miles away. That is not to understate how impressive that technology is. Radio is, relatively speaking, still a brand new technology, reserved mostly for military and civic purposes such as this Zeppelin, which operates surveillance around the city, alerting dispatch of any emergencies you see, fires and crimes and so forth, for the emergency responders on the ground to handle. But even just this simple purpose of transmitting audible messages to a receiver a few miles away is on the absolute cutting edge of communications technology. Percy steps up behind you and says, "Talking home again?"
Yes. Talking usually requires some sort of response, but at the very least I'm speaking home.
Yeah, I said talking to, not talking with, huh?
Yeah.
The modifications that you have made to this radio make it something far, far more impressive. He looks over your shoulder, studies the modifications you've made, various parts and wires and crystals you've pieced together from wherever you could find them over the years. All of it is way over his head, but he says, "This thing can really get a message all the way to Presidium, huh?"
I sure hope so. I've been wasting a lot of time up here. But I think so.
You know, it's impressive and all, but you got to keep messing with that. Or if you keep messing with that thing, Gates is going to blow a fucking gasket, you know.
Well, Gates is going to blow a fucking gasket whether I keep messing with it or not.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Gates can go fuck himself.
Gates can go fuck himself, I agree. Let's keep an eye out. And he kind of goes over towards the other chair here to look out one of the big glass windows in the front of this thing. And for the next 20, 30 minutes, you kind of just continue a relatively uneventful surveillance. Until eventually, as you guys are making your way kind of over towards West Willows, Percy goes, "Hey, yo, you see that, Bones?" and you look out the window, you see a number of blocks away, there is black smoke rising on the horizon from behind some buildings.
Ah, fuck, you're right. Yeah.
Yep, let's go. And he grabs the rudder control and begins kind of turning the Zeppelin towards the smoke as you grab another set of controls to sort of throttle. And you first radio to the rest of the Zeppelin crew to tell them about what's going on. So they kind of provide you the right amount of power and such. And then working together, you and Percy begin kind of deftly navigating this Zeppelin in the direction of the rising smoke, which is growing thicker and billowing into a black cloud on the city skyline. As you get a little bit closer, you can finally see a clear view of the source of the smoke. There is a building on fire. It looks to be some sort of high-rise office building, maybe about 15 or so stories. And once you have a clear view of it, Percy kind of starts circling the building at a safe distance and says to you, all right, call it in, yeah?
Yeah. Bones Bravo 229er. We have code orange on the third block, north side. High rise looks like 7-8 floors, maybe?
Okay, Bravo 229er, copy that. We'll notify fire and rescue. Keep eyes on the situation.
Yep.
The voice comes back through the radio. And then go ahead and roll me, as you kind of step away from the radio and look out the window with Percy, a perception check with advantage.
23.
Incredible. You grab a pair of binoculars and kind of look through them. And you take a closer look at this burning building and notice a few things. First, you see that the fire seems to have started on the lower levels of the building, maybe the second or third floor. You also notice that it is spreading at an exceptionally rapid pace, very quickly rising up the building's apparently wooden framework. You already see windows shattering on the fourth and fifth floors as the fire moves quickly upwards. Finally, you see that there are people on the rooftop of the building. Maybe about a dozen or so of them, give or take. Clearly people that are now trapped on the roof without a way to get down due to the rapidly rising fire.
Dispatch, what's your ETA?
You transmit to them, and they come back. Fire department's on the way, 10 to 15 minutes. And with the 20 in perception, that's going to be way too late.
Right.
Percy seems to recognize the same thing. He says, shit, whole thing will be in flames by then.
Percy, can you get us down there?
What do you mean get us down there?
Can you get us sight on it, maybe 50, 60 feet over the roof?
Are you out of your mind, Bones?
Do you want to watch these people die?
I don't want to watch anybody die. We got orders, and besides, that's an awfully risky maneuver you're talking about. You're going to get us both fired or fucking killed.
Who outranks who here? No, that was not in character.
No.
Do I outrank him?
You do. You are the commanding officer. It has never come up in all the years you've worked here because you've never disagreed. But he has to take his orders from you if you command it.
Ask that again in character.
As you take even a moment to think about it, you see him calculate, and he goes, shit, God damn it, fuck, okay, let's move.
Yeah.
And Percy runs over to the radio and grabs it, and says, hey, base, 15 minutes ain't gonna cut it. We gotta get in there, people are gonna die. A minute goes by, and the voice of Baron Gates, your boss, comes through the radio receiver instead of the dispatcher you've been talking to. He says, negative, Bravo 229er, that's too risky. You could damage the airship, get yourselves hurt, keep your distance. Percy does not transmit back to you.
Understood, we'll keep our distance.
Roll me a deception check.
That is a 4.
Surveillance, do not approach the building. That is an order.
Sorry, we're getting some little
Roll me an air vehicles check with Percy's help. This could be int, dex, wisdom, whatever you want to sign out.
Dex sounds wonderful. I'd love that.
You have help from Percy.
That's with help. It's still not super great.
Great.
It is a lord. Oh no, sorry, it's just a 2. It's okay.
Yes.
Oh no, wait.
You have flight lord, so yes, add 2 to that.
Wonderful. That's at least in a... 7, 10, 14, 16.
16? Okay. You and Percy work together to start navigating this thing down towards this building. Ever so slowly making your way down towards the top of this building. People are waving at you and shouting for help. The fire's on the 8th or 9th floor at this point. On a 12 or lower, there may have been some serious structural damage to the Zeppelin in the process. However, even at this, the roll that you made, you get down to where your longest ladder can be thrown down there for people to like jump up and reach. And as the first like 5 or 6 of these dozen people are still climbing up the ladder, there is a sound as one of the seams on your Zeppelin's dirigible pops. Note on the technology, this is not the Hindenburg.
Sure.
Shit's not flammable.
Sure.
But it is limited on lift if that happens too many more times.
Right. One thing for sure that happens as that is starting to happen is that we're getting closer. I go over to Percy and I grab him very hard on the wrist, like hard enough for claws to dig in, like a
Ow, shit.
Enough to leave a bruise, enough to leave a mark. And I look him dead in the eye. I say, Percy, I made you do this. You understand? You did not want to do this.
Wait, we don't have time to talk about this, right?
I understand. Let's go.
Roll me an insight check.
Sure.
7? Who could say? He begins to just give it as much altitude as he can without getting out of the range of these last few people to grab on. And the 12th of these dozen people, all the people on the roof, get on as like the 14th floor is on fire. Fire starting to reach around the top of the building. And you end up, with the roll that you made, in order to like get away from this thing before you destroy this Zeppelin, have to leave the building while people are still climbing the ladder. But fortunately, the piloting check was good enough. Nobody is lost. The Zeppelin comes out with only fairly minor cosmetic damage that is not going to cost a tremendous fortune to fix. And you and Percy end the day as essentially heroes. These people are hugging you and crying, and it's not until you have gotten everybody into the airship and started to leave the vicinity of this burning building that you see the fire department does finally arrive, with no hope of having saved these people all this time later. And we cut to the following morning.
That was so intense.
Really intense.
I was reading books the whole time.
After a night that you and Percy spent getting a couple more drinks than usual at your favorite speakeasy, you find yourself the next morning, after probably getting a little less than adequate sleep as well. But despite the hecticness and chaos of the last day, you did it. You saved the lives of a dozen people from what would have been a horrible death, and did it all without even really doing noteworthy damage to the Zeppelin, a minor repair. You are making your way through the streets of Saltworks, the district that's kind of the industrial district of Daybreak City, to go start your next day of work. There's a faint but undeniable smell of ozone and sulfur on the air that's ever present in this district. The smell of ether emissions from all the local factories, which plumes out of the smokestacks as a billowing green-black smoke. Not quite as many pedestrians on the street here as in the other districts, mostly people like you, headed in to start their days at various factories and industrial jobs. As you make your way towards headquarters to clock in and start a new day, what do you think is on Bones' mind? How do you think he's feeling, having just saved all those lives in a true act of heroism?
Oh, boy. I think that Bones probably feels more alive tonight than he has been for several years.
Yeah.
And there's kind of a dread in the back of his mind that he knows when he goes to work in the morning, he will probably only be there for a short time. And he thinks about all of the machinery that is still on the Zeppelin, all of the work that he's done on the Zeppelin, all of the things that are probably not going to happen for a long time now that he will most likely not have access to the Zeppelin. But maybe he can smooth things over. Maybe he can make something up. Maybe he can try to justify his actions, but he's not hopeful. He knows how the chain of command goes, and he understands that there are a lot of people that are not going to see him as a hero.
Right. With a hope that is far more hope than rational, you step into your work and grab your time card and head over to punch in. But before you do, your boss, Baron Gates, leans out of his office door and says, "Bones, a moment in my office, please."
Yes, of course.
You step into the office of Baron Gates. He is a short-statured coyote man, small frame, skinny guy, like 5'6" or so. Gray fur peppered with brown and white, especially around the cheeks. Sharp brown canine eyes. He's wearing his usual business attire, a nicely pressed white button-down shirt and trousers held up by suspenders, black bowler cap on his head. He sits down behind his desk, opens a pack of cigarettes and sticks one in his mouth and holds the pack towards you to offer you one.
Oh, no, thank you.
And as he takes the pack of cigarettes back and strikes a match and lights his cigarette, takes a couple puffs.
This will kill you someday, you know.
I've got to let you go, Bones.
Yeah, I figured that was probably the case.
I mean, what you did was reckless and irresponsible and deliberately against your orders. Do you have any idea the kind of liability nightmare I'd be dealing with if you would have gotten hurt, or worse, if the Zeppelin had been damaged worse than it was?
Yes, God forbid the Zeppelin get hurt. That would be terrible.
That sounds like sarcasm, but I mean, you're very lucky things didn't go worse. You'd be on the receiving end of a mountain of insurance litigation.
I guess I'd be better off dead then.
Did you order Percival to comply with this little scheme of yours?
Yes, he resisted. They all told me I was out of my mind, but I had to do what I had to do.
He kind of shakes his head, rubs his forehead, kind of flicks his cigarette into an ashtray. All right. You can leave your time card with me. You'll be getting your last paycheck in the mail in a few days. And he kind of points at kind of a mailbox on his desk.
All right. Is he in charge, or does he report to somebody else?
He is the executive in charge of the. So, roll me a history check. See exactly how much you know. Actually, let's put something to dice here. You're going to know quite a lot here just from your background. 16. Vanguard Ethertech International is a huge multinational conglomerate, but a corporation that produces like wartime and civic technology all around the world. They produce it overseas. You worked there for a little bit in your past as well. This guy is the guy in charge of the Daybreak City Civic Division of Vanguard Ethertech. Okay. So he's in charge of, the Zeppelin and the fire trucks and any other like civic tech here in Daybreak City. He does answer to somebody, but he doesn't. He's kind of your boss and the boss of this division of Vanguard.
All right, Mr. Gates, you do what you have to do. For what it is worth, it has been a pleasure working with her. She is a great Zeppelin.
Yeah, well, here's hoping we can get her fixed up.
Yeah, here's hoping.
And you presumably set your time card down in this box and walk out the front door of your workplace and begin to kind of wrap your head around what's just happened. And as you are kind of walking through the streets of Saltworks, there is just a sudden twinkling of color all around you as a couple of dozen bright blue butterflies swirl around you, fluttering past you. Kind of just surrounding you all around. They are luminous and bright, and before they continue along their way, they kind of just swirl around you a few times, and then just move along as quickly as they had appeared.
We'll join you again soon.
And with that, we move from this place. Across town, away from the industrial district of Saltworks and back to Matanek, the beating heart of Daybreak City, where Ghost is no longer present. This is the most populous district in Daybreak City, a neighborhood of all high-rise towers and apartment buildings, places of business and industry, busy streets brimming with pedestrians and streetcars and L trains. It's getting kind of late in the evening. We see the street lights flicker to life in defiance of the setting sun, and shadows extending over the city that, as they say, never sleeps. And we find ourselves... God.
Is it like the big breakthrough or something?
Sorry, I couldn't hold that one. I appreciate it. We find ourselves at a tall, high-rise building, the majority of which is commercial, with various businesses renting out spaces for offices and the like. But up at the top, on the 20th floor, is a luxurious bar and lounge called the First Movement, a place that you have to be in the know to know about. There's no signage on the building, no outward indication that it's there at all. It's never especially busy, as it requires an expensive membership to enter, even for those that are aware of its existence. But tonight, there are in fact no patrons at all visiting the First Movement, because the bar is closed for the night, being used instead for a meeting of its ownership. members of an organization whose name is whispered in secrecy and reverence, and perhaps even in fear throughout Daybreak City. An organization called the Symphony.
Oh, we were wrong.
That's a cool name. That's a cool name.
We move into the first movement, a smoky lounge with pool tables and fine furniture and even finer spirits behind the bar. We see several individuals assembled here, but most importantly, for our purposes, we find Cadence.
Find Tommy.
Find Walt Berry.
Elijah, would you please describe Cadence for us?
Yes, so Cadence is not based off of any cat. She is a person. She is a human female, short but tall by this group's standards so far. She wears, her clothes are tailored, they're clean, she is very put together. She's got red hair, blue eyes, her features are really, really sharp, but her frame is really, really thin. She looks small and kind of weak physically. But she sits there with an air of practiced confidence and almost a little nonchalance.
Yeah.
With her pistol in front of her.
Outstanding. As you are seated in the midst of your colleagues here in the space that the Symphony owns, seated to your right is Solomon Dimitri, the leader of the Symphony. He's a tiefling man, maybe in his early to mid-40s or so. Tall, extraordinarily handsome, sharp features and lean build. His skin is a deep, deep gray, almost black. Two horns that emerge from his hairline and curl back across his head over neatly manicured, short, wavy black hair. His eyes are solid crimson with no pupils or irises, which he has taken the care to match perfectly with a fine custom-tailored suit of the same crimson. Worn over a white button-down shirt and a black tie, a simple, not too gaudy gold tie clip, and a neatly folded silky white pocket square. He grabs his martini glass off the table in front of him and stands, at which the rest of the people in the room almost instinctively fall silent at once. And Solomon says, "Good evening, everyone. Before we talk business, I think a celebratory toast is in order. When the APSA goes into effect, we'll have secured a lucrative new revenue stream that will pay dividends for years to come. This marks the beginning of a money-making opportunity the likes of which we haven't seen in years. And it's thanks to all of you." And he kind of raises his martini glass. Across from you, you see one of your associates, Tommy Finnegan, raises his as well. Tommy's an orange-furred young tabaxi man, maybe in his 20s. Skinny, scrappy-looking, about 5'9". Bright green eyes, wearing a gray suit over a maroon vest, a matching pocket square, and a black fedora with slits cut through the rim for his ears. He's sitting with one leg over the other in his armchair and raises an old-fashioned up to toast. Solomon continues, "But there is still work to do. At this point, I believe we've all heard the rumors about the Rat Kings." At the mention of this name, the Rat Kings, another of your associates, Rooster Clayton, kind of scoffs. Rooster is a turtle man, big, broad build, stands about 6'2", probably weighs about 500 pounds, given his massive shell and huge build. He's wearing what must have been an unbelievably expensive custom-fit black trench coat that fits over his huge shell, a black fedora to match it all, and he just says, "Goddamn leeches," and then takes a drag on his cigarette. Solomon smiles, says, "I can't say as I disagree, but they may only be a thorn in our side a little while longer. Kaladin, what do you have for us?" He looks over towards your other associate, Kaladin Yarjaret. He is a green-scaled dragonborn man, perhaps in his late 30s. Thin and wiry build, pale green scales and bone-white horns that protrude backward around his head like a frill. Sharp, pale yellow eyes. He's dressed a little less ostentatiously than everyone else in this room. He's wearing a simple white button-down shirt with the sleeves rolled up, black trousers held up by suspenders. He kind of stubs his cigarette out in an ashtray on the bar table that he's standing next to, and says, "Well, it's pretty much what we thought. They're planning to make a move at the Gilded Parlor banquet. Rami Asher got the invitation, and it looks like he bit. They're plotting some sort of ambush. Not clear how many guys they've got, but it's significant." At this point, from over near the bar, Walt Flannery chimes in. He is a huge Minotaur man, close to about 7 feet tall, enormous muscular build, brown fur, long black bull horns. A little bit of white under his chin, dull orange eyes. He dressed like pretty much everyone else here, in a dark suit and fedora and a huge fat cigar between his bovine lips. He looks to Kaladin. He says, "How significant? What's their play?" And Kaladin says, "Well, there'll be a lot of high rollers in attendance. Hard to say exactly who the target is, or if they just want to make heads roll, but you can't rule out that they're after Solomon." To which Tommy Finnegan responds, "Hey, anyone comes after boss, I'll slice him ear to ear." Rooster goes, "Damn straight," and cracks his knuckles. Solomon grins, but kind of raises a hand and says, "Now, let's not forget, gentlemen, this was our idea. Whatever the Rat Kings are scheming, we can't be too reactive. We need to let them show their hand first, then we'll have the grounds we need to exterminate them. Who knows, we might even curry a little favor with the Silent Saints in the process." He kind of looks around the room, studying each person, and then lands on you, Cadence. Says, "Cadence, I want you on this." Tommy rolls his eyes a bit and says, "Come on, Solomon, I want a piece of that fat dragon fucker." Solomon goes, "I admire your enthusiasm, Tommy, but that's precisely why you're the wrong person for this particular job. We need to keep this discreet. Cadence, you will accompany me to the Gilded Parlor. Walt, Rooster, I want you on the outside when it all goes down. Handle the riffraff. However many rats come crawling up to the surface, I'm sure you can handle them. Kaladin, Tommy, I want you on reconnaissance. Don't need any surprises. And as for you, Rocky..." And we see the last of your associates here, who has said nothing at all yet. He looks to be tall, broad-shouldered, clean-shaved, bald human man, except that his flesh is made entirely from cracked gray stone. His eyes are two ever-burning red-hot coals. He's dressed in a clean-pressed white suit over a black button-down shirt and tie. It's unclear if he's an Earth Genasi or perhaps even a true Earth Elemental. The only thing widely agreed upon is that there is absolutely no way his name is actually Rocky. But Solomon nonetheless looks to Rocky and says, "You're with me in Cadence. Perhaps a little show of strength will get them rattled enough to make a mistake. At the Gilded Parlor, we wait till the Rat Kings make their move, and then we respond in kind. We mustn't be seen as instigating this, so be patient. When the time comes, Rami Asha is the priority. He goes down, they all go down. Understood?" He kind of looks across those everyone to make sure they understand the job here.
Understood. I'll leave some for you, Tommy.
Hey, yeah, just say me a thing, would you? The room begins to kind of settle into side conversations and small talk as Solomon says, "As you were, my friends." Walt heads over to one of the pool tables with Kaladin. Tommy looks at you and kind of tips his hat with the promise of a scale. Then he makes his way over to the bar and starts pouring himself another drink. Solomon, standing with his martini in his hand, says, "Cadence, a moment." And he kind of steps over towards this nearby window over here.
Yeah, I'll stand up and I'll grab my whiskey tumbler and follow him over.
Perfect. What's Cadence drinking? What's Cadence's drink of choice? Anything you want at this place, you own it.
The top shelf whiskey. Best whiskey I can
I'd
get.
say just straight whiskey. Love it.
Yeah, neat.
Perfect. Love it.
6 fingers.
Just full.
It's the whole
It's a pint of whiskey.
Like a pint glass of whiskey.
Yes, absolutely.
It's a business meeting. Everyone needs to relax.
1,000%. As you pick up your pint glass, as you pick up your pint glass of whiskey and meet Solomon by the window with his martini, he quietly, only to you, says, "You still haven't heard from Vanera, I take it?"
Not yet. I'll switch to Infernal.
Okay.
Not yet. I can reach out to Demaya, see what she knows. Sounds like we've got a good lead on Rami, but
Right.
well, she was smuggled out the Rat Kings now.
So I think the Rat Kings would be perhaps a good resource. Demaya certainly tap that resource. I'm beginning to grow concerned. It's not like Vanera to just disappear like this.
No, it certainly isn't. It's an insult, is what it is.
I agree. When this Rat King's business is over, I'd like to put you in charge of finding her. Do you think you can handle that? Are you up to the task?
Am I up to the task?
He smiles at you. He kind of clinks his martini glass on your whiskey tumbler. He's like, "That's what I thought. Oh, if only everyone was as talented as you." You kind of
We shouldn't rule out the Saints either. They may have taken her.
certainly couldn't hurt to check. Perhaps I have heard Don Vittorio is going to be in town before too long, so that might be worth prying.
Absolutely.
He kind of looks out the window for a minute, and for maybe 5-10 seconds, just kind of falls silent, looking out the window. Says, I feel that we're on the verge of something, Cadence. Some great change. This city, from a distance, I've always felt like it's like a living thing. Like one great organism, the way it moves and breathes. Like a thing that could be controlled if one is careful. Guided, orchestrated, to put it a little bit on the nose, and he kind of does a mock sort of like symphony orchestrator gesture. Do let me know when you find a lead on Venera.
Most definitely.
And he kind of smiles at you and steps off into the room, leaving you by the window by yourself. What do you think Cadence is thinking? What's on her mind? What's she feeling as she kind of stands in front of this window staring out at Daybreak City before you?
What a time to live in New York.
Well said.
Bada bing, bada boom.
As you stand before this window and say bada bing, bada boom, what a time to live in New York. I'm walking here. You just hear people on the street shouting all those things. You don't have to actually say them. But you see, what you do see out the window, a large, bright blue butterfly flutters past the window, and then another, and another. Translucent and glowing, dripping little motes of blue light off the tips of their wings. First a few, and then dozens.
Is anyone watching me right now?
You kind of turn around to look to the rest of the room, and no one seems to have eyes on you at the moment.
Okay, I'll hold a finger up to the window.
Yeah.
Just like trying to get it to land. I know there's a window there, but...
Yeah. No, one does stop and kind of plates its little butterfly legs on the window and kind of flaps for a few minutes. You watch, like, little raindrops of blue light and perfect spheres kind of fall off its wings for a few moments. But it only lingers for a moment before moving on like a bright-colored gust of wind and continuing off into the sunset. And we move now, once again, back to the Industrial Salt Works District. Go ahead, Seth.
It's gonna be me.
Rocky is not his birth name.
It's a family name.
Who can say? We move
Well
back
known.
to the Saltworks Industrial District of Daybreak City, past smokestacks belching out green-black plumes of ether emissions, past factories and power plants and construction sites, and find ourselves at a modest little building in the middle of a row of manufacturing companies. On the outside of the building, we see a sign hanging over a door with a painted wrench and cog, and the name Accessible Inventions painted upon it. Attached to the side of this building, we see a large garage with the door currently open to the street. And inside that garage, lining the walls, we see shelves and boxes and crates containing veritable museum of mechanical parts, fasteners and hoses and copper wires studded with ether transmission crystals, drums of oil and cans of grease, welders and ratchets and tools of every variety. And amidst all of this, we find Marble and his race car Scrap Heap. Luge, would you please describe Marble and describe Scrap Heap to us?
Yeah, so Marvel is 4'10". He is a tabaxi. He looks like if you combined a very small Siamese cat with a very fluffy Maine Coon. He's extremely, extremely fluffy. He has a nice tweed suit. There's a little patch on it, so you can kind of tell that it's been used. And he almost always just has a smear of grease on his face somewhere, right where he like pushes up his glasses, which make his eyes look ginormous because he is very, very blind. And on top of that, he has just a little like news cap.
Yeah. And do you want to tell us anything about Scrap Heap? What's it look like?
Yeah, if you look really close, you can know that Scrap Heap is just a hodgepodge of parts, very clearly scrap parts, but it's painted nice enough. The number 27 on it. It is a fairly state-of-the-art, in quotation marks, race car.
Yeah. As you're here working on your car, we see that the engine compartment is open, and within we see your power core, your signature custom-made device that really sets Scrap Heap apart from the competition. Would you like to describe what the power core looks like? Or as it's inside of your car, I suppose.
This one is kind of more just like a large tube. It's a smaller version that he actually wears on the back of his belt. But this one is more large, kind of hollow with a crystal on the inside that he doesn't really explain to really anyone how it really works. But it is able to convert both salt and crystal into energy.
Yeah. We watch as into a reservoir tank connected to the core, you begin to slowly pour in this greenish-white coarse powder, the power source for the core, your refined ether salt. To the casual observer, it would be easy to miss the significance of that, but this is what truly sets your power core apart. What makes it unique and powerful. It is fueled not by ether conversion crystals or tapping, but by pure refined ether salt, which your power core converts directly into propulsive force with incredible efficiency, very little ether emission or waste. This is what has earned you and your car your position as one of the greatest racers in the sport. And as you're finishing filling up the reserve with ether salt and moving on to the next step in your maintenance, there's a sound of wheels on gravel. As pulling up out in front of the garage, you see an automobile, freshly waxed and shiny, white paint, bits of gold accents on the door handles and the headlights. The car parks, and stepping out, you see your twin older brothers, Top and Yo-Yo.
Can you move down?
Top and Yo-Yo are identical twin brothers, both very tall, remarkably tall. 6'6"?
Whatever
Yeah.
height age.
That sounds about right. Very skinny guys, very lanky builds. They're both wearing white button-down shirts and brown trousers held up by suspenders. They have the appearance of Siamese cats, short-furred with big blue eyes. For you, it's pretty easy to tell them apart just based on subtle variations in their face shapes and fur coloring. Top has a little more brown around the center of his face. Yo-Yo's about a quarter-inch shorter than Top, a fact about which the two have argued for their entire lives. Little differences like that. But anyone outside of your family would be basically unable to tell them apart, were it not for the fact that Top is wearing a black bowler cap and a black bow tie, whereas Yo-Yo is wearing a reddish shade of brown for his bowler cap and bow tie. The two of them get out of their car laughing about some sort of wisecrack one or the other of them must have just made. They both kind of step into the garage to find you working. And Top goes, "Hey, Mabo, how's it coming along?"
It's coming along good.
Yo-Yo steps up as well and goes, "She gonna be ready in time for the race?"
Of course.
I'm just making sure, because word on the street is Sadie Fairfax has been investing quite a bit of money into her car these last few weeks. Like, big marks. Serious improvements.
She's got nothing on my engine.
Yeah, that's the spirit, little brother. Top goes, "I don't know where she came into the money for it. Sinclair must be really eyeing that prize payout. But regardless, she seems to be in business this time. I don't know, she ain't given you too much trouble in the past, but she races hard. You sure you're going to be ready for a ball?"
As ready as I can be.
All right, then. Well, in that case, why don't you take a break in a minute, and let's go get some coffee and lunch. We're starving.
It's probably the time that he probably knows he hasn't eaten all day.
That sounds about right. The three of you head out to the company car, closing up the garage behind you.
Company car.
As you close the garage behind you, we see that painted on the garage door in bold orange is a logo that says Pee Wee Shooters, sponsored by Hudson Salvage Company. And you and your brothers head out to get some food. We cut forward a little later in that evening. You and your brothers have shared a nice meal and some coffee, and then you return to your day's work, making sure that everything's perfectly in order for the Verstappen Cup tomorrow. Your brothers, meanwhile, are inside making some last-minute preparations of their own, finalizing sponsorship contracts, writing marketing material, and the like. But we find you walking through the streets of Saltworks on the way back to your workshop after making a run for some kind of last-minute supplies. Let's see here. Move us to where we want to be. Yep. The sun is setting, kind of partially blocked out by the green-black ether emission smog that hovers over much of the district. There's a smell of ozone and sulfur on the air that most people find kind of unpleasant, but to you it probably smells like home and work and innovation. And as you're walking down the street with a big box of supplies in hand, there's a shout from behind you. "Hey, Pendleton!" And you turn to see Sadie Fairfax walking across the street towards you. Sadie is a tiefling woman, maybe in her mid-20s or so. She is light blue-skinned with long, messy, darker blue hair that falls down to around her shoulders. Solid reddish-orange eyes with no pupils or irises. Big tan ram horns that curl up from her forehead and around to the back of her head. Dressed in a brown fur-lined leather jacket, a pair of driving goggles push up to her forehead. She makes her way across the street towards you with a smile, kind of exposing her fiendish fangs a little bit. Says, "Hey, you ready for tomorrow?"
Yeah. Are you?
Oh, am I ready? Let's just say I hope you bring it all you got this time, Pendleton. I've been putting some real work in on Sapphire. Think you might even be jealous.
Me too.
Well, I suppose there's no use in measuring dicks too long. Let's just leave it all on the race course, yeah?
Yeah. I'm excited.
She smiles at you and says, "Hey, seriously though, just wanted to wish you good luck. Let's have a good race tomorrow, yeah?"
Yeah.
She kind of reaches and gives you like a very
I'll
sportsmanly handshake.
Set down the stuff I'm carrying and give her like a proper handshake.
Yeah, she gives you a very sportsmanly handshake, and we cut a little bit ahead to the following day at the Albin Island Motor Speedway, where you are lined up in scrap heap against 24 other racers for the Verstappen Cup, the most hotly anticipated, highest stakes race of the summer.
I've been anticipating this since the start of this conception of this campaign.
I know you have, bud. You too.
You don't roll.
A crowd of thousands have gathered in the stands for the spectacle, amongst them your brothers and your parents. Everyone cheering and hollering as an announcer shouts out the accolades of the cars and the racers with the assistance of a giant thaumaturgy megaphone. A few cars away from you, you see Sadie Fairfax in her race car. Go ahead, Rich.
Also, if Bones is unemployed, he could be my pit crew. Like, legitimately.
We haven't talked about it yet, but I assume that Bone shows up and says, "Hey, can I have a job?"
100%
Probably so.
Thank you, his workshop.
I assume we'll get to that shortly. Yeah.
Absolutely. A few cars away from you, you see Sadie Fairfax in her race car Sapphire. Even at a cursory distance, you can see that, as promised, she has made some improvements and modifications since the last time that you raced her.
Yeah.
She nods at you with a bit of a wink and pulls her goggles down over her eyes.
Yes. I'll give her a big smile and give her a nice big thumbs up.
Yep. You can see an official approaches the starting line with a big flag in one hand and a pistol in the other. The race is moments away from beginning. What do you think is going through Marble's mind as he sort of is, 10 to 20 seconds from starting this race?
His mind is quickly going through all the checklists of making sure that he did everything properly for his car, making sure that he warms up his car, his engine, the exact amount it needs to be, running his mind through all the terms that he knows that this racetrack has. He's in the zone.
Absolutely. And as you run through your kind of mental checklist, make sure you're completely where you need to be. The official drops the flag and simultaneously fires a pistol with his other hand, and you and the rest of the racers take off as the race begins. Please give me a land vehicles check. Use int or dex or wisdom, whatever you'd rather use.
Did you know we did that? Do I get a bonus from my vehicle's lore?
You have vehicle lore or just proficiency?
I have land vehicle tools and lore in vehicle.
Then yes, you add your lore bonus to this roll.
Did you really spin it?
I legitimately rolled a natural one.
Incredible.
Oh no!
It's
Oh
less.
no!
It's less that you do poorly and more that Sadie gets out to a early lead and a strong start that you are kind of struggling to keep up with her. Sadie has always been kind of a middle of the pack racer who punches way above her weight class. She's a very, very good racer who has just never been able to afford a very good car. So she shows up today with a very, tricked out car, and all of a sudden she takes a lead and is hard to catch up with. It's very clear a few, maybe 100 laps in or so, that she has the upper hand. You start, as you are furiously driving your car to just keep up with Sadie and try to get caught up to her, let alone ahead. you start to get some kind of troubling indications on your instruments. You are driving Scrap Heap really hard to keep up with Sadie, harder than you ever had to push it before. The temperature is getting alarmingly high in the engine compartment. You can smell hot metal and ozone wafting around you. You've got plenty of ether salt, but you're burning through it a lot faster and less efficiently than you'd like to be. There's kind of a greenish-black smoke creeping up from underneath the cover of your engine compartment. You find yourself doing some mental arithmetic, trying to size up how long you can keep running Scrap Heap this hard before you cause damage, and you don't love the answers that you keep coming up with. Give me another check, one more vehicles check.
I'm gonna do it a few times. That'll be a 24.
Incredible. As we move into the final laps of this race, the two of you and Sadie, far outpacing pretty much anybody else, are neck and neck. It's truly anyone's race. But Sadie is just starting. Go ahead, Mitch.
Oh no, I have my big finish.
Got it. Okay, perfect. Sadie is just beginning to nose ahead of you, and you see the finish line coming on this last lap, and you... If you wish to ensure that you are going to win this race, you're going to have to do something drastic.
Yeah.
What do you do?
So underneath the pedal, I have like a safety mechanism that makes sure that I don't put too much fuel into the engine at once. I will reach down and pull it out, and I will just flood the engine with fuel to try to get this last bit over the finish line.
You open this safety valve and just absolutely flood your power core with ether salt. There is a dramatic boom of arcane force. You feel your body jerked backward into your seat, pressed behind you as Scrap Heap screams forward. You feel the car begin to wobble as your wheels are not equipped to endure this high of a speed. They start to shake. With the finish line in sight, edging ahead of Sadie, there's a terrible screech of metal as the entire cover of your engine compartment shears up and then goes flying over your head behind you. Fire erupts from your engine to gasps and cries from the audience. Finally, one of your rear wheels can take no more abuse, and it goes flying off of the car. There is a terrible thud of the car's frame crashing into the pavement, and horrible high-pitched screaming and sparking of metal as your car skids through the finish line, about a half of a car length ahead of Sadie Fairfax.
And as my car screeches to a stop, I will unbuckle myself because safety first. And then I will stand up and I will just throw my arms in the air in victory.
With Scrap Heap finally coming to a rest just past the finish line, you leap out of the car, throwing your hands up, screaming victory. And then I think because you're Marble, also immediately springing into action, putting out fires and limiting any further damage as you can. Meanwhile, the rest of the racers kind of zip past you. They're all rapists.
You didn't have to go down.
Sadie finishes in a close second. The rest of the pack a few car lengths behind. Sadie screeches to a halt and kind of jumps out of her car and comes running over to make sure you're all right. Likewise, your brothers hop the fence onto the racetrack to run out and check on you, leaping over the fence. But despite everyone's concern, you are remarkably unharmed physically, having narrowly avoided what could have been your catastrophic demise. Scrap Heap, however, has earned her namesake. The damage is extensive. The amount of money it's going to take to repair her almost makes your head swim to consider.
Yeah, I'm assuming the engine is either completely melted or fallen out of the car at this point.
Yep, the whole entire bottom of the engine compartment is just melted out. But your power core itself, mercifully, is unharmed, still faintly glowing and humming with power amidst the wreckage, slowly cooling down from the incredible amount of magic that was just pumped through it. As you take a few minutes to assure Sadie and your brothers that you're all right, and to kind of assess the damage, start to do some kind of mental calculations of how much this is all going to cost. Sadie heads back to her car. Your brothers go back to the stands to let your parents know that you're all right, leaving you here by yourself.
Can I speak to Sadie real quick?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So, being the good sportsman I am, I'm gonna go up and shake her hand. And I'm like, I thought you had me on that third turn. Your handling's been getting good. Yeah, shakes head. Great.
You're not. You're talking about your car is. Thank you, Marvel. You're okay for real?
Yeah, he has a huge shitting story. He's so happy he won. He could tell that her car should have beat him.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see a look on her face that knows that she should have 2, but that, like, at the end of the day, and she says as much, she's like, this is one marble that I think he won because he wanted it more. Let's get that thing patched up pretty soon, and maybe next time.
Yeah, I'll like your hand up, give her a handshake, like next time.
Okay. And she'll give you a handshake as well. And after she walks away, as you are assessing the scrap heap that was formerly Scrap Heap, you're looking over the ruined car coming from over your shoulder. You watch a bright, vibrant, luminescent blue butterfly flutter past you and land on the wreckage, followed by another and another, until there's like 24 bright blue glowing butterflies alighted on the wreckage of Scrap
Do I
Heap.
recognize what these are?
You can make a nature check, arcana check, whichever you feel is more appropriate.
Probably Arcana, since they're like
Stands to
attracted
reason.
to my engine. Because I'm assuming that, like, what color is salt?
It's kind of like a blue-green.
Kind
So
of
they're not dissimilar. These are like a light sky blue, but it's not dissimilar, certainly.
17, unless Arcana type of either salt boosts it up.
Yeah, neither of those do. 17.
Sorry, 14. I lied to you just then.
Okay. Yeah, you don't know. You've never seen like a specific spell that does this, or like they don't seem to be like familiars, or if they are, there's 24 of them. They certainly don't seem like natural animals. They clearly look to you to be like magic of some sort, spirits maybe. But as you take a moment to even try to study them to figure that out, they all kind of flutter off and fly off. Once again, taking to the air, and flying. This time not very far at all. In fact, just flying over to the stands, where amongst the crowd of enthralled racegoers hollering and clamoring about the spectacle that they have just beheld, amongst these enthusiastic and eager race fans, we find, seated in the stands, Patches.
I thought you were going to be sitting with my family for a second.
I was like, oh shit.
My other brother.
And Patches, surrounded by standing, hollering, cheering race fans, is sitting with his head in his palms sobbing. Sochi, would you please describe Patches to us?
That reminds me so much of the movie Cars.
Stop.
Right now.
So just like when he put his tongue out and won the race. Oh my god. Oh no.
So Patches is a 4'8" tabaxi, kind of brown, black, and white fur, bright blue eyes, dressed up in nice clothes, and has a bright purple pocket square as well.
To understand why we find Patches in this state of emotional dismay, we have to go back a couple of months in time. We move backward in time and westward in Daybreak City to Albin Island,
What if it is time for Patches?
West.
located just to the southwest of the main Daybreak City metro. Albin Island is a comparatively quiet little borough, though certainly plenty lively in its own right, I should say. It is a place where the houses are a little further apart. There's a little more room for green space, parks and gardens and the like. A place where the streets are a little wider and the air is a little calmer. And it's here on Albin Island, amidst a relatively quiet little street in Little Caruxo, that we find a quaint little diner with red and white checkered awnings and a sign out front that says La Familia Cafe.
Did you say Nya? Or Ma?
La
Oh, I heard Nya.
La Familia. We see Patches approaching this little cafe, a small, quiet place in a kind of disadvantageous location. It doesn't seem like it does too much business. In fact, as you approach the door, the sign in the window is flipped to say closed. But you nonetheless let yourself in with a key that you have. There's a jingling of a little bell on the door as you enter. Inside, the place is mostly empty, with the exception of a few individuals. The first to greet you as you enter seated at one of these diner booths with a stack of papers and folders in front of her is Bessie Darkwater. She's a heavy-set mole woman, average height, but quite stout and homely. Gray fur that goes thin around the cheeks and snout, showing pink skin. Wavy brown hair pulled back into a bun, wearing a cream knit sweater. She smiles at you brightly as you step in, her chubby cheeks turning a little rosy. Says, "Hey there, Patches."
Remember that at all?
Oh, hey. Hiya, Toots. How's it going?
It's so funny you always call me Toots.
Yeah, I mean, I just picked it up from some old movie, you know. It's just so fitting for you.
Across the way, on one end of the room, you see your associate Porco Bianchi is sort of shaking his head at this interaction between you and Bessie. Porco is a pig man. He's about 6 feet tall, broad-shouldered, big pink ears that flop over about halfway up and then hang forward like a border collie's. Sharp brow line, wearing a fine gray suit with a bright pink pocket square. He has a cigarette hanging from his lips, which he takes a long drag from and then sort of shakes his head watching you and Bessie and exhales the smoke through his snout. Next to Porco, you also see your other associate, Basilico Romani. Basilico is a Wilden man, a plant person. Specifically... And it's here that I should apologize to anybody watching this that is Italian. Just cancel us. We deserve it.
Sorry, Otter.
Specifically, Basilico looks like, for the most part, just a human man with deep green skin made from plant-like material. Except that about halfway up his head, just where his nose and ears and eyes would start, his head instead just blooms into a giant bundle of basil leaves. Such that he essentially just looks like a giant basil bush growing out the top of half of a green plant man's head. He's short, about 5'7" or so, wearing a suit and bright pink pocket square, matching Porco's. Even after all these years later, you're not entirely clear on how or if Basilico sees. There's no eyes to speak of, but he nonetheless seems to regard your entrance. And as you're kind of flirting with Bessie, from the other side of the room, opposite of Porco and Bianchi, or Porco and Basilico, a voice says, "Betches, come over here and have a seat."
I'll walk over and instead of like sitting beside him at the booth, I pull up one of the chairs and I do the like spin it around backwards and sit with my arms like over the back of it. Yeah,
like a youth pastor.
Yeah,
love
it. Even though I'm incredibly too short for this, so my hands are like really
absolutely
up high, so I'm just
like peeking over the top of the chair. You sit in this insane way across from your boss, the leader of Santi Silenziosi here in Daybreak City, Fungo Cremini. Fungo, if you look at him only from the chest down, looks mostly like a very stout, round human man in maybe his late 40s to early 50s, white-skinned, about 5'6", wearing a very fine, custom-tailored pinstriped gray suit with a crimson pocket square, a fine golden watch. His head is almost a perfect cylinder protruding from his torso. There's no clear place where neck ends and head begins. He has a thin, stubbly mustache, a squat, wide nose, pale green eyes, no ears to be seen. The sides of his cylinder, that is his head, are just flat and featureless skin. And on the top of his head, beginning right around his forehead, there grows a wide mushroom cap, pale brownish red with big white lumps all over it. And he looks at you sitting backwards in the seat across from him. He strikes a match and lights a big cigar and then slides the cigar case across to you if you want one.
I'll take the cigar case and I'll take one of the matches and then I'll pull a candle out of my pocket and light that and set it on the table in front of me.
It's very romantic. That's what I like about you, Patches.
Yeah, I mean, I just like a good mood.
Oh my God. He leans forward, steepling his fingers.
Says, I have a job for you, Patches. A very important job. One that I'm hoping I can trust you with. Can I trust you, Patches?
You can always trust me, boss.
He nods.
Very soon, Patches, the APSA is going to pass. I've personally seen to that. And when it does, Santi Silenziosi is going to be in a very advantageous position. The people, they need their gadgets and their weapons, and when they can't get them at the corner store anymore, who are they going to come to? They come to us, Patches.
And you see that climbing up into Fungo's lap is a cat made completely out of tangled up pasta. Clearly some sort of familiar or spirit of some sort. Fungo begins gently petting him as he talks. Now, in order to leverage this advantageous position, Patches, we need cash. We need a lot of it. And that's where you come in. See, I've devised a pretty ingenious plan, if I do say so myself. We fix the Verstappen Cup. And he pauses for a second, seemingly waiting for you to be, impressed.
I mean, of all the ideas that you've had, I've never heard of one that is a good...
He smiles. He says, now, before we get too excited, this is a high-profile race, Patches, and there's going to be a great deal of money on the line. I'm entrusting you with a lot of responsibility. We need everything in order before my dear father's visit next spring. You can do this thing for me, right, Patches? I can trust you on this.
I can do it, the boss.
We move into a bit of a montage of the following week.
I would like to see Cadence and Patches back to back.
We see you at your house in Alban Island.
Is it a breadstick or something?
No, just a regular old house. At your table with a bunch of newspapers open on the table in front of you with the results of past races, researching the racers and their cars, formulating your plan. On a few of these newspapers, we see that you have circled a couple of names, Marble Pendleton and Sadie Fairfax. With all these newspapers laid out, we see you making a to-do list on a scrap piece of paper, jotting down notes numbered 1 through whatever on a fountain pen. Next, we see you briefly meeting with Bessie Darkwater. Oops. Moving on.
Colloquially known as Toots.
Properly known as Toots.
I'm gonna do a spit take and ruin all the equipment on this table any second now.
We see you meeting with Bessie Darkwater in her office, where she is seated behind a nice mahogany desk. You're flirting with her a little bit, and then she opens up the gang's safe and hands you over a big bunch of stacks of cash. You load this cash up into a briefcase and latch it closed, and then we see you cross off the first item on your to-do list. Withdraw gang money for investment. We then see you in the Saltworks district, approaching the workshop of Sadie Fairfax. Let's see here.
Draw the money.
We see you look at the next item on your to-do list, which says invest money in Sadie Fairfax. We see you speaking with Sadie, shaking hands with her, handing over the briefcase full of money. Her with kind of a confused and apprehensive look on her face at first, but a sparkle in her eyes when she opens the briefcase and sees just how much money you've given her. Next, we see you back once again in the office of Bessie Darkwater. You're once again flirting with her. She's giggling and smiling, but she looks a little bit apprehensive as you make a request of her. Thumbing her ledger with a bit of raised eyebrows, like she's not so sure about this. But she nonetheless caves, opens the gang safe again, bringing out more huge stacks of cash, which you once again load into the briefcase. And then you cross off the next item on your to-do list. Withdraw more gang money for bet. Next, we see you approaching the bookie at the Alban Island Motor Speedway, briefcase in hand. We see you approach the desk, slide across the briefcase full of cash, and place it all on a bet on Sadie Fairfax to win the Verstappen Cup. The bookie's eyebrows raise, seeing the amount of money that you just bet, but he happily slides it to himself and hands you your paperwork. And as you walk away, we see you pull out your to-do list and scratch off the next item. Place bet on Sadie Fairfax. Next, we see you returning, now for the third time, to Bessie Darkwater's office. Your to-do list in hand. She looks quite apprehensive, reluctant, like she's really not sure this is a good idea. She starts to reach for her ledger book, but you place your hand on hers and say something reassuring. She blushes and shrugs and once again opens up the safe. Pulling out yet more stacks of cash. We see a glimpse inside of the safe, and it is looking quite depleted. But eventually she slides the cash over to you. You load it up into yet another briefcase, and then you cross the next item off your to-do list. Withdraw more gang money for bribe. Finally, we see you back in the Saltworks district on the night before the Verstappen Cup. We see you walking through the street, briefcase of money in hand, approaching a modest little building with a garage attached to the side that says Pee Wee Shooters in bold orange on the garage door. And as you approach the building, we see you get out your to-do list one last time, looking through all the crossed-out items, and below them one final thing left to do. Bribe Marble Pendleton. And then we jump back to the present day, where we find you sobbing in the stands of the Albert Island Motor Speedway, as Marble Pendleton, having refused your bribe, has just defeated Sadie Fairfax in astonishing fashion.
Oh no.
We move...
Then back to the menacing face of Fungo Cremini.
We jump forward to the following day. You are, once again, seated across from Fungo Cremini in his corner booth at La Familia. The room is deafeningly silent and tense. You could hear a pin drop. Basilico and Porco are both seated and avoiding eye contact. Bessie's head is hanging low. Even Raviolis seems to be glaring at you.
Wes Anderson shit.
In his hands, Fungo is holding a to-do list written on wrinkled paper, with all of the items crossed off except for the last one. The paper trembles in his hands as he is shaking with anger. Finally, he crumps it up into a ball and yells, "You bribe the races first, Patches, not last! Fuck's sake, first!" And he throws the to-do list at you.
I let it just hit me and I'm like, I'm so sorry, boss.
Do you understand what you've done to me, Patches? Do you understand how fucked we are? When my father hears about this, oh God, when my father hears about this. And he kind of buries his head in his hands and rubs his temples. And then slowly kind of inhales and exhales for a bit. Composes himself. Strikes a match and lights a cigar. Doesn't offer you one this time. Don Vittorio will be visiting in the spring. And when he does, you're going to explain to him what happened to our money. And you better fucking hope he's feeling merciful, Patches. You better fucking hope! Now get out of my sight!
Yes, boss. Whatever you say.
As you stand and slowly walk out of La Familia, Raviolis hisses at you. And you walk out onto the street. And from there, you begin a slow walk home. Dreading what is a number of months away, your inevitable meeting with Don Vittorio Cremini, father of Fungo Cremini, a name that is uttered only in fear and respect and trepidation amongst your compatriots. As you are making your way home, walking along the sidewalk of Alban Island towards your home, you feel a little breeze of wind, and from somewhere behind you, out of nowhere, a dozen or two bright blue butterflies fly past you. Translucent and bright and dripping strange little beads of blue light from their wings. They swirl around you for a few moments before continuing on their way, flying off towards the sunset.
Do I recognize the metal?
You can roll me nature or arcana, whatever you feel like is better here.
I'll do Arcana, and
All
also, I don't know if it matters, but the background I picked was Fey Lost.
Okay, good to know.
Fey.
Yeah, if this is Fey nonsense.
12.
12. That's a reasonable guess. It could be some sort of spirit from the Feywild is one name for it. The plane of Vid, the plane of life. Yeah, reasonable guess. You're not super sure, but it seems like a reasonable guess that there's some sort of spirits from the plane of Vid. Go ahead, Lush.
Mike and what you think talking the scene.
That is the end of our scene.
I didn't want to interrupt you on a go, but I do have Identify, and I was wondering if I could have cast Identify on these things.
It takes a minute, right?
Identify takes...
I'm thinking of it as a ritual.
It's 10 minutes you can get through.
No, it's a minute. Flat cast is still a minute.
You have
Is
to
it
touch
minute?
it for that.
Never mind. Could I cast Detect Magic then?
Yeah, you can cast Detect Magic. You're getting a faint glow of conjuration and divination. Yeah, conjuration and divination. hard to say what that means. We'll take a quick little break here. Maybe in editing we'll edit out this break, maybe not, audience. So good luck. Welcome back, everybody. We move now across Daybreak City, kind of back to Saltworks, to the Hudson Salvage Company. To the present day.
It's me.
It is the 20th of Sprouts, 1904. A bright mid-spring day, unseasonably warm, blue skies, not a cloud to be seen. And we find Bones and Marble together at the Hudson Salvage Company scrapyard, amidst big piles of mostly worthless trash. You two come here from time to time in search of bits and pieces for your various tinkering projects. In fact, it's where you first met. Today is the day of the Sinclair Cup, the most hotly anticipated auto race in years, due to the fact that tomorrow, the Arcanotech Public Safety Act, aka the APSA, goes into effect. A recently passed Daybreak City law that bans the use of high-capacity ether transmission for private use, reserving most high-end Arcanotech only for military and government purposes. This includes the technology behind high-performance race cars, which makes today's race the last legal race in Daybreak City. You guys are planning on attending this race, but it doesn't start for a few hours, so I think in the interim you've met up here at the scrapyard to do a little bit of scavenging, see if you can find any diamonds in the rough. And I leave it to you guys if you want to chit-chat, connect. Oh, before I go on, I forgot to do inspirations at the top. We'll do them now. Inspirations go to Feck and Drake, without whom this stream would absolutely not be possible. They made this beautiful Talking Heads UI. They did an incredible amount of work to make this stream happen.
Thank you guys. Thank you very much.
And please queue up when you're clapping.
Sorry.
This feels difficult.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
All right.
Quite incredible.
Important question. How long after his speeding fired is this? And how long after the race is this?
Yeah, how long ago was that fired?
You were fired, I'll leave it to you. Oh, actually, you know what? I think I did write this down somewhere. Let me double check that fact. I should get this right.
Steve doesn't even have his notes.
Here we are. We're looking at notes again. We're back in the swing, baby. Spirit and Salt timeline. Today is the 20th of Sprouts, which is, I think, like April. You were fired from your job on 13th of Sprouts, so 7 days ago.
Oh, that's recent. Okay.
Yes.
And how long ago was my race?
Your race, I think, was longer, like maybe 6 months ago or something. Let's see here.
So this is March.
Yes, this is the previous fall is when your race was.
Okay.
About maybe 6 months ago.
Sorry. Do we have rights to say April?
Oh, we can say
I don't think we can say April. I think the Gregorian calendar
now
is copyrighted.
You owe the government money now if you said April.
Edit that out.
Up to you guys what you're here looking for specifically, but I will tell you, Bones, you are in need of high-capacity ether conversion crystals to make yourself a new radio. And Marble, you need a few different parts to rebuild your car's engine. A salt diffuser, an impeller, an Euler turbine, several other parts. Essentially, your power core is still working, but your car's engine was of your own design, specifically crafted to interface with your power core. So while you have the power core itself, you need some really niche, specific specialty parts to rebuild the rest of the engine.
I'll probably go ahead and get the detect magic out and try to find
Find anything
useful
noticeable?
pieces, especially if it's for his crystal.
Yeah, give me, let's do a luck check to begin with.
8.
8. Okay. Walking around Detect Magic, you...
I have a little device out that has a little antenna. It's like a Geiger meter?
Yeah, Geiger.
Geiger meter?
Looking for traces of arcane activity. You walk through these trash heaps, finding mostly nothing. At one point, you do get a ping on some magic. It would be conjuration magic. And kind of excitedly, you dig through some trash, and underneath it all, you find just a little wire, like a copper wire, that is studded with little glass spheres, no bigger than like a pea. These are ether transmission crystals, and it's copper for a dozen of them, so pretty worthless. Not nothing, but kind of worthless, with just a little bit of residual ether left in them.
Sigh exasperatedly.
Exasperatedly.
Is that a word?
Yeah.
Said it.
It would be a true diamond in the rough thing to find what Bones need, because what Bones needs is a especially high capacity multi-function storage conversion ether crystal, which is 200 marks or something like that. Someone would have to have thrown away accidentally, not knowing what they had.
That's
Something
not
very
something that can
valuable.
easily be made.
Could potentially, you would need a jeweler or an artifact. You could make them potentially.
And the
which
raw
cost-
materials.
Yeah, which cost a lot of money.
I also assume that even if we were to find one here, you have to pay to take stuff.
Oh, yeah.
True, but Hudson famously charges by the pound. So he's giving you a pretty generous a diamond in the rough
He's
policy.
also my sponsor for my race car, even though
Also
technically
true.
I don't have a race car right now.
That's okay. How are things at the shop?
They're good.
Yeah? Are you, you're looking for help? It's okay if you're not. I'm in the market for work.
Shut up! You can use my workshop if you want to.
Thank you. It's not, how do I put this? I need employment. I don't know if you're in a position to pay for work. You've been a good friend. I don't want to make this weird. It's fine if you just don't have a job.
I've known Bones for a while. Can he craft?
Oh, tremendously well. Yeah, he's very skilled.
Just kind of nods at you enthusiastically.
Yeah, I would...
We'll have to talk to the twins.
Okay, yeah, I would appreciate it. There's no pressure, but, I am between jobs. I have 2 marks to my name, and I ate a sandwich out of the trash can this morning.
Me too. Well,
Oh, no.
Marks.
Mark. Oh, the
But
marks.
not
Yeah. Well,
trash.
I've been doing a little bit by finding things that are very light and very valuable here and just pawning them. But I think we've picked this junkyard nearly clean by this point.
Yeah, we
have. We have searched almost all of it. It is getting late, and I don't think we're going to find what I need. Did you have any luck?
No.
Yeah. No, I didn't find
Do
mine
you
either.
need to... Shut up. Do you need a place to live?
I could use a couch to crash on, or even a garage. The back seat of a car.
If you don't mind,
They're fine. They can be a bit much, but they're fine.
I'll talk.
Okay, I appreciate it. It is better than a bench.
As it occurs to you, Marble, that you kind of picked this place pretty dry.
Oh yeah, we've been picking this place dry for literally a decade.
Yeah, and
Stealing before we were actually buying stuff.
Right. And your arrangement with Rust Hudson, the owner of this place, was a little bit easier when he was your sponsor in racing. But as you are well aware, racing becomes illegal tomorrow, and he has pretty much said, I love you, man, you've been great to me, but you can't race anymore, and also you don't have a race car anymore. I can't keep sponsoring you. So you've kind of lost your sponsorship now.
I assume that the money we won from that race was enough to pay him fairly well, and then get enough to get my car
not functional
somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to towed back to your shop where it currently exists, but
and maybe basic pieces.
Yes.
Scrappy.
But it occurs to you as you think about
Scrappy.
the weird variety and nicheness of the parts that you need, the fact that it's really technical stuff, and the fact that he needs high capacity crystals. The person to talk to about this might be Sergei Leone.
Yeah. Maybe we can talk to Sergei.
Oh, I would like to do that. I would have liked to do it when I had a little more Sway, I guess. I would like to talk to him.
I don't want to pry, but he's from.
Yeah, he was. He was from home. I didn't know him very well. It's not like we were close. I had heard his name. His name went around in circles. He was known for being brilliant. He did some interesting things. In fact, I could talk to him about work, perhaps. He might be interested in what I've done.
You could help me with repairs?
Absolutely, I certainly could. And I was going to ask you, things are going to change. This new act, I think they're... I understand their reasoning. I think perhaps their heads and their hearts are misaligned. I don't think they're going to get much by putting power out of the hands of the people. It's going
Kind of like he makes he crunches his face up.
Yeah, it seems short-sighted. I don't know what to make of it, but I don't think that I like it. I don't think I like anything that suddenly puts so many people out of work. But I guess we adapt, we move on, we grow. If you know what you're going to do.
It makes a lot of just various facial expressions, and then just no.
Yeah.
Maybe do it anyways.
Yeah. No, that's good. That's good.
People need all of this.
Yeah. Yes, of course I do. The world is changing. It is growing. Tomorrow's a new day. I'm sure you'll find some new way to put all of... You're smart. You're smart, you're brilliant. You'll find something to do with that.
You too.
Oh, I know. I know I will. I'm very smart. I will make do.
On that, we move.
It is so. I committed to this. I'm gonna commit to it.
You got a lot of sessions in front of you, but you're doing great. It sounds very.
Thanks.
It sounds great.
100 hours to go.
Woo-hoo!
We move across town to somewhere on Albin Island, where we find a couple people far from home.
Is it Bones?
It's not
Oh.
Patches.
Is this a lie?
It's not Betty or Bessie Darkwater.
Oh, Bones. Ghost. I said Bones, but I meant Ghost.
I'm in all the scenes from now on.
He's
Yeah, he's in everything.
Yeah, I'm in every scene.
He's the main character.
Everybody's got bones.
I've heard that only 40% of people have bones.
Actually, I don't think Ghost has bones in it.
He has an exoskeleton.
He has bones on.
He
That's
has
kind
bones
of
out
like
of him,
bones.
yeah.
So
You
he
have-
has bones.
He has bones.
Seth, go ahead.
His
I'm
own?
about to come to you here as well. We move across town to Albin Island, where we find Morisco and Bas walking together along a sidewalk in some residential area. The two of you have been in the city for about a week, maybe a little bit less, both having come here for your own reasons, but having found some common ground, both being travelers from far-off lands in an unfamiliar place. So you've decided to stick together for a little while. You are both in search of specific people, but trying to find them in Daybreak City, with its urban sprawl and its population of 1.7 million, has so far proved totally fruitless. However, one thing that you have picked up on in your time here so far is that all the buzz in the whole city seems to be about this upcoming race, the Sinclair Cup. Which rings a little bit of a bell to you anyway, boss. So you've decided to attend this race, both just for the spectacle of it, and in hopes that you might find the people that you're looking for there. So we find the two of you walking through the streets of Albin Island on your way to the Albin Island Motor Speedway. And you guys can just chit-chat as you're walking if you like.
As I've said, Mar, the last 3 days, those meals were the best I've ever had. Phenomenal. Better than anything I've had home.
I'm glad you've been liking them. I mean, it's the least I can do. You've been letting me stay with you. I don't have a ton of cash on me.
No, but I appreciate the company after the last few weeks. Very, very much appreciated, friend.
There's no problem.
As far as our time here, what is your trajectory? Where are you heading?
I'm still looking for that author. I'm not sure if he's here or not. Haven't found much success. We'll keep digging. I mean, I don't even know what the guy looks like.
I also have, as you know, a lot of questions as to where I'm heading, but if you would have me, I will accompany you until you can find yours. If you will help me find mine.
Sure, I will do my best.
As for now, do you know where we should begin? I know that we have this race tomorrow, and I need to find my master, Fielord, but if you have somewhere we can begin tonight, I'd be happy to help and accompany you.
It is the last race for ever, I suppose.
I'd have never indulged, I don't know.
It's pretty popular among most of the people, if I'm hearing correctly, so anybody who's anybody will probably be there. Might be a good place to start, or at least ask.
Amongst the sea of bodies?
I mean, it's going to be a sea of bodies regardless where we go. But at least, like, if the person you're looking for has money, probably, I mean, more likely than not, it's the last one.
Question about Grim.
Yeah.
So when we had that conversation, it was very brief, and Boss was very stuck inside his tome, and wasn't really paying much attention outside of study.
Yeah.
At the moment, now he does have this urgency to find Grim, but does he have any idea as to what Grim's incentive as to why? I know he was going to talk to Sinclair, but does he have an incentive specifically that he knows to pursue to look for him?
The sense you got was that he had read this account about a demonic possession that he thought was really interesting, which got him down kind of a rabbit hole about possession and the necromantic implications of that, and he wanted to talk to an expert on souls, an expert on religion. Right. And he had a colleague formerly that he went to school with named Olga Sinclair who lived here, so he came to kind of ask her about it. You never got a specific sense of what he was trying to get out of it other than just sating his curiosity, which, is very much Fillard. He would do something just to sate your curiosity. But
does Boss have any inclination as to where Sinclair could be found?
You would not know on your own, but go ahead and roll me whatever check you want to do to kind of ask around about it over the next day or two while you're here. This could be perception, persuasion, investigation. Okay.
14.
14, okay. And then you can do the same check if you wish to. Mariska, looking for Rawl? Or...
Yeah, I'll do persuasion.
Okay.
I'll ask her.
I can kind of be just looking for both of your people. That's kind of a group effort since you're working together.
Let's see. Proficiency's +2 right now?
Yes.
So it's 3, 16, 18.
18, okay. We'll start with Raul Nikosi. On an 18, you might run into another person who has heard of Raul Nikosi, who has read a cookbook of his or whatever, especially guys who you go asking around at restaurants and places like that. You find people that have heard of him, but no one that knows where he is or even where he lives. You get the sense that probably Raul does not live in Daybreak City, or people would know that fact around here. He's apparently not from around here, but you don't get anyone who's like, oh yeah, he lives in X place, or here's his address or anything like that. On an 18, looking for Olga Sinclair, much more information. Olga Sinclair is the owner and operator of Sinclair Media, which is a huge media company here in Daybreak City. They put out the biggest newspaper in Daybreak City on a regular basis. They are the sponsor of the upcoming Sinclair Cup. This race that is happening is named for Sinclair Media. A huge media mogul. On an 18, you ask everybody around who Olga Sinclair is, and you get 3 or 4 people that are like, yeah, Sinclair Media, bigwig, super rich, runs this company. Nobody is like, oh yeah, the theologian who writes books about religion. That nobody seems to know her for that, on an 18 anyway. But you get a lead on her, you find out she's the CEO of fucking CNN or something. Right. So it's no one is like, yeah, she lives here, you can go knock on her door. But you know who she is now at least. And it stands to reason if you go to the Sinclair Cup, the race that she is hosting. She may be there, or might be able to find someone there who can get you in touch.
She's the host of the Sinclair Cup, so she might just be there. If she's the host, it makes sense she would,
Oh, of course, yeah. I was hoping to maybe find her offices. I need to find Grim as soon as possible. But if not prior to that, we can attend the cup and hopefully Philord will be there.
Yep. So with that, you guys kind of make your way towards the Sinclair Cup, being sort of your only real lead that you have to go on. And we jump one more time here over to as Morisco and Boss, as you guys are walking down this very street, as a matter of fact, a quiet little residential street in Little Caruxo, we actually leave the two of you moving from the street into the window of one of the houses that you walk past, into the home of Patches.
Ghost.
What else is in there?
Who's Scraps? Sorry. Make sure you queue up when you talk, guys.
Thank you.
Who's that little boy?
Is in there?
All right. We're stopping this campaign.
Inside this house, seated on some lovely little couches and armchairs arranged around a cozy living room, we find Ghost with Specs nearby, Patches, and also one other individual, Scraps. Scraps is a little tabaxi lad, maybe 10 or 11 years old. He looks like a tabby cat, orange fur with white streaks and big green eyes. He's skinny and short, well-dressed, wearing a white button-down shirt and a brown vest and a deep crimson bow tie, a brown little newsy cap. He's looking at you, Ghost. He says, "So you don't really sleep? Like, not at all?"
No, not at all. I do still have to rest a little bit. Muscles get tired, you know.
But you don't, like, close your eyes and sleep?
No, not at all.
That's crazy.
Honestly, it's, yes, I can't imagine spending so much of your life sleeping.
Hey, have you been over to Little Lamps yet?
I've been over to where?
Little Lamps. It's like, it's a whole neighborhood of, Bright Green, bug people.
Really? I hadn't heard of that.
Yeah, it's a cool neighborhood. They've got, they keep it lit, like, all day and all night.
It is late.
I will certainly have to go visit then. Have you seen, are there a lot of Three Green here?
I don't know what you mean by a lot. I mean, I see them from time to time. They're not super rare or anything, or nothing. What do you ever see Threat Green around, Patches?
I mean, not around here. But when I go into the city, I sometimes see him. And when I'm working sometimes.
Sorry, I forgot to do the accent. He deliberately practices it. Scraps does.
Okay. Can we kidnap him?
You'll get there soon.
I will get there soon. Okay, I think I can get it. I'll get to there soon.
Alright, Scraps, so why don't you run off and work on that a little bit?
Yeah, I gotta go to baseball practice with some of the girls down the street anyway. Someday I'm gonna play for the Kings. He looks at you, Ghost. I'll be the best home run hitter this side the city's ever seen, and my name ain't Scraps Finnegan. And he kind of points at his chest with his thumb. And he gets up and
practice Scraps.
he goes and grabs a little baseball bat and a baseball and a mitt out of the corner and scampers out the front door.
I'm not ready for this kid to die.
I think we should kidnap him.
He's
now.
got 3 episode stops.
No. Could live forever.
Patches and Ghost, you guys have plans to attend the Sinclair Cup today. If there's any chit chat you want to have before you guys take off, you're welcome to.
I don't have anything.
All right.
I don't think I have anything. Ghost will go and or actually he will. So Patches, does this race have any sort of dress code? I don't have many clothes, but I want to dress appropriately.
Not that I know of. I mean, it's a big event, so I'm obviously gonna dress nicer, but there's no reason to.
Well, you always dress nice.
I appreciate it. I mean, my boss pays me well, so got to look good.
You're still on payroll?
Saved 12 people from a fire, fired. Lose a shitload of money, still on board.
Hey, I'm a part of the family.
Forget it.
That's bureaucracy.
Nepotism seems to get you far up here.
You should have tried it sometime.
I don't know how much that's something that you can really try.
I mean, it worked for me, so.
It does seem to be working quite well.
Still
Ghost is going to go and take take up some beads and like attach them to the ends of his antenna to dress himself up a little bit.
Hell yeah.
Aw.
That's super cool.
That's cute.
You guys get all dressed up in your Sunday best and make your way. Sorry, your Tens Day best. And make your way out to the street and begin walking your way towards the Albin Island Motor Speedway. We cut now to the Albin Island Motor Speedway.
Question.
Yes.
Can I put bets on this race?
Yeah, if you want to.
Because I feel like I have the most insider knowledge out of anyone.
Yeah.
I mean, I only have 2 silvers to my name.
I was going to say, I'll jump in during this. Yes, we certainly could bet, but we have 2 marks each to put on this. I don't know what the highest possible return is.
2.
2, yes, we.
I could put 1.
You could put 1 mark. I could put 2 marks, and if we were very lucky, perhaps we would get 4 marks back. That's enough for.
Better than nothing.
It is better than nothing.
Case, go ahead.
Do I know if this race is rigged?
Give me
God damn.
outstanding question.
Sorry, thank you for that.
Question.
Give me a history check and add if you're like crime lore if you've got it.
Okay.
Investigation's also fine here if you, that's better for
That's
you.
even better. 17.
17, not to your knowledge. The symphony certainly doesn't have any involvement in it. On a 17, I think you would be surprised if this one had. Like, you think if someone was rigging this, you would know.
Yeah.
Especially because of it being a Sinclair race. You're aware that she has, like, some ties to that sort of nefarious underworld. Right. So, like, if it was happening, you'd probably know about it.
Okay, that's it. I won't intervene then.
And while I'm with you, Cadence, I'll come back to you in just a second, Patches, but while I'm with you, you were the first to arrive at the Motor Speedway, arriving actually earlier in the morning, a little earlier than everyone else, to meet with one of your associates, Demire Reverie. As the crowd is just beginning to form in the early morning hours, you spot Demaya seated up in one of the top rows. She is a tiefling woman, kind of short, skinny build, light purple skin with shoulder-length black hair and ram horns that curl behind her head. Currently dressed with black vest over a white button-down shirt, black coat over all of that, black fingerless gloves, a fedora with holes cut out for the horns, orange eyes with no pupils or irises. And as you kind of make your way to the top row of the stands and sit down next to her, she says, "Lovely morning for a race."
Indeed it is.
I've got a lead for you on your missing sleepwalker. Apparently someone with the Rat Kings saw her on the night she went missing. I couldn't find many specifics, but apparently they saw her in Blackbrick, not long after the exchange, only a number of hours after the exchange. Headed into the Holy Order, a Nuvolarian church. Looked like she was injured. Apparently there was quite a lot of blood.
She was alone?
That's what I heard. Don't have much more, I'm afraid. It was hopefully enough to work with. Sounds like you could take it up with the Rat Kings or the church if you want more information than that.
Yeah, of course. Thank you. That's a great lead.
Hey, of course. On the subject of the Rat Kings and leads, I heard there's been some movement about the Gilded Parlor banquet tomorrow. Any truth to that you're aware of?
There is. We're handling it.
She's kind of smiles. One of her tiefling fangs kind of appears over her lip. Oh, good to know. As long as somebody's handling it.
Yeah, they've had it too good for too long. It was about time for them to fuck up.
Yeah, it was only a matter of time. I think that if anyone can handle it, it's you, Cadence. And she kind of stands up and straightens her coat a little bit. That's all right. Enjoy the race, Amato.
Yeah, to you as well.
And she kind of gets down and walks down the stands and puts her hands in her pockets and kind of walks off. And we move just a little bit forward in time to everybody else, the rest of our party here arriving at the Albin Island Motor Speedway, and those people may be placing bets.
So she has something first.
Go ahead, Sochi. Sorry, I forgot about you.
Sorry,
Let's go ahead.
I was gonna ask how. I don't know if you mentioned how long in between the last race and this race is it?
It's been about 6 months.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Has the big man arrived?
Don
Has it all
Vittorio.
happened or no?
Yes, you have not met Don Vittorio yet. He just arrived yesterday, and he is, hasn't had time to meet with you yet. He's been meeting with Fungo and stuff.
Yeah.
You are supposed to meet with him not tomorrow night, but the night after. You have like a rendezvous at La Familia to meet with Don Vittorio.
Am I still like allowed in there?
Yeah,
like after it settled down.
That day, Fungo was very angry at you and probably didn't want you to be anywhere in his sight for a few days.
Kind of like a family's family.
Yeah, he cooled off, and mostly like you're a valuable asset. He kind of has been making you work your ass off to kind of try to recoup some of this cash. It's still it's not a great situation, but with the APSA, the situation is this new law is going into effect that makes it so that it's illegal to buy high-tech Arcanotech, which means it's illegal now, which means the gangs are going to make a shitload of money selling it. And chief among them, Santi Silenziosi, a smuggling guild, is going to make a shitload of money smuggling Arcanotech. So when Fungo set this whole scheme up, his hope was get a shitload of cash influx so we can buy a bunch of this stuff and sell it at a profit. And instead, what's ended up happening is they have no cash to buy all of this Arcanotech and resell it. So they're still like in a fairly advantageous position, but not the one they wanted to be in.
Okay.
They would have been better off. They would have been better off if they just had.
How upset was he like a month before when I suggest what if we rig this race?
He goes, well, I don't know. Are you going to bribe the fucking races first this time? Are you going to bribe the fucking... No, you know what? Let's not take this kind of chance when we got Don Vittorio coming into town.
Yes, boss.
Let's keep things static. Do you understand?
I got it, boss. Also, what did I do with the money?
I assume you returned it to the gang coffers, which helps too. You didn't lose the bribe money to Marvel, at least. So you got that going for you. All right, so you guys, one by one, track into the Alban Island Motor Speedway. Go ahead, Marvel.
So, as a racer, I've been keeping track of every single race that's been going on.
Yes.
I've been keeping up with all my competitors.
Sadie is running away with all of them. She hasn't won every single race, but she's largely running the races.
I'm going to do two things. First off, I'm going to go fight Cadence before I go.
Okay. So I'm on my way down to
Okay.
you guys.
Yeah, I'll kind of move you down to...
I'm going to do that. I'm going to talk to Cadence, and I'm also going to probably go actually talk to Sadie. Just kind of chat with her. Can I see how she's doing, how she's feeling about the race?
Everybody moved.
Earthquake.
Okay, I'm sorry. Who do you want to talk to first? Cadence or Sadie?
I'll talk to Sadie first.
Okay, cool. You've got to find Sadie as the races still.
Yeah, I'm assuming that they probably kind of let me pass security because I've been. And like if Bones was coming with, I'm like if I can get him through security, I'll like bring him with me.
Yeah,
if he's interested. If he's not, then.
And chat with the racer, sure. Yeah, you kind of do a little VIP chat with the racers session here.
Like wave at her.
Yeah, she waves back and says, "Hey, what's up, Pendleton?"
Not much. Can't really find parts. It's gonna be harder now.
I was about to say, that's not going to get any better, I don't think.
After this, where are you going?
I don't really know yet. I haven't looked much past today. I've been so busy working up to today and hoping that I can win enough prize money to land on my feet, I suppose.
You gonna win?
She smiles, her fangs kind of show. Absolutely, I'm going to win.
Hell yeah, you are.
I wish you could be out here today, Pendleton. It sucks to do the last big race without you.
Me too. Hopefully there'll be others.
Yeah.
There will.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people are making their way out to Cherry Falls or other parts of Toluca to race out there. The laws aren't in effect out there, so...
Is this new information to me?
No, you would probably know that. Yep. Just a couple days, maybe not a couple days, probably like a week's train ride from here is another country that is aligned with the Praetorian Union, where it's a lot more like libertarian Wild West-ish.
Up to the southwest.
Get good. I'll come for your title.
She puts her hands up and says, "I don't have to get good, Pendleton. I'm as good as it gets." So walks backward towards her car.
And then I'll go back and talk to Cadence.
All right, cool. I'll move you guys back to Cadence. Cadence, as you finish your conversation with Demaya, you see Marble coming out of hopping the fence off the racetrack to come talk to you, having just finished a conversation with Sadie.
Talking to Sadie.
Mm-hmm.
How is she?
Good.
That's great to hear.
Why?
I'm sure she has it in the bag.
Does she?
I don't know. I'm sure she does.
Okay, I was gonna bet a silver.
She seems like a safe bet.
Mm-hmm. That's enough for me.
Of note, she, as mentioned, has won, like, 6 of the last 7.
I also know
So-
her. She was my rival. I know how good she is.
Right. The point being, she is a safe bet, and because she is a safe bet,
You
she's
know.
not a super profitable
Yeah,
bet.
yeah,
You might get a little something off of it, but not very much.
I'll get something, but I won't lose anything.
Yeah.
Other than that, I don't know. I'll grab Cadence's hand and probably give it like a little peck and then run off.
Run off where?
To go place my bet.
Oh, okay.
You give Cadence a little kiss on the hand, and then rush off to the bookie stand where there's a line of people forming. Kind of a short line, because it's a mixed bag where, like...
Oh, Bones is there too.
Oh,
You've met Bones.
yeah.
Presumably.
Good to see you again,
Good to
Bones.
see you.
From the stands, did I see that happen?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think they're hiding it or anything.
Did I see it?
I'm not gay.
Yeah, you're all here. Yes, you do, by the way. You do see Marvel Pendleton here.
That wasn't the point. I was just looking around, just wondering if
Totally.
Boss saw that.
Yeah.
Do I know that you've lost your job?
If we've met, it was
It's like a week
a
ago.
Yeah,
You
I
haven't
was
talked to
gonna say,
Cadence
yeah.
since then.
But this seems like an awkward time to bring it up. He probably hasn't mentioned it.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
totally fine. Yep.
Also, sorry, I'm stuttering now. Marvel is definitely going to offer you. He wants to work with you. He likes your work ethic.
Perfect, yeah. Then it mostly depends on whether Marvel has told you, I suppose.
I gotcha.
I haven't. I just found out.
Okay,
We literally just found out before coming.
that
here.
was this afternoon. Okay, yeah.
I assume that was this afternoon, right?
Yes, that was just this afternoon before you came to the race. Correct.
Yeah, and I don't listen. I don't gossip
Bitch.
in this game. In real life, all the time.
Is that because it's just too hard for you to?
It's literally too difficult for me to gossip.
Damn.
I'm excited to talk to Ghost and be like, wow.
That's it.
That's it, just wow.
Seems a little fucked up.
That's me. I'm gonna go ahead and I'll mark off. Listen, I have 2 silver to my name.
Yeah.
Please don't steal this from me. Sadie.
What are you
That's
betting?
you.
You're the one betting it. Like,
So you're
it is
betting
the
2
game.
marks.
It's okay.
on-
If I starve, my brothers will have to feed me, or they will starve. And that's a wrong fact.
So if you win, that you're betting 2 marks.
I literally said 1.
Okay, betting 1 mark.
I need to keep at least 1 in case I will starve.
Yeah, I like it.
Stein back.
You bet a mark, and if you win, you will get back 5 copper.
Yeah.
So you'll get
Thanks.
a mark
That's
50.
better than nothing. I
50% markup on the safe bet is pretty good, yeah.
Right. Yes, go ahead.
hello. Hello. I'd like to jump down and talk to these twins that I've spotted below me.
Yeah, absolutely. You see these lanky, tall Tabaxi brothers in matching bowler caps and matching pretty much everything except just the color of their hats.
Excuse me. I am, how do you say, new in town, and this is my first race. I heard it's the last one, but
Yeah, it's a big show.
can you tell me how it works? I mean, I go around the track, but like, do they throw magic at each other? Does things blow up?
No, that's about all of it. They just make their way around 500 laps, 500 miles, not 500
okay.
laps. Yo-Yo is like, it's not 500 laps, it's 500 miles, dummy, and he punches him on the
500
shoulder.
miles?
Yeah, that's what the Indy 500 is. And I based this on the Indy
I guess
500.
I've never actually watched it. Sorry.
I haven't either, for the record.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's that simple then. Okay.
I mean, we can explain it in detail if you want us to, pal. And
Oh, yeah, sure.
He like Yo-Yo moves to sit on the other side of you so that you're seated between these 2 twins.
Perfect.
And they start explaining racing to you, walking you through the betting odds. And Top kind of points down at the bookie stands where marbles are making his bet. He says, our brother used to be a big time racer around here. His car got all busted up, but he's as good as they got back in the day.
Well, it's a shame he's not here in this race, but he was really good.
Yeah, he was the best. That was the best there ever was.
Damn. That's pretty
It's
impressive.
Top, by the way, Top Pendleton. And he shakes your hand. And Yo-Yo says, Yo-Yo Pendleton.
Risco.
Shaking
Both.
it, yep, crossing the arms to shake on either side. Go ahead, Cadence.
So just while everybody else is doing their scenes, I'm keeping an eye open for just any big names that show up here other than
Okay.
the Sinclairs. Who are
Oh yeah.
obviously going to be
Give
here,
me a
but-
perception check real quick.
I will keep my eye on Boss behind me. I know he's... Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm right there.
I imagine Boss is feeling a little out of
Right
place
there.
and strange in this place, on like metal rafters, about to watch an auto race.
Both hands on top of the staff between his knees, like
12.
12? Okay. I'll keep that in mind as we move along. On your first pass looking around, you don't see any like big wigs necessarily yet.
At some point while I'm flirting, I'd like to ask them about it's not so. What the person running the race, the sponsor,
Sadie?
Sadie?
Olga
no, Sophie.
Olga.
I lied to you.
Sinclair.
Olga Sinclair.
Olga Sinclair.
I'm gonna pick up the stutter.
It was some female name. I don't know.
You asked about Olga Sinclair, so I'm sure I got this muted.
Sorry, that was me.
Nope, you're so bad. It's my fault. I should have muted it. Yo-Yo goes, yeah, with Sinclair. She's she's the sponsor of this here race. So that's her racer right there. And he points out at Sadie Fairfax.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she sponsors Sadie. She's big money, big money. She puts out the papers and all that stuff. What? You got something with Sadie or with Olga?
Oh, my buddy up there wants to know about him.
And he looks behind him and sees Bess. Oh, hey! You,
Sitting there very regal, out of place.
You didn't want to come sit down here or nothing? Or
I'll motion you to
you
come
can
down
see,
if
you can
you
see the
want.
cars a little bit better if you're over here.
Oh, I have
He will
a.
block everyone's sight.
I'm afraid that I would block everyone else's view. I have a very good vantage point. Thank you very much.
Top and Yo-Yo look at each other and look a little self-aware that they're both like 6'6" all of a sudden. Like, that's awfully considerate of him, isn't it? You know, we should move back there.
we can go back there.
Never thought about it.
They like pop the seats to sit
Some,
back there
sorry.
with you now.
I also wouldn't out his real name. I forgot that we're using a fake
Oh,
name.
right.
Yeah. Also, for that purpose, yeah, Sam,
Some.
not
Not
boss.
boss.
Good to know.
Some.
Good to know. I will forget and say boss, but we'll remember that in character you're using a fake name. Amazing. Marble, you go up and place your 1 mark bet on Sadie
Yeah,
Fairfax.
and then
I think $1.50 is probably too much. You probably get back like 10 cents on this bet.
that's fine.
realistically.
I'm not trying to get rich. That's not
Yeah.
my goal.
Understood.
I just need a little bit more
Actually,
money.
I don't want
And then, well, here's what's gonna happen. I'm probably going to try to run back to Cadence and Bones, and I'm probably going to clock the fact that Top and Yo-Yo are being them.
Oh, for sure. It's always hard to tell with Top and Yo-Yo whether they're flirting or they are
Trying to be monsters.
that. Well, they're consummate businessmen and marketers. They're always
True.
selling.
So, from Marvel's point of view, extroverts, he doesn't get it.
Yeah. As you walk up where you're within like shouting range, the guy there he is. Hey, Marble, hey, football, and
He like rolls his eyes.
look up and see. Say, we made some new friends. You want to come up here?
Hello.
Hola.
Marble, this is Marisco. This is Sam.
Plus.
Wait, what?
No last.
Oh, yeah. I do speak that, but I don't.
In real life, could have said.
My Rooksy is a
Hello.
little broken, but it's wonderful place, good food, good music.
Hey, picked it up at the port. It's that you use common a lot more, but
Yeah, it's a dirty language, but popular.
I'll lock eyes with Marisco and be like, and I'll then look at Marble or Top and Yo-Yo, and I'll just look like beep beep. And then I'll kind of glare at both of them.
Top goes, hey, what's that supposed to mean, Marble?
They're
You
enterprising.
shut up. You know what I mean.
is that supposed to mean marble?
And then I'll be like, just.
We'll be good. Don't want to win your last
And
race.
I'll
to
give
get
them.
to witness.
I'll give them some the point my eyes, point at them, and then I'll run off to go see King.
Sam,
Oh, I assume.
Boss,
I can-
aka
Oh, if you guys
Bones
know
was
that-
there, yeah, so
Oh,
I came with
So
you.
you guys kind of get within talking range of each other. You guys can just move 1 more row up here.
Boss, Sam, as he's introduced himself to the Pendleton brother, the twins, not yet Marvel, because Marvel would say, looks at Marisco and says, Mar.
Mm-hmm.
And just gives that kind of concerning look of why are these two talking to us? You know, just that look of what the fuck is happening?
Well, they're talking to me. You just happen to also be here.
Why did they come up here?
Because I am up here.
I'm gonna sit here.
Real quick, what is your passive perception?
I think it's 13. It's
Okay.
right. I pressed my button. It's 13.
Thank you. And as you are returning to your seat, you do see up in the stands through a crowd the gangster that tried to bribe you to lose the Verstappen Cup.
I would probably trip and I would literally scramble back up and I'd be like,
What is it?
What's going on?
and then I'll point at Yo-Yo because he's always doing something. I'm like, shut up, I found the guy.
This is to Yo-Yo or to Bones?
Well, I say it to Yo-Yo. I yell at Yo-Yo, but I say it to everyone.
This is the man who tried to bribe you.
Yeah.
Do you think he would bribe you again? Do you think perhaps maybe this time we can take the bribe?
I don't think he could be that stupid, but
Yes.
I could.
I have been meaning to
Try.
ask, why did you not take the bribe? I'm not necessarily disagreeing, but many people would see that much money and say yes.
Shut up! I won't be bullied.
It's not bullying, it's being boss. Both pretty bad, I'm just curious.
No. You look very serious.
Turn down patches?
Yes. Do
You know him?
I know of him. I wouldn't say I know him. We've been in the same room, maybe. He's the bigwig of the Saints. That's no small feat.
The Saints?
Anyone who wants to can roll me a history check.
I'm gonna roll. I'm gonna spin it. Actually.
Maybe not anyone. Almost anyone.
Can I hear this?
Yes, and you can try. You can try this roll. It's very unlikely.
You said
for you to
history?
know this
I'm not even going to.
16 unless he falls under the things that.
And none of the things you have, Lauren, I don't
I don't
think.
think a 10's gonna work.
It might.
13.
13? Okay.
Or wait, 11.
11. Okay. Let's start from the bottom. The bottom here is actually not your 11, it's your 13. You...
Oh,
Because he's
cocaine,
food.
pretty
Because he's
right.
food.
You have
Because
made...
he's food.
Italian, I obviously.
He's a man of food. He's not the real.
Jesus Christ. On a 13,
Jesus Christ.
Bones from Daybreak City, you have at least heard of the Silent Saints, better known as Santi Silenziosi, which is just the Rooksy translation of Silent Saints, a smuggling gang. They just smuggle. You don't know anything really detailed about them other than they're a smuggling gang. 16 for Marble. You might know a little bit more detail. You might know, like, you know a little bit more. They, operate out of churches, hence their name, the Silent Saints. They, secretly smuggle things with churches as sort of, fronts.
Legend to poison.
11, but being from Puerto Solterra, you have heard of Santi Silenziosi as a smuggling gang based in Puerto Solterra.
Oh, okay.
And on a 16, yeah, that's what you all know.
Yeah, I don't have any I don't even have Daybreak.
Yeah. Cadence, you have something?
Above the Saint thing, can I try to place where Boss's accent is from?
Yeah, give me a perception check or investigation. History. This poor guy.
18. Investigation.
Yes, you can second tip as well.
Nat 20, 25.
Nat 20 for 25. Hell yeah. On an 18, what languages do you speak, if you don't mind saying?
Thieves, Camp Golden, Kuki, Ruxy, Rush, Solar, Infernal, Jiao, Kohakni, Sharnayan, and Primordial.
Jesus
I didn't
Christ,
realize she was
so
smart.
many.
I'm
So
really glad
smart.
that you said that
I
because
thought-
I tried so hard to look at character sheet to
Thought
figure it
you
out.
were
and
the
I
my
thought
head's-
we were the smartest people in the room. Jesus
Okay.
Christ.
That's me. And,
On an 18, these are not any languages that you know, but you would at least recognize the accent as being Spirus. So the Spire lands. You saw it on the map, you know what it is. The only reason you even recognize it at all, because that's the opposite side of the globe from you,
Right,
and
I
there's
wasn't
not,
sure. Yeah.
there's not many people from there here in Daybreak City, but the people that are, there is a neighborhood, Little Spires, where people from Spirus, kind of like a Little China or
Right.
or Chinatown or
Little Spire.
Little Lily, whatever. Little Spires, and you just heard the accent there before for the most
Okay.
part. On a nat 20 for 25, definitely the same vibe. And because it's a nat 20 for 25, you would specifically recognize it as a Harsaman sort of dialect. In other words, there's one language that everyone on Spirus speaks, which is Sabda, but then there's sort of sub-accents and dialects for different islands. On a nat 20 for 25, he's from Harsaman specifically.
Got
Or at least the accent is. I don't know if that's where he's from. And then go ahead, Marble.
after everyone's done, I'm going to actually run over to Patches behind him,
Love that for you.
and I'm going to be like, "Hey, who'd you bet on?"
Do I like know it's him? Just
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not
sure.
trying to hide who I am. I just
So
like.
you see him. And Ghost, you also see this weird little tabaxi with huge goggles and gloves.
But my eyes are literally so ginormous. I am very blind.
Currently, Ghost is poring over statistics about the race, trying to figure out who he should bet on.
Oh,
Love
made
it.
after my own heart.
You find as you're pouring those statistics, sorry, I'll let you guys have your conversation in just a second, that, like, obviously the safe bet is for Sadie to win the race. That's almost the less interesting bet here. The more interesting bet is who's going to get second. And if you go up to the bookie, that's like what most people are placing bets on, is like who's going to come second in this race,
Can
essentially.
I change my bet then?
Sure, if you want to.
Sorry, would I know who is most likely to come
Roll me
second?
for that a history check and apply your
My vehicles?
your vehicle score, yes.
Can I do a statistics check?
Yeah, give me some kind of, I guess I would call that like straight int, unless you have a proficiency you want to sell me on.
20.
Nice.
I have proficiency in several gaming kits.
Yeah, hell yeah. I'll count any one of those. Totally fine. Use your proficiency.
Okay.
On a 14, you're able to essentially like narrow it down to a solid like 2 to 3 racers that it's probably going to be, but you're unable to sort of like get a clear one to bet on out of those. It's hard to it's a bet for a reason. You find the one that you would probably like to put your bet on, but you don't feel like extremely confident in it. It would still be a gamble. About a 1 in 3 gamble, we'll say.
I'll still try and put a bet
Okay.
on them.
Yeah. It's a racer that's a little like Crow Aarakocra, not quite as small as like a Kinku, but a smallish Crow Aarakocra and like a black car. And you can push a rate on them. It's Jane Thompson. And then, let's see here. You were asking Patches something, Kara. Or you rolled a 20 on your
I
bet.
rolled a 20 on mine.
I'll say basically same
Because,
thing.
obviously, I've been out of the races for like 6 months, so
Yeah.
obviously I don't know who it is, but like I've been keeping up with them.
Yeah, same thing. You get the sense that Jane Thompson is probably the safest bet. For you, I'm essentially going to make it like, well, how do we want to do this? You rolled a better check, so I think your odds need to be a little bit better here to get it right. So,
I could just like know it's her.
yeah, I think you just feel a little bit better about your
Okay,
bets than
I'm gonna be
Ghost does.
be very ballsy here.
Okay.
However, I'm wrong, right? I'm going to bet first place on Sadie, second place on her.
Understood.
That's both my goal, both my silvers, and if I can't eat for a week, that's my
Yeah.
brother's problem.
Now, important question: are you making 2 separate bets, one on Sadie and one on there? Or are you doing a parlay where you're betting both of these things are going to happen, which pays out more? But if either one is incorrect, you lose it all.
yeah, you can do like.
I'm gonna go talk to.
Are these separate bets, one for Sadie to win and one for Jane Thompson to go second? Or is this a parlay that both of those things will happen?
Let me hear what he says first.
Got it. Okay, so,
Good call.
so go ahead. You guys continue your
Because
conversation.
obviously, if he's bribed someone properly,
Mhm.
I need to know that. And then if not, I'm gonna run back to Cadence, see what she says, and then if she says the same thing last time, and I like can't say she's too beautiful, then I'm gonna ask Yo-Yos. Listen, sometimes you're just too beautiful. I can't understand what you're saying. So, what does Patches say to who did you bet on?
I'll like slowly turn around because I recognize you slowly speaking to me.
Meet me, yeah.
You got a lot of nerve talking to me.
She came back to the same race.
He came to my piss of business.
I specifically said just like talking to me. No, I didn't say
That's
like
true.
come in here. Just
You come. You have a very. I'll let her accent.
thank you.
Second.
Here.
Yeah.
Sorry, what did you ask me?
Who did you bet on?
I mean, what's it to you?
What? Like kind of like squint my eyes. I'm like, shit, this is a bad idea. And then I'll just like literally just run off. Because I realize if I tell him who I'm, yeah.
Could I tell what he was like trying to get out of me?
Give me an insight check.
Yeah, and I'll like...
The 9.
9. You can tell
I
me what
rolled
your
that 21 on persuasion. You could tell that he thought you would know who was going to win. He clearly thinks that you are rigging every race.
Okay, so basically, like, I got out of it that you thought I was rigging the race and wanted to know.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Am I allowed like down to the racers?
Yeah, you can go down there and talk to the racers.
Okay.
Well, actually, you know what? You're not like. Roll me a persuasion check for that. I let Marble do it for free because he was a
You probably
racer.
also literally just saw Marble run up from talking to Sadie, the person that you did bet on,
Yeah.
but then lost.
Yeah. Is it persuasion?
Yeah.
16.
16. Yeah, the guy there, you know him. You had to kind of get past him to do some shady stuff with the Verstappen Cup. So he kind of opens the gate and lets you back there to talk to the racers.
All right. So I'll like go down and I'll pick a like because I assume I know at least a little bit about it.
Yeah,
From
yeah.
Previous pack. I'll find someone that is kind of like a middle of the pack racer.
Yeah.
And just go up and start talking to them in visual like sight of him, and kind of like do a kind of shady look around and like hold my hand out and like give him a handshake.
Absolutely.
Just, like, kind of do the like handshake, like lean in, like almost look like I'm trying to like say something to him.
For sure, yeah.
I will make an inside check on this.
Okay,
because-
give me an insight check.
Hold on, I'm
And
gonna roll this
roll
a
me
lot because
deception
I
patches.
am nervous.
7.
7 on the deception. What's your insight?
Okay, here's the funny thing. It's an 8.
Wow, awfully close. Yeah, it all looks a little bit fake. Mostly like you go.
I can see some spite in his eyes.
You go down to talk to this guy, and it's like a little, like, maybe gnome. He's got a huge, like, button nose, glasses that you actually can't see eyes behind. They're just flat white somehow. Huge, like, curled mustache sticking out like 2
You can't
feet
do
off
this
either
again.
sides of his face. Ball on top of the head. And he has, like, 2 right arms that he reaches out to shake yours. But the look on his face the whole time is, like... what is this about? Because you come up and presumably just say like essentially nonsense, like "Hi, how are you doing? What's your race car like?" And your insight check reads that like this guy looks like he doesn't really understand what's going on, and it strikes you as a little.
So
funny.
does this make me feel a little bit more confident? I already placed my bet. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna backtrack. I already placed my bet. So
Understood.
It's set
The
in gold.
bet is
They
placed.
won't allow you to change those.
Yeah,
I
this is
was-
The money's in.
I changed my mind.
I got insider information.
my money back, please?
Patches, as you're out there talking to this racer, the guy that let you in kind of waves you to come back out. He says, "Hey, they're about to start. Come on out." Kind of waits for you to come off the track. Go ahead, Seth.
So this entire time, Boss has been sitting here, very astutely, looking for Master Groom across the audiences and
Yeah.
through like the pit and all
Go
that.
ahead and roll me a perception check.
Does Grim have a particular smell? Does the Scriptorium the Scriptorium have a particular
The
smell?
Scriptorium, yes, definitely, and probably Grim too.
That would
He's
carry
he's
some
an
of
old
that.
man. He's got that sort of like distinctive smell, but he's a little self-conscious too, so he probably perfumes. Either way, yes.
But like, as a member of the Scriptorium for the last however long, like he might still carry a lingering scent.
Certainly. Yeah, go ahead and roll me a perception check, and you have advantage because you're drunk. Yeah,
Might wear the same perfume.
right.
I'll take that. 25.
Ooh, that's a very good roll. Jesus. When you first start to like take your eyes closed and just take a deep inhale, sort of smell this place, the overwhelming smell is like sulfur and ozone, that smell of ether emission. But you kind of like raise your trunk up a little bit to sort of do a little bit of like scouting with it, maybe even stand up and walk a little bit, walk around. You do a pass, and even on a 25, you're not smelling him around here. It was a good roll, so you feel confident that he is not here, or at least his scent is not here. And then to come back to you on the 12, keeping an eye out for VIPs. You don't see anyone show up that really stands out to you. Yeah, nothing jumps out. You don't see like any members of gangs or anything. You can see probably like any like major VIP is going to be headed to like a box suite or something
Right.
versus like out here on the stands. But
Makes
Um,
perfect sense.
notably, you keep like a special eye out for Olga Sinclair specifically, and do not see her arrive.
Okay.
So whatever that's worth. As you guys are doing all that, sorry, go
Did
ahead.
Demaya leave?
Yeah,
Or
Demaya
she's
left.
still- okay.
After she talked to you, she took off.
Okay.
The only other thing I'm going to do is, like, obviously after Patch just runs off, I will, like, I guess, awkwardly acknowledge Ghost.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm going to telepathically connect with you and say, I believe Jade is a good second place pet.
You see him very visibly, like,
Flinch.
Start
yeah.
Flinch, yeah.
Like, as if he's never had this happen to him before. And you see him look at you like...
Apologies, I can't speak common, but I also can't hear your thoughts, so you will have to speak.
Oh.
It's a bizarre sensation, having never been contacted telepathically before. It's like you hear someone else thinking in your brain, like you hear someone else's voice thinking thoughts in your mind.
Who was I thinking? Who did I think based on my information it was?
Oh, same person, Jane Thompson.
Yeah. She's good. Good. Else kind of very awkwardly, just kind of like sidestep away. Like,
as you are awkwardly sidestepping away. Sorry, go ahead, Ghost. If you had something.
No, that's it.
Perfect.
I was really hoping that it was a two-way thing for you, but it's a one-way thing?
No, unfortunately, it's only one way. I was hoping it was two-way too, but I had to check.
Because that would be really nice for me.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
With Boss being nearby and more people nearby who might know things,
Yeah.
could I mention Olga St. Clair again? Be like, yeah, so would she be here or would she be someplace else?
Yeah.
Or
Are you asking me specific or just kind of asking around?
just asking around?
Yeah, roll me just a persuasion check. Or investigation.
Can I back that up?
Yeah, absolutely.
Do I know this?
Roll me a history check. You certainly know it. Just figure out how
Do
much you know.
I...
Yeah, you can roll a history check also. 14, okay. 11. The results here are a little bit better because you were here at the Sinclair Cup. On a 14, you find, I think you find what you're expecting is people saying like, yeah, you'd think she would be here. It's her race, but no one is like, yeah, she sits over there.
Okay.
You don't find anyone that gives you a specific location.
Ask about like an office.
Yeah, someone says like yes. The Sinclair Media offices in Matineck. I've heard that she has her own kind of mansion out in Wax Row. If you're looking for her like residence, but her office is in Matineck. Real quick, your history check.
Music or radio or
Matineck office, Wax Road.
No,
12.
and then
15 less than count. You know my
add
four.
under list. On a 12 and a 15, you guys know roughly the same thing. So I've kind of already described it. She's
my brother is based on their business background.
yeah, that's kind of where your knowledge probably mostly comes from for her with that role.
Yeah, I don't talk to people.
She is the head of a media company, Sinclair Media, that runs the newspaper around here. Also sponsors like a lot of media events and stuff like that. Sponsors races, that kind of thing.
So I probably talk to like people for people.
Yeah, potentially. The thing that you know that
People
probably Bones does not is that she is her company's the sponsor of Sadie. Like the Sadie race, just like Hudson sponsors your car, Sinclair Media sponsors Sadie's car.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I probably talk. I got you.
Yep. Boss.
I still have my backpack.
Yeah.
You have the backpack?
Mhm.
I still have that on me?
Yeah.
Like, okay. So that's like between my legs, staff in front of it.
Love it.
Okay. Also, now I roll to see, is anybody looking at me specifically?
Yeah. Give me either perception or insight.
Everybody is.
Are you being suspicious? Are you being
More,
suspicious?
sorry, more than the passing glance, like more than the curiosity of
Yeah,
like, oh, that's a
somebody-
giant Loxodon in strange garb. Like, is there anybody looking at me?
Right. I know what you mean.
What do we need to roll to not get caught looking at him?
Deception or stealth.
16.
Let me see what he does here.
Natural 20 for 24.
Yeah, nobody seems to be doing anything more than just the occasional glance. This is like, oh, that guy looks weird. And even that, I think that Boss, being someone from a faraway land, especially being in a sort of paranoid state of mind currently, we're probably expecting to get a lot of weird looks. But you really the Daybreak City is an unbelievably diverse city. There's people here from all over the world, all walks of life, multicultural. You're not the only person here from Spirus. There's a whole, I don't know if you're ready for this conversation, there's Little Spires, there's a neighborhood in Daybreak City. So it's, you don't stand out as much as maybe you expected to, and you're not getting any vibes of like someone is like watching you intently or too much or giving you a bad vibe. Like they're really intently keeping an eye on you. I guess you might like Bones.
Bones looks over at one point. He's got a friendly face. He seems like he's intrigued, but he's not like sizing you up or anything like that.
He seems to, especially like you see the brow furrow a little bit on Bones, especially when you say some word that comes through thick in your accent. It's clear that on a 16 inside, he's just curious about your accent is all. Cadence, go ahead.
Okay, kind of like a weird question. Is it normal, like par for the course, for like random people to roll in and know who Olga Sinclair is? I assume I have like a somewhat working knowledge of who she is.
Yeah, it's not super unheard of.
Okay.
No, it's like because Sinclair Media is such a huge name in Daybreak City. Her newspaper is the newspaper that you buy when you get to Daybreak City. I don't know. It's a little unusual to know her first name, even, honestly. Like, I couldn't tell you what the first name of the CEO of CNN is, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So, like, for them to walk in Daybreak City and be asking around about Olga Sinclair, the CEO of Sinclair Media, I guess it maybe strikes you as a little bit strange. It's not an everyday thing. Okay. But it's not, like, her name is, not secret.
Yeah, commonplace.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not this time. I'm going to sit next to Cadence.
Good to know. You sit next to Cadence. And
I have to.
As you go pull up your seat next to Cadence, the announcer for this race is coming out onto a small stage inside the track. He's a stout little man with a big white mustache wearing a tan suit. He holds up a giant bullhorn megaphone with his voice booming out of it. Says, "Welcome one and all to the greatest spectacle in racing, the Sinclair Cup." And the audience kind of goes wild, cheering and applauding. He says, "It's a shame to say our farewells, but you better believe we saved the best for last." And he begins one by one announcing the racers as they pull their cars up to the line. First to the line, Sinclair Media's own Sadie Fairfax. And the audience starts cheering.
I'll cheer as well. It's a little half-hearted, but I'm a cheer. So.
Yeah, for sure. As you guys begin to sort of like find your seats, a bunch of people get up from their seats and go like stand up next to the fence to watch the race a little bit up closer. And the racers continue to be announced for another minute or two. And then with a wave of a flag and a pistol fired into the air, the race begins. Sadie takes an early and pretty commanding lead. She seems pretty much in charge of the race as it begins to progress through the first few dozen laps. Some of you are pretty exposed to technology. It's not unusual for a lot of you, but for Boss and Ghost, and to a certain extent Morisco, though there's still plenty of technology in Prairie Solterra too, but nothing quite of this scale. Mm-hmm. The roaring of the engines, these automobiles whipping past at breakneck, 60 or 70 mile an hour speeds, which, very fucking fast for 1904. It's a pretty thrilling event. The crowd's going wild. Sadie seems to have such a commanding lead that no one's really even watching Sadie. They're watching Jane Thompson and the other, front view, kind of racing behind Sadie for second place. You guys get up to anything in particular, kind of as the race is starting to progress?
I'm mostly just kind of keeping track of each car, maybe even trying to get a feel for maybe the tech that they're using, especially Sadie. I'm keeping track of the growth of her tech from the last time I raced her.
Give me let's call this a land vehicles check, and you can apply your vehicle lore as well.
23.
23.
And not just that, but also maybe if her technique itself has improved, or if she's more relying on her technology recently.
Yeah, the technique is still there. She seems, if anything, to have honed it some and improved it some. I guess on a 23 you can tell a little bit of the sort of complacency you get from a lack of serious competition. No one here seems to be quite on her level, so she doesn't have to race quite as hard. But she's nonetheless
sad that I'm not there.
Kind of, yeah. And she is putting full effort in. She's not slacking off. And you get the sense that the winning she has made off of her races, she's mostly putting into, not mostly, but she's putting a fair amount into maintaining her car and even continuing to make improvements, which I think strikes you as I don't know, sportsman honorable or something, because she could have just been shit's illegal in a couple months.
That definitely is just okay, yeah, she's actually taking her, this is our career. Like,
Yeah.
she's taking it seriously.
It's that, and it seems like her passion comes through. This is important to her.
Yeah. I feel like that's probably one thing we connect with.
It's wild that Marvel assumes, oh, she has honor, and I assume, oh, she's going to do illegal racing.
Also
I mean,
true.
Yeah.
It's only illegal because the government's stupid.
I'm with you, right?
Yeah, Yo-Yo says.
Oh no, Yo-Yo only cares about money. Let's be honest there.
True.
He
Makes a point of listening to them go around the first time, and then after the first lap, he puts on earplugs.
Makes sense. Protect the ears, very important.
Makes sense.
So as you're putting your earphones on, Bone, you do it Bones just in time because the Vanguard Ethertech International Zeppelin flies overhead during the race, kind of just does a pass as much for branding. Yeah. And as the race goes on, you guys have some time. Go ahead, Seth.
As the race is going on, does Boss Sam recognize this type of magic?
Give me an Arcana check.
25.
That's very, very good. Yes, the underlying thing that is happening here, you have I can send you a whole giant lore document at some point between sessions, but the short version is that there are crystals, they're prisms that are carved out of various materials, glass, or for something like this, probably like gemstone, diamond, sapphire, high quality gemstone, and then etched with sort of sigilry and sort of arcane glyphs and such. And the purpose of them is to essentially channel ether, which is kind of the natural magical force of the world, and turn it into a magical effect. It's not dissimilar to basically what spellcasting is. When any spellcaster casts magic, they first pull ether into the material plane from the ethereal plane, and then they do spellcraft to turn it into magic. So they, draw ether in, turn it into a firebolt, turn it into a sending spell, whatever they do with it. With this Arcanotech, the ether is drawn into the world, and then a crystal just converts it into magic instead of a person doing it, essentially.
Boss is immediately fascinated
Yeah, absolutely.
by the Arcana love inside of the lockdown. He just immediately never thought of even conceiving magic in this nature. Just absolutely fascinated with this.
Yeah, so much of your scholarship has been about the theory of magic, the Boxa theorem, the underlying sort of theory crafting underneath all this. But you see here there's a machine here taking ether and turning it into just straight propulsion to just move a thing fast.
I've heard of this. I'm sure I've heard of this, but to see it in person,
Absolutely.
is just for the first time kind of mind blowing.
Absolutely.
And I have heard of this. I actually kind of understand it on a deeper nature. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
From
You
the
got
background,
some-
yeah. The academic. So I understand it, but to see it in person is just absolutely beautiful.
Makes sense.
So as Boss is becoming more and more enthralled with this, stands up on his seat, and that staff that he was holding just starts kind of clanging on the metal floor. Clang.
Absolutely.
Very excited.
Hell yeah. Go ahead, Maurice, go.
Have I seen or heard of a Zeppelin?
Give me a Arcana check. Or an air vehicles check. History check even would be fine if it's better for you.
Let's see. It's a 15 related.
15. On the 15, you knew that they, in the biggest cities, they had created these machines, these flying machines to carry passengers. You've never seen one. This is your first time seeing one in person.
Briscoe's definitely more
If you
enthralled
act
with that
surprised,
than
I'm
the
sure the
colors.
twins are going to.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It was pretty
Yeah.
incredible, right? I don't know if any of us are going to be able to afford to fly on one, but interesting stuff at least. He used to work on one. He, top points at Bones.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll tap him on the shoulder.
Oh, yeah.
You used to fly that, or one of those.
I did, yes, not too long ago. A couple of weeks was my last time up there.
You can see everything from up there.
Everything. Miles. It's amazing.
That's more impressive than this.
Much more impressive, I think. Not that this is not impressive, but it really is something else up there.
I bet.
Sorry, Marbles. No.
I didn't mean to actively
I was going to just do that for the comedy.
This shit's alright.
You guys
Yeah, but
couldn't
it's
see
like
my face. It was distraught.
No, it's it really is it's something up there. I miss it already.
Oh. Thinks about prying for a second, realizes it's too loud for that.
It's yeah, I was going to say.
As you have the good sense to not pry about it, Top goes, so what happened?
I don't know if it made.
I mean, if it ain't a sore subject or anything.
It is, but it's also.
Did we say Top said this?
Yeah.
I'm like, shh.
Hey, Furball, I'm talking.
Shut up! We'll talk about it later.
Okay, all right.
talk about it
It's a
later.
sensitive subject. I'm sorry.
grabs
Do bring it up though. It's a fun story to ask about.
Yeah, we'll when it's less loud. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead, Cadence.
Did I hear any of that?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
you're
well,
literally.
Oh,
next
right
to
now
Bones.
you know. Yeah.
there you go. I've got two things. First of all, Cadence is seething. What do I know about Baron Gates?
Give me a history check.
Do I
Yeah.
apply my DC lore?
DC lore, yes.
You said history?
DC, what does that mean?
19.
19?
Yeah.
You know his name. He is the, so you know, Vanguard Ether Tech International, as I said earlier, is a like multinational conglomerate that deals in military and civic arcanotech. He is, as I told Bones earlier, the executive of the Daybreak City sort of civic infrastructure division. He's the guy who runs who, or at least he doesn't run them, but he provides the city with the Zeppelin's surveillance and its fire trucks, and even some of the plumbing, and involved in some ways with other things like that. So he's a rich dude, corporate guy here in Daybreak City. You know of him. You aren't aware of any like criminal ties.
Destroy him.
I mean, you're the symphony. You could destroy this guy if you wanted to.
Is that what you want?
Don't ask me questions.
I would never.
I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry.
You don't understand the nature of this relationship.
Literally, though. Listen. Sometimes your girlfriend's hot, and that's just enough.
That's all I'm saying.
Just enough.
And then Katie's got his other thing.
Sorry, just while the race is going on, since I know the Saints are here and I've seen Patches, I'll try to keep a subtle eye on Patches and
Yeah.
see if maybe this race is rigged and I didn't know about
It'll
it.
be an insight check. Or perception is also fine. I think probably insight's better, actually.
20 total.
20? You don't get the sense from any of the clues that you've sussed here that the race is being rigged.
Okay.
You, 20, you probably heard about the failed attempt. You did hear about
I
it.
did, yeah, that's how I-
You know about the
that's
failed
how I met
attempt
Marvel,
to bribe, or to rig the Verstappen Cup 6 months ago.
Yeah, it's more of like, are they trying it again immediately?
Yeah, you don't get
kind of
that sense.
Curiosity, or yeah.
It kind of begs the question why Patches is here. I don't assume Patches is an avid race goer, so it's a little unusual that he's even here.
But Sushi is, so.
Yes. And then go ahead, Marvel.
Okay, so after over many loops, he's gonna slowly move his hand over and grab Credence's very casually,
So casual.
and while also just he's doing
What?
his stutter is trying to kind of explain when people do a really cool thing,
Yeah.
because he's super into it. Honestly, he kind of probably breaks through his stutter because he's not even talking to them; he's talking to himself.
Yeah, makes sense.
And when people with stutters talking to himself, they kind of actually break through it. So he's super into this race.
Hell yeah.
Hold your
well,
arm
also-
the rest of the way over my shoulder and just listen to you
As
talk.
Marvel takes the full 15 seconds
As
to
you
casually
do that, he probably just he always stops talking for a full 30 seconds, and then just probably goes back into it.
Ghost, I think you had something.
Yeah, Ghost is gonna get up when the Zeppelin's overhead. He's gonna get up to leave as the noise gets overwhelming.
Yeah.
He's gonna go inside where I assume there are a bunch of little food carts and stuff.
Yeah, yes. They're probably not inside, unfortunately. Not a great way for you to escape from the sound here, because this is largely almost completely outdoor venue. But you can go over by the bookie booths and at least get a roof over your head. I assume it's downright insane for Ghost to witness a Zeppelin, a truly unthinkable thing.
An abomination to Christ.
But yeah, you can at least get a little bit of shade, a little bit further away from the noise of it all, and find some food for sale here. No problem at all.
Cool. I find the food cart with the longest line.
Yeah.
into it, knowing that whatever has the longest line is obviously the best thing there.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Is most likely the best thing there.
Totally.
I thought he was
Wanted
trying
to be away from
Right, I thought he was trying to be away for as long as he could.
Yeah.
And on this, the day of my diet?
He's brand new to this cuisine. He's got to start somewhere.
Yeah, you,
I
after...
assume if these people have any taste at all, that it is the mini donut line.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a couple different options here. There's the one with the longest line, if you do take the time to wait through that one under the assumption that it's the best food, is various iterations of hot dogs. So there's corn dogs, Coney Island dogs, hot dogs with chili and onions and stuff on top.
They're hot dog with an egg on it.
Yeah, absolutely. All variations of hot dogs here.
Whenever I get to the front of the line, I will ask like what the best thing they recommend is, and I will get 2 of those. I will get 2 bags of mini donuts, and I will bring them back for Patches and me.
Incredible. You come back with 2 big giant corn dogs, like on sticks, and a little like paper tray lined with tissue paper with a bunch of mini donuts in it. One for you and one for Patches.
Would you like some food? This race will likely take, by my estimate, 8.5 hours.
Well, that's a very kind of you. Very thoughtful.
I gotta go the whole campaign.
I want to make sure that the big Amanda looks down good on you.
I was so worried about committing to my accent and being offensive, and then
What's so offensive about this?
What's offensive about this? About a big home, I'm walking in here. Look out, Laqueenie.
Walking here.
Before we get fully canceled, as Marble puts his arm around Cadence ever so casually, as Patches or Ghost delivers these corn dogs and donuts to Patches, as Yo-Yo and Top are flirting with Marble, Boss is finally getting into this race.
are they flirting with Marble or Mariska?
I'm sorry, Mariska.
It's been double checked.
Thank you for the clarification. As all of this is happening, the racers round the corner to cross in front of you for maybe the 150th time or so, and then there is a crackling and sparkling, like some sort of electricity underneath Sadie's car, and then suddenly there's a boom and a huge explosion of crackling blue-green energy that erupts from underneath her car. You watch as panels and metal shrapnel go flying through the air, some even into the nearby stands. You hear some screams from the crowd. Sadie's car screeches and spins to its side, and then flips and begins to tumble along the brick racetrack. You hear metal crunching and screeching, the sparking magical energy that just keeps erupting from all over it. Until eventually it comes to rest on its side in kind of a smoking, crackling heap. Several people are frantically raising their hands. All of this is happening in about, 2.5 seconds, so stand by with things that you do. Do you have a question?
I do. How do I put this? Do I recognize this explosion? Does this feel like an explosion I'm familiar with?
Give me a...
Perhaps a siege weapon?
Yes, go for it. So I call this like Arcana plus that, or History plus that. Either way, proficiency plus your lore.
Same question.
Yes, give me a... For you, I guess, an Arcana check.
Does this feel like a sabotage?
You can make a vehicle check, or vehicle check, like a car's check, and apply your lore. Go ahead,
30,
Patches.
20.
How good are these donuts?
Give me a perception check.
Perception. Sorry. That's right. It's the right choice. I just...
7.
They taste so good. It doesn't take anything more than like a 2 to recognize how good they taste. Okay, I'm going to go through these rolls one at a time. Go ahead.
25.
On a 25, do you recognize this kind of explosion? No.
Good.
I don't believe so. No.
Not here.
Most of the explosions you've been exposed to are not like this clear sort of like Arcano variety.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. To you, you rolled Arcana, right?
Correct.
It clearly is some kind of magical mishap. It is not like something overheated and gasoline or oil exploded. Something has gone magically awry here. On a 20, yeah, I think it's about what you get on a 20. This is clearly some sort of magical mishap has happened here.
I'm only 17.
17, same thing. Something's gone wrong with the car. It reminds you. It's how to put this. On 17, I think it's not clear what happened. It almost strikes you as strange. You for such a catastrophic thing to happen, you would have expected to see some sort of precursor. As Sadie's car does come to the rest, there's like a screech and a halt as the rest of the cars approach the wreckage. As you stand up and kind of start running towards the track, I'll start kind of moving you in that direction.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it.
You go running as fast as you can. The announcer that's standing up on the stage gets out the megaphone and or the bullhorn and goes, "Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it appears there's been some sort of..." But before he can even finish speaking, Sadie's car begins to shake and to tremble. The wreckage of it that's just laying in the middle of the track up there. Almost like there's something trying to push its way out from inside of it, like a cracking egg. The shell keeps like moving and shifting over the course of 1 to 2 seconds. And then suddenly a shard of metal flies off of the car, maybe about the size of a dinner plate or so, flies off of the wreckage, seemingly propelled by a beam of like blue-green magical energy, like pushes it out. It shoots out from the car like a bullet, slinging itself in the direction of the announcer. The jagged metal slices across his throat. His throat opens up, blood gushes down the front of his tan suit as he starts to choke. Screams again erupt from the audience. The shrapnel then begins, that piece that cut his neck begins to float back toward him. And seemingly being like pulled in or reeled by that same tendril of magic. The wreckage, eventually like this globule, this sort of like amorphous form of magical force, pulls itself out of the wreckage, sort of surrounded by plates and shards of metal shrapnel from this car. Just kind of like an undulating blue-green glob of magical force with swirling chunks and bits of metal swirling all around it. Globs of burning oil and smoke swirling around it as well. At this point, you're running in, and people start to flee from this place, and we are going to roll initiative.
Hell yeah, we did it, guys!
Okay. Wow, you guys all go. This is going to be like side initiative. Sweating best efforts.
You're welcome.
You guys watch as first this big like globule of just like blue-green magic lifts up with all these shards and oil and wreckage spinning around it. And then some of those wreckage bits like split off with their own little like bits of magic holding them together. Some globs of oil, some bits of shrapnel. As these things erupt out of this car, and one of the like shards of metal goes and slices this announcer's neck open. These like globs of magic with metal and burning oil in them start to quickly like move towards the crowd, as if in the direction of beginning to try to like shred up some people. A bunch of people are just running and screaming. The first among you to decide what they would like to do is Boss/Some.
Are any of them near me yet?
You are 50 feet from the nearest thing.
I will summon Ash Cloud, one of the new spells, and Z.
Wonderful.
Summon tumultuous cloud of ash and smoke that fills a 30-foot cube within range. The range is 90 feet.
Sweet, so just kind of putting it all around all these guys.
Yeah, so a creature that starts its turn in the cloud must make a con save, taking 2d6 fire damage on failed, half on success.
Hell yeah.
Are these technically flying creatures?
Yeah, I think actually all of them appear to be flying.
So yes, the cloud is technically difficult terrain for all flying creatures.
Okay, great. Yeah, they're all in difficult terrain then.
Okay.
Lovely. That is your action. Do you want to do any movement or bonus action?
I would like to get a little bit closer.
All right. I think you got 30 feet of movement, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, and I'll go ahead and expend Stone Form as my bonus action this time.
Sweet. Tell us what that looks like.
So for everyone new, this is fun. Stone Form is a circle that Zeke helped me work on. So as a druid, I took on a new circle, a circle of stone. As my bonus action, I expend a use of my wild shape. So now, as you see Boss arise, sticks up the staff and points it forward, and all of a sudden there's just this giant cloud of ash and smoke and cinder around all of the animated objects coming from the race car. As he does so, you see him just kind of like flex, and stone just kind of protrudes from his body and starts floating around him.
Hell yeah.
a bunch of small stones. And as he does so, he moves himself 30 feet directionally towards.
Hell yeah. Kind of.
Just like jumping down as fast as possible.
Yeah, leaping over rafters, kind of pushing your way through crowds that are trying to
all
push
of a
opposite
sudden,
you.
all of a sudden, all the paranoia and fear you saw in his eyes is just gone as he just is, making his way straight towards the baddies.
Making his way down.
And we'll explain how that looks after it. So as of right now, there's just a bunch of small stone, dark obsidian stone, just swimming around his body very quickly.
Hell yeah. And shrouded by a swarming sort of vortex of dark stone, obsidian shale, Bask comes storming down these rafters, running in the direction of this danger. As next up, we move to Bones' turn.
Okay. I have so many questions. The most important of which is how weird is it in this? Do people walk around with weapons? Do people have weapons in this crowd right now?
I have the same question, so.
Yes, to both
You're
of you.
against-
Yes, some people certainly do. And actually, off in the distance, past perceptions, you see that like police are coming, pulling out. That's a bit different than just random people, I guess. Police are coming, pulling out guns and like batons, but they're all pretty fair distance away. It's gonna take them a while to get here.
Right.
And then it's not like. It's not unheard of for you to have a gun here.
It's not illegal to carry.
Yeah, it's not illegal to have a
It's
weapon.
not-
You know the city well enough to know that vigilante justice is a-okay.
It's A-okay,
Not
yeah.
necessarily vigilante justice, but
People
responding to an
people are-
emergency.
okay.
Yeah.
I think all the same, in 90% of circumstances, Bones would not have his weapons on him, but 3 days ago he lost his house, so he's carrying everything that he owns
Right.
in his backpack.
Stands to reason.
So it makes sense that he might actually have them with him currently. So, that being the case, the instinctual thing that he does almost immediately drops down behind cover to the bench right in front of him.
All right.
And time kind of starts to slow down. He realizes that there is like an imminent threat over there and that they are going for the crowd. And he especially sees Marble running over in that direction. And I think he starts to dig around in his backpack, and he digs past a bunch of vinyls, and he digs past a bunch of books, a bunch of clothes, past a record case that is full of ammunition, past a rifle, and down to the very, very bottom, a little pouch that he has not touched in a very long time, inside of which is one single grenade.
I love this. What do you know?
And I think that he is going to kind of just mutter to himself, serendipity, I suppose it's why I'm homeless today. And he stands up, and he looks up at the sky, he kind of like feels the wind to figure out where it's going. He looks out there and judges where people are. He looks at the way the smoke is billowing, and he is going to lob this grenade up at just the right angle to hit basically northwest of the center there.
Incredible. What's the radius of it?
It is a 20-foot radius.
Okay, yes, you can absolutely all these guys.
I sure can.
All right. What do they do? Some dex saves? I
They
presume?
need to make DC 12 dex saves.
It was a 16 total on that first dex save for the big guy.
You know, if you wanted to, you could put it on the east side and also hit Sadie.
True.
Just throwing it out there.
What's the DC I'm looking for?
I am not fond of friendly fire. DC is 12.
All right. Everything fails except for the big guy.
30 points of damage total.
And this is Jesus fuck.
That is a full 10. That's a 10 stack dynamite grenade.
Hell yeah. This could be done fast as it
Is
started.
that 30 spread or 30
Really hope
each?
so.
30 each. And I don't have my second level of rogue yet, so I can't actually do this. But Bones realizes that he just threw a grenade, which he is certainly not supposed to have.
In a crowd?
And to the best that he can, uses his bonus action to hide. He can't actually do it yet, but he just
Understood.
like ducks under for cover.
Right, getting his
If anyone asks me,
I didn't see a grenade. I don't know why.
what are you talking about?
All right.
He
Well, this
doesn't
is
even-
going to be a lot faster than I was expecting. This grenade goes flying off into this car. There's a massive explosion. The oil scatters across the ground. The blue-green glob of magic holding it together, dispersing, and a bunch of shards of metal that were being held together by this amorphous magic shatter and scatter off into the distance. When it's done, all that's left is this sort of big globule of magic at the center, all of the little
Can
bits.
anything see that though inside of the Ashbound? Inside of the ash cloud?
Is it heavily obscured? Does it say? I can pull it up here.
I guess no, it doesn't. Well,
I don't think it's obscured.
that's not obscured. Okay, never mind. You're
Yeah,
right.
so we're good. Well, that's not how I expected that to go. Next up,
Same.
in combat is Cadence.
My girlfriend.
Okay, I see what Bones just did, and I see Bones trying to hide. So I'm going to step right behind Bones. Am I within 30 feet of the
Sorry, this
thing?
guy does have resistance to that damage, so I'm going to give him back a little bit of his
I was gonna say, I think you took
I
it
think
too
that's
long.
fair.
There we go. Alright, sorry, where were we? Cadence.
Does this, sorry, am I within 30 feet of that thing where I am right now?
45.
Okay. If that's the case, I will look to Bones and I'll just silently nod, and I'll, in stark contrast to Bones, I always have my pistol on me. I will pull my pistol out and just point it straight up, not shooting it yet, but walk past Bones and point him to the left. I'm gonna head to the right, and I'm gonna try to bonus action hide in the crowd of people running by me.
Yeah, totally. You can kind of get over here and give me a stealth check.
Ooh, really bad. Incredibly bad. 7.
Yeah, it's a little bit. You like try to hide in a crowd, but the crowd is pushing past you, so you don't get the sense you're getting really the best cover.
It's fine. I was trying to get the heat off of Bones, because anyway. Then I will keep heading to where I'm within 30 feet of it, and I will shoot my pistol at it.
Alright.
Before you do that, this kid walks right in front of me and pulls out a gun.
Right.
I think it's enough to snap Ghost into some form of action. And pulls out, or touches his lamp. Firefly in the dark. Let your light shape shadow into spear and pierce. And I'm casting Shadow Projectile.
Alright. Go ahead. What, an int save from this thing? Is that right?
13 hit save.
That is a
Excuse me,
4.
bud, but that's my girlfriend.
A whopping 8 points of psychic damage.
And I get advantage, was that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now your attack has advantage, Cadence.
Which gives me sneak, right?
Indeed,
Sorry.
yes.
First time around.
Correct.
That is correct.
You're a hero. Oh, good. Same number on both die.
How can be your hero?
16.
Unfortunately, that's going to just miss, even with the advantage. You feel... what does your spell look like, Ghost? Does it like create some kind of light or something?
Yeah, so out of the lantern, one of those little glowing blue butterflies kind of appears out of the light and strikes out in the kind of like just behind the bullet. And as the bullet misses, the butterfly kind of strikes through, taking on like a almost needle-like shape and pierces through its skull.
Amazing.
Metal head.
Alright, love it. Even though the shot misses, this light, the butterfly of light, shines through this thing. That brings us then to Marble's turn. Marble, as you get down immediately, before anyone else even acts, to start running towards this wreckage, before the rest of the race cars even had a chance to stop. As you're sort of walking away, Top kind of grabs the back of your shirt and goes, we gotta get the fuck out of here.
I'm going to use my action to pull the mecha suit I have out of my haversack.
Okay.
And then I'm going to do the backseat dash, which is going to be all these jets to start blasting out. So first, I should probably explain.
So describe it, because you have like a device that it pops out of.
Yeah, so out of a hand haversack, I have this very steampunky, full-body mecha suit pop out and cling to my body. The top of it looks kind of like a glass dome over my head. You can still kind of see my face. The front of it looks like the front of a train. And then I'm going to back to dash, and I'm going to kind of make my engine overclock in a sense, and I'm going to back that all the way over to Sadie.
Oh yeah.
Just kind of like shrugging off Top all the way over there.
Hey, Mama, where the fuck are you going?
And
Keep running.
I can't do the bonus action to help her, so instead I'm using my bonus action to cast a spell.
Before you even decide what you're casting, you make it to Sadie, who is laying face down on the ground. You sort of pull a shoulder and like turn her over. Neither her left elbow nor her left knee seem to point the direction that they should point anymore. Her ram horn is cracked in half. You don't know where the rest of it is. Her entire right side of her face is devoid of much skin or muscle left. It is kind of down to tissue and teeth. She is dead.
And it's like, I'm assuming nothing I can do about it.
I mean, unless you have a way to bring somebody back from the dead.
I do not. He probably just holds her and just, like, literally just freezes. Doesn't think he can do it. This was his rival for years.
Yeah.
Friend.
Yeah.
Even.
kind of fall to your knees. Sadie, a mangled corpse, a mangled corpse in front of you.
But mechanically speaking, I still have a bonus action, so I'm going to use it because I want to. I will cast a spell. So within 30 feet of me, there's an aura. Normally, if someone uses fire, it catches someone on fire and they take passive fire damage.
Okay, understood. There is sort of just a orange light glowing off of you in about a 30-foot radius.
Pretty much as the suit clings to my body, there's still the tube on the back of my belt that is the engine that powers my suit, and it starts just like fumigating in the area around me, twinkling in the area.
Hell yeah. All right. Amidst all of these, we've gone through several turns here. Some of these commoners have started to sort of flee, making their way away from the scene. Some police are like rushing over this direction, though at this point probably getting here far too late. And there are still just like shards of metal that have blasted off and bloodied a few people in this crowd. Some people are injured, a lot of people are fleeing. There's still screams from the crowd. The explosion of a grenade seems to have scared some people as well. Not clear if that was like part of this disaster or if that was something else. But as that is all happening, chaos ensuing, Morisco, it is your turn.
Okay, no one to heal because they're all fucking dead. I guess I can just stand up and cast magic from here.
So for what it's worth, there are injured people in that crowd. If you want to just find somebody to heal, you are welcome to. I haven't described anybody really in detail, but there are injured commoners here if you wish to heal some people.
Maybe later. I was trying to make a connection.
Understood. Got it.
For now, we need to get rid of the thing that's hurting people.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I will draw my rapier like I'm about to run down in there. I'll clutch my locket and cast a spell. A glowing light surrounds me, and it kind of condenses and pew, flies over.
I want to use my reaction to cast Shadow Projectile.
Okay, cool.
Because
that's actually a good roll this time. 12?
Fail.
Okay, I'll go and roll your 2d6 psychic damage, and then your attack has advantage.
This thing's made of metal and
it seems like the center of it is like force, like pure magical force, and it just is like moving metal around almost as a weapon.
6 psychic.
The thing that seems to be fighting is this like magical force.
6 psychic damage.
6 points of psychic damage, okay, and your attack has advantage.
Ooh, that's only a 13.
A 13, unfortunately, is going to be a miss, even with the advantage. Both times the shadow projectiles have hit, and the resulting attacks have not. So your beam of light just shoots right past it, kind of hits one of the metal plates and sends it flying off into the distance, but doesn't seem to have harmed the magical sort of interior core of this thing. Okay.
Seeing that, I'll draw my rapier and start running down.
Perfect. All right, that brings us now to Patches.
Pass.
He just keeps sitting there.
It honestly makes so much sense.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's like the cops are showing up, and
Yeah.
I mean,
I already
with
made
my
my
position, I kind of just
Yeah.
get in trouble.
That's fair.
I fucking love it.
And I see Marvel down there kind of fighting, so I'm just like,
Yeah, maybe we'll get them.
yeah. So just in case, I'll pull out a little match and light a candle and just kind of
Yeah.
sit it next to me.
Hell yeah, beautiful. As you light a match and a candle and watch in the hopes that this thing destroys Marvel. The animated force
But also
gets
respectable.
a turn.
And at the beginning of
Beginning of
his
his
turn, make a con saving throw, please.
That's a total of 21, which I'm going to assume is a success. Still takes half damage, so roll me 2d6 and we'll cut it in half. Roll the damage first.
I rolled 9 total.
9 total. This animated force rises up, pulling all these metal shards, beginning to just go run absolute havoc on this crowd and start slaughtering commoners. You all spring to action very quickly. It is beginning to discorporate and fall apart, and it holds up with one like sort of tendril of magic. This shard of metal that is reaching to just like throw into the crowd. And Boss, what does it look like when your spell finishes this creature off?
I'd like to assume the ash cloud swells out, pulls tight across the bottom, around the car, that pulls tight around the bottom of this magical being, this entity. And as that tendril reaches high, everything just burns from the ground up. To the last thing you see is that bit of metal just fall and clink to the ground.
Hell yeah. The magic just burns up to the top in a swirl, and then the metal.
And then A little single cinder falls to the earth.
A little cinder falls to the earth. This thing defeated as quickly as it appeared. In a matter of seconds that it appeared and killed a couple of people. You guys prevented what could have been a great deal of death and bloodshed here.
But they were witnesses, so they know that we didn't make the explosion.
Absolutely. In fact, there are several witnesses here that didn't even have a chance to completely flee before you guys have seemed to tame the situation.
It's fussy.
They are still, fleeing at great speed. But it's clear here to everyone around that you guys have kind of saved the day, except Patches, who just kind of watched it all happen.
He lit a candle. Who knows what that did?
The police kind of come running up. Go ahead, Marble.
I
Cry.
know that you said, and I quote, "She's fucking dead."
That is exactly what I said. Correct.
I am going to try my best to stop that from happening, whatever that means. I know, CPR. I know the basics of keeping.
Right.
So I'm going to try something.
Yeah, you desperately and uselessly try the things that would work to resuscitate someone that had not yet died or was on the brink of death. She is very dead. To save her, you would now need magic to bring her back to life.
I will just keep trying.
Yeah, I think Top and Yo-Yo, once they have gotten over their initial jitters, come down quickly running behind you and kind of slow their approach when they get close enough to see that you are just kind of pounding on her chest uselessly. That you can't see it because you're too in the moment.
Tears in his eyes.
Yeah, and you can't see it through the tears and through the passion of the moment. But every pump you do, there's blood that's just kind of falling out from under her coat. It's clear to an onlooker that you were essentially just smashing the chest of a corpse, but it's not how it feels to you in the moment. I have no doubt. As Marble is doing this, go ahead, Seth. What did you have?
Resurrection?
May I find the broken horn and slowly carry it over to him and tap him and hand it to him?
Give me a perception or investigation check to find it. It's not a big deal, but no.
Is that it's going on 23 perception?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It looks as though when she was flung from the car, the horn caught on something, and just the path of least resistance was right around the skull, so it just cracked right off.
I would like to take that horn and dislodge it from the car and walk it over and put my hand on Marble's shoulder and just hand him the other part of her left horn.
He's doing CPR. No.
There's a sickening smell of sulfur and ozone here as the ether emissions continue to billow from the burning wreckage of her car. Go ahead, Cadence.
I'm a terrible person. My first thought is anybody not running from the stadium other than us and the cops?
Give me a perception or insight check. Okay. Investigation's also fine here.
Can I
You
do
can do the
that?
same
Yeah.
thing.
Yes.
One of your girlfriends. Thank you to girlfriend.
Sorry, you said perception or
Insight or investigation even?
insight or investigation? 19 total investigation.
19 total. Some obvious ones. There's cops running this way.
Right.
And, there's a bunch of crowds, people running away. The racers, some are fleeing and some are going, much like Marble, to go check on Sadie. So some of those have not fled. I think, I know what you're really kind of looking for here. The one that stands out to you most, you look kind of down the way. And standing amidst the crowd, kind of coming toward it instead of walking away, is this man over here. He is a human man, looks to be in maybe his 50s. Tall, maybe about 6'4" or so, lean build, narrow features, short gray hair with a neatly manicured gray mustache, kind of sharp eyebrows. He's got a brown coat and a vest and a cabbie hat. Give me now a history check or perception. And apply your Daybreak City lore to this check.
Really bad. 11.
11?
Perception.
Yeah, you don't. Was that with your lore? Was it 13?
Yeah, that's
Oh, that was
what I
already with it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you don't recognize this guy, but he definitely is. He is not fleeing, and he is standing at kind of a safe distance and studying what has just happened here. You see him kind of looking through all of this kind of wreckage and looking through all of you.
Is he speaking at all? It's kind
No,
of
at the moment he's just hands in his pockets, kind of watching.
Okay.
He doesn't seem to be talking to anybody or speaking. And after just Well, he stays there for a couple minutes. I'll wait a couple minutes before we move him along anywhere. The police make their way over and start to do their first order of business, which is get people off this racetrack. They go to you, Boss, and to Marble, and to Yo-Yo and Top, and anybody else who's made their way onto the racetrack at this point. Say, nope, you gotta get out of here, out, and kind of start pushing off the racetrack. I know you are fully zoned and tears in your eyes, and one of them puts their hand on your shoulder and starts to like try to pull you back.
I assume that Top of your ass.
Yeah, Yo-Yo and Top also come over and say, Marble, hey, Marble.
They probably have to like literally pull him down.
Yeah, they do.
I give it back to Morisco.
Okay. They're not rough, but they kind of get you to your senses.
Yeah,
enough to
I don't really fight
off
them,
of here.
but like it's just. I mean, I fight a little bit, but like it's. I think he knows it's kind of pointless.
I'll jump to Ghost and Patches. Are you guys doing anything in the aftermath of this? We'll go Patches first.
I mean, I guess the main thing I wondered is if Cadence would find it suspicious that I was just sitting there.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
When you I was already eyeing him.
Yes, that is exactly. You were looking for somebody who was like just sitting there, not running and being kind of suspicious. Definitely, Patches is the one. Yes.
He's holding a button that says, "I did this."
Ghost, did you have anything that you're doing in these first minutes after this all goes down?
Yeah, I think that initially he has, as the crowd starts to part and he starts to see all the injured people and he sees Sadie's body and the body of the announcer, and right after that loud explosion, starts having some flashes. His breathing starts to get really quick and rapid. Starts kind of having a bit of a panic attack. And then he looks down at this candle that Patches has lit, takes a couple deep breaths, and kind of starts to center himself over like a minute or so.
Yeah. Cadence, you got a hand up?
Yeah. When Yo-Yo and Top go down to get Marble, I will go with them. And I'll get Marble off the corpse at this point, but I want to look over at Sadie's car, since I can see the underneath of it.
Yeah.
Do I see anything? A device, a trigger, anything?
Give me investigation or perception.
Same actually with the
investigation or perception.
May I roll Arcana?
You can. Arcana is going to be more like to figure out what you see, if you see anything. Let's start with seeing if you see anything to begin with. So start with perception or investigation.
22 either way.
Okay.
That's the same number. I guess investigation is probably more right thing, but
yeah.
9 perception.
9. Yeah. It's if you knew what you were looking for or looking at, you might be able to suss something out here, but like you've never seen the underbelly of a race car before, so it's hard to parse.
Understood.
Cadence, you've seen the underbelly of a race car before. You're dating a race car driver. You look in the underbelly of the car and you don't have any kind of like Arcana tech proficiency or anything like that.
I do not.
Second half?
You can roll me an Arcana tech check as Cadence sort of tells you what he's looking at, or she's looking at.
25.
Okay, 22 and 25. Both of you guys, like from past the fence, looking underneath the car, see what look like canisters that have exploded, like canisters only about the size of maybe like a Coke can or whatever, that have shredded outward, and inside of them you see inert conversion crystals, ether conversion crystals, the crystals that create magical effects out of ether. To you, Cadence, you don't really know what it is, but you see like that looks out of place. This doesn't look quite right. Something looks off here. And you point it out to Marble, who looks to it, and that doesn't look. It's not clear what that would be for. That looks out of place
It's
to
not
you.
kosher.
It does not look like it's like a. That doesn't look like it belongs on the bottom of a race car. It doesn't look done very well. I think that's what stands out the most to you. You're not sure what that part is, or what it would do.
Does it look like it actually feeds into part of the car, or does it look like it's like
No, that's
someone
the thing.
actually added an explosive to this car?
More the second thing than the first thing. It doesn't look like it feeds into anything. It doesn't look like it's a part of the car. It looks like something has been attached to the car.
Someone sabotaged this vehicle.
Seems like a reasonable guess, yeah. As you guys are looking at that from a distance, the police chief, Lydia Powell, comes over.
I will put my suit away.
Okay, understood. She's just kind of making sure that nobody comes out here onto the track. Everyone gets a wide vicinity. Kind of begins having officers like usher people away from this wreckage, kind of pushing everyone back. Cadence, you were also keeping an eye on this guy, Arthur Sterling.
Yes.
Whose name you don't know, but that's his name. After 2 or 3 minutes of seeing this all going on, he walks away towards like the bookie stand. Not just the bookies, but sort of the building of this place, the sort of indoor place. Go ahead, Marvel.
Okay, this has been a lot of emotional stuff happening. Was this at the end of the race or in the middle of the race?
No, middle of the race. The race now ends kind of unconcluded.
So, speaking bookie-wise, not even just that, like, what does that mean bookie-wise? Do the people who made the bookies keep the money?
No.
You had to bet that one
Do
of the
people
cars
get their
was-
money back?
Yeah, yes. Like, you'll get your bets back. You're not gonna,
Yeah.
you haven't
So
won.
it wasn't like anyone did this and thought, I will get money off of killing this bitch.
No.
No, this certainly not by means of like betting anyway. Everyone who placed money on this race will get their money back because the race was essentially canceled.
So you're telling me that I can't get my 10
Yes.
cents back?
You will not receive 10 cents, but you will receive your 2 marks back or whatever you bet.
I only bet one. But, okay.
Cadence, what's up?
Has Sinclair been hurting for a story?
Good question. Make a history check. This feels history to me. Apply DC law.
Ooh, really bad. Incredibly bad. God, I can't roll above a 10. 9 total.
Yeah, no. Her paper is, always
Fine.
sounds well.
It's all
always,
she-
always
yeah.
doing great. Yep.
I have very little knowledge of the underbelly, sorry.
Yes.
I know that obviously Patches' group wanted her to win. Do I know any reason why someone would want Sadie specifically to die?
Make an
Because obviously it's
insight.
sabotage. Who would want to kill her?
Yeah, make an insight check, I suppose.
Do I get to add anything to it?
I would let you add your vehicle's lore, and like this could be related to some like another racer wanting to kill her or something.
This is really good.
Okay.
You said insight?
Yes.
It's going to be a 24.
24. Especially with the fact that you applied your lore, there are plenty of reasons why other racers would want her dead. But on a 24, that feels kind of extreme.
It's extreme.
And it also is like racing is ending in this state after today anyway.
And these creatures that spawned out of it.
Hard to say. It's related in some way to this weird sabotage, presumably.
Or I know that's kind of feeding off that. Do I know anything about what those are?
You roll a crowd check.
Can I get a second on that?
Yes.
18.
18?
24.
24? On the 18, they looked almost like an elemental. They weren't elementals. They were made of ether, or not necessarily ether, but they were made of magic.
They were elementals from the material plane?
Something like that. Yeah, they were maybe elementals isn't the right word. That's what it reminds you of because they seemed like almost like a mindless force, just like it didn't seem terribly intelligent, especially the way it reacted to the spells you guys cast. It struck you as just kind of like a almost mindless force that, if anything, was capable of like following directions or self-preserving. On a 24, definitely the sense that you get is that this was like a very simple-minded conjuration, if minded at all. It was a constructed magical force that was created for a purpose and seems to have attempted.
This may or may not be true, but the thing that is running through Bones' head over and over is the fact that it immediately went for the comms. It went for the announcer. It tried to cut off communication before anything else. That leads him to believe that it is either intelligent or being controlled by something intelligent.
Right. On 24, that stands to reason. Cadence, go ahead.
Might be a long shot. Does this seem like something Vanera could have pulled off on her own if she was still in the city?
Roll an insight check.
Not bad. 17?
that would surprise you a great deal.
Okay.
I wouldn't say that there's no way, but that would surprise you a
Okay.
lot.
Yeah,
This
totally fair.
doesn't seem like something she could pull off even if she wanted to, and it's hard to imagine why she would want to.
Yeah.
I mean, those reasons could absolutely exist.
Yeah.
I guess what I'll say is she would have needed a lot of help.
Okay.
Marisco.
Marisco hasn't seen a death like this before. Probably not. Period.
Yep.
He did okay on his wisdom check, but he's still a little shaken up by it. He's going to get into his bag of holding and pull out a staff.
Okay.
It's got flowers on it. He's just going to put a little forget-me-not patch over here near the bleachers.
Okay. Yeah.
Just, they're blue, she's blue. It's a morning
Yeah.
flower.
It's really
It's
beautiful.
just something he can do.
You bend your staff down to the ground and up from sort of the well-trod earth where so many feet have stepped that the grass is kind of flattened and barren. A nice little bush of blue little forget-me-nots kind of emerges.
It's got 10 charges, so can I spread out like 3 or 4 of them?
Yeah, you just plant a few of them that will sort of take root here. If only to be remembered for a little while, if nothing else.
Yeah.
As this is all happening,
That was cute.
a guy with a notepad and a pen comes over. He's got someone with a camera that is following him around. He's a Harengon dude, bunny person, white and gray fur, newsy cap on. He steps up to you guys and says,
Boss darts.
Sure, yeah. You just kind of move kind of over to the crowd and get lost from this fella. He steps up to the closest person, which I think looks like it's Marisco. It says, "Hey, Sinclair Media. What happened here? Can you give me the scoop?" I was sitting right over there. It looked like maybe you guys saved the day.
There's some sort of creature, and we dispatched it.
He starts writing it down. Incredible. I mean, I saw the whole thing. It looked like there'd be a bunch of people in a lot worse shape if it weren't for you guys. How about you up there that looks at Bones? Can I get a statement? So why didn't you run? What made you want to stay?
Yes, you can have a statement. Give me a moment.
No, yeah, catch your breath. This has been jarring, I'm sure.
Yeah, I will talk, but give me a moment.
Yeah, this guy seems eager to sort of collect the statements from you guys, collect your story. He seems pretty enthusiastic about the fact that like you guys saved the day, and he wants to get like the story of your heroism down on his notes while it's fresh. Boss, gets the fuck back from that situation. It looks like.
After I give my statement, I'll try to meet back up with Boss.
Also,
so
I feel like Boss in this moment feels kind of a sense of redemption, and I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, makes sense.
Marvel is just like out of it. He is not quite comprehending what is happening.
Yeah. Top kind of sits you down on one of his
Not-
bleachers and kind of just like rubs your back while you hyperventilate.
He's having a very difficult time realizing that his nemesis, which is like not even like an arch nemesis, just like a nemesis in a playful way,
Rival?
is just a rival, died in front of his eyes, and he could not save him.
Yeah, the journalist starts to walk in you guys' direction, and Yo-Yo goes, "Not now." He kind of turns back around.
I'll go to intercept the journalist. Yeah.
All right.
I say if nobody else does, I'd like to see this guy come up to me.
Yeah. Step up to Bones. So what happened here?
Vorticello von Stoppel, third row. I saw it in front of me. There was an explosion. It seemed magical in nature. I could not tell. Some sort of entity erupted from the car, it seems. As if from inside it. It began slinging shards of metal as a weapon. Several people seemed to be mages. We were very fortunate. A few of us were armed. We did what we could to suppress it quickly. I saw there were some other injured. The I believe the driver is dead, and I think the announcer is dead as well, but that is all that I really remember.
Yeah. He's Bonicello von Stappo, was that? Can you spell that one for me?
Yeah.
He takes the spelling.
Vonc.
HT. He says, you all, I mean, frankly, to me, you look like heroes to me. I mean, that could have been, wow.
Yeah.
How about you, miss?
Yeah, you got your pen ready?
Your name?
Yeah. You ready? Fuck off. And I'm gonna tail Arthur.
Hell yeah!
That's my girl. Yeah.
Cadence, as you walk away and start to head over towards where you saw Arthur going, you kind of conveniently see him walking back in your direction at the same time, not necessarily at you, but kind of back in this direction towards like the crash site. And you can certainly intercept him along the way if you wish to.
Is he boy?
Gay? Yeah.
Is he gay? No. Is he wearing any like distinguishing mark? Can I tell where this guy is from just by looking at him?
Give me perception or investigation.
Ooh. 21 investigation.
Okay. He's not wearing anything that gives you an indication of who he is or where he's coming from. When you last saw him, he was just a guy with hands in his pockets. He now has something in his hand that stands out to you. He has little papers the size of about business cards that on the back of them say Sinclair Media.
Okay.
So he seems to be with Sinclair Media, or at least has cards that say Sinclair Media on them. That seems to be walking. You now see, like with the 21 investigation, the direction of his walk is toward you guys, and toward on this site. He kind of, unless you're trying to remain hidden and sort of tailing him, which is up to you.
I am trying to remain hidden. And see what he's doing.
Maybe stealth or deception, one or the other, to like play it off like you weren't just tailing him, or
23 deception.
Beautiful. You kind of play it off like you were just someone walking around. As he's walking over, Mauricio, go ahead.
Now that things are dying down a little bit, if there's still injured people, I've got 5 points of lay on hands. I can heal people a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's people here that would die if they took 4 points of damage. So just a point of healing is to set a broken arm or to...
Yeah, I'll do that for a few people. I can't heal them up all the way. I'd rather spread it around and heal someone up completely.
As you start doing that, this journalist kind of says, excuse me, and he goes over to watch Mauricio do all this. He looks to the camera guy and says, hey, and a camera comes over and like takes a picture of you like healing someone that's been hurt. This kind of old lady with a broken arm. As this is all going on, this guy Arthur makes his way over towards this not crowd, but towards you guys and towards this journalist and towards this camera that is now set up on a tripod. As journalists now like taking statements from other people too, some people in the crowd that you hear people being like, oh yeah, I saw the whole thing. These two guys, this guy was casting magic and they took him out and blah 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 blah. Arthur steps over to just kind of the people assembled here, and just whoever's kind of the closest person. I think probably looks like it's Cadence or Bones. We'll say he goes to Bones. Since Cadence was kind of trying to stay discreet here. He says, excuse me, my name's Arthur Sterling. My employer is Miss Olga Sinclair, Sinclair Media.
She is running this.
Yes. Yes, she is. She sends her gratitude for your actions today. It seems that you all saved quite a lot of lives here. And he's talking to you, but you can hear him kind of project his voice so that the rest of the people here assembled can hear it, including Marble and Ghost, and I guess not Patches, but he's near. He kind of looks like he's looking for Boss, and he's going to look for Boss. Roll me a stealth check if you're trying to stay hidden.
I love the 7-foot elephant hiding.
7.
Yeah, you are trying to kind of disappear into a crowd, but Arthur sees you off in the distance, and you hear him project his voice. Say, I saw the whole thing. You saved some lives today. Probably quite a few lives.
My friend's a bit camera shy.
Oh, no, we don't. Hey, he looks to the journalist and says, no cameras on anyone that doesn't want it, yeah? He says, yeah, no problem, boss. He reaches to you, Bones.
It says, Miss Sinclair would like to speak to you personally if you're amenable to it, so she can give you a proper thanks. And he hands you over a little card that looks like just kind of a business card. It just has her address printed on it, 1043 Hamilton Drive, Wax Row. And he says, tonight at 6 p.m., Miss Sinclair would look forward to meeting you.
I'm certain that she would. She has an unusual way of getting people's attention.
Yeah, she's...
King laughs.
Sometimes just bomb at an event to get someone's attention.
My thoughts exactly.
Okay.
You'll have to forgive me. This is the
This is
second
like-
time in
this is
about
like
3 days that I've been in the right place at the right time and not fared better for it.
He shrugs and says, understandable. To be clear, when I say that she would like to thank you personally, I think that you may have been in the right place at the right time today.
I hope so. I
And
will
I-
speak to her.
I think that you may end up better for it, I suppose is what I mean.
I'll speak to her.
And he leans to Marisco. Love to see you there as well.
Yeah.
Hands you a card. He leans down to Yo-Yo, who overheard the conversation and isn't quite sure what to make of it yet, but at least takes the card. Reaches one up towards Ghost, the card. Says, Miss Sinclair, we'd love to meet the people that prevented this from turning into a massacre. Offer you proper thanks.
And I would like to meet with her, actually.
Passes you a card with her address on it and says 6 p.m. tonight, if you can make it.
She's rather quickly informed for someone who does not appear to be here.
That is my job. It's important to, when your business is information, you need to be able to move information quickly.
See, that bodes well.
He looks towards Patches like a little confused, like you're still sitting here amongst all these people that did this thing. And in fact, the journalist has made it up here to you now. It says, hey, Sinclair Times, or Daybreak City Times, did you see what happened?
Well, I mean, I wasn't definitely here, so I helped as much as I could.
Oh, yeah?
But they kind of took care of it pretty quickly.
Yeah. So what do you use, some sort of spellcaster or something?
I mean, you could have said that.
And you helped with this, huh? You helped these guys?
Well, of course, yeah.
Give me a deception check.
All of his
15.
attacks are
15.
little face.
He says, all right, then can I get a name?
You can just call me Patches.
Patches. No last name or nothing?
No last name.
And while the journalist is talking to Patches, Arthur makes his way over to Boss, trying to hit him. If you really flee, he's not going to chase you or anything. But he says, I understand you're shy and we don't have to talk if you don't want to, but Miss Sinclair would love to give you her thanks for your help today. Passes you this card if you want it.
No less. And then at that point, just want to look him up and down. Is there any sort of insignia, or is like anything off normal? I know we already looked kind of at him. But
Yeah,
like,
you can do
is there
it.
anything off normal about him?
Sure, roll me insight. I think would be best to get a vibe on this guy or anything feeling off about him.
Trash.
Understood. Yeah, he seems quiet and reserved and kind of not a man of many words, but he doesn't seem to be rubbing you the wrong way.
So hesitantly, I kind of look him up and down, and I reach out and I take the card from his hand and I just nod.
Yeah, he kind of does the same. He's
And
inclined.
I say, "Thank you."
Thank you. This could have been a lot worse. Go ahead, Marble.
Would I know anyone who would have wanted Sadie to die?
No, you kind of already made.
benefit?
Yeah, so you already made this roll, and no, nothing really comes to mind other
Okay.
than it could be another racer, but that seems insane. But you don't Sadie didn't have.
It doesn't feel like a racer. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't feel like a racer. It feels like someone bigger than that.
Yeah, Sadie doesn't
Right.
have any large scale enemies, and you can't think of anybody that would financially benefit from her dying unless there's some sort of weird insurance
Like,
scheme or something going on here.
Pretty either out of left field or big.
Yeah. You rolled a 24 on that check, and I don't think I ever finished giving you the answer to it. I think the thing that strikes you on a 24 insight check, the APSA goes into effect tomorrow, which bans high caliber arcanotech for public use, bans this sort of activity. And the guise of it, you've been in the city for a long time. When this law was pitched, when it was sort of passed by the politicians, it was presented. I mean, it's in the name. It was presented as a public safety thing, as this stuff shouldn't be on the streets. It shouldn't be publicly used. This stuff doesn't belong in the hands of regular citizens.
So even before patches, it kind of felt more of it's a power grab. You keep the power from the people. You keep the power. That's certainly
a way to interpret what happened. Absolutely, you're not the only one who has interpreted it that way. All I'm going on the 24 insight check. What has happened here today certainly supports that narrative.
It makes the magic look dangerous.
It makes magic look dangerous, but also it.
Arthur looks to the journalists and then looks to Patches is this guy? And the journalist nods at him on that deception check that you made. Arthur steps up. You also had your hand raised.
Yeah. I was going to ask, kind of similar along the same lines, knowing what my group wants.
Mm-hmm.
Have I heard anything possibly related to this?
Yeah, roll me...
I mean, because I'm very high up with
totally
them, so...
Roll me a history check or arcana, or not arcana, history or insight or investigation. Whichever one of those is best for you.
18.
On an 18, Fungo Cremini claims to have played a role in getting the APSA passed. In that little flashback we did, he said the APSA will pass soon. I have made sure of that. And obviously, Santi San Jose benefits hugely from this law's passage. So I mean that stands to reason here. But Santi San Jose doesn't really need to be doing anything to support the law anymore. It's already passed. Right. Yeah. So they don't have a vested interest in garnering public support. They're just cool money.
Yeah, okay.
So
that's what I figured, but
yeah, nothing jumps out to you as super relevant. But Arthur steps up and says, understand you were a help today in preventing this being a much worse situation. Olga Sinclair would like to give you her regards.
I'll take it from him and slip it into one of my coat pockets.
Perfect. And then last but not least, Cadence, I know you were kind of doing deception to seem you tell me, what is this deception for? Are you trying to seem like you were not a part of any of this at all? Were you just trying to avoid him in the moment? In other words, at some point in this, he saw you pull a gun and fire into the situation. Right. He knows that you sprung into help.
I was trying to take over for Bones, so now
right. What's the sort of vibe of this deception check that you've made? What's your goal with this deception check, I'll say?
Boy, I have several, and they're all conflicting. Well, while he's talking to... When he starts his initial conversation with Bones and everybody, am I still hidden at that point?
Yeah, I mean, you could have lost yourself in the crowd, fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would it be possible to, while he's handing out, the cards and whatever, head over to a not exploded race car and look underneath it?
If you attempt to go over there, you're going to have to do a stealth check because the police have barricaded everything.
Oh,
you
yeah.
can attempt that.
Yeah. 14 total.
14. Yeah, you go to sort of nonchalantly push your way through one of these gates. And the police chief, Lydia Powell, who is this kind of human woman with curly red hair and her classic 1900s police officer outfit, uniform, not outfit. She kind of puts her hands up and says, nope, off the track, this is closed off.
Ooh, don't want to try to do something stupid. I'm gonna lean in real close and whisper in Lydia's ear. Do you know how much shit we have on you, Lydia? I'm walking past and looking.
Roll me intimidation.
Oh, I'm turned on right now. Can I say that?
I am too.
Sorry.
21?
21?
Damn.
You're not the only one.
Back off. It's your own girlfriend.
She leans back a little bit and says, not Sadie's car. The rest. Fine.
I'll just nod and walk past.
Okay. Lets you through.
I just want to see if any of the other cars have
Yeah,
these
roll me
devices.
investigation to see if you find anything similar on any other cars.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. You look under several other cars, one by one, giving a thorough pass. You do not see any similar devices on any other cars.
And I'll try to do it, like, I know she let me pass, but I'll try to do it stealthy so it doesn't look like the police chief is letting people through the barrier.
Yeah, I'm going to carry that same, like,
I'm going
12
to try to,
stealth
like,
check.
stick my neck out for her since she's doing it for me.
Right.
So to speak.
Stands to reason. She stands back and watches you like a hawk as you do this. But you sort of check all these cars, look underneath them, and don't see anything. And then eventually, feeling like you have sort of checked everything and are not finding anything here, make your way back off, I presume, unless you have other plans.
Nope, that was it.
As you are making your way back off of the track, you are approached by Arthur Sterling, who says, Miss Sinclair would love to speak with you about what happened here today. She has her gratitude to offer if you're interested.
I'd be happy to.
That's my girl.
Passes you this card with Olga Sinclair's address on it. And with that, having given one of these cards to each person, Arthur Sterling goes to sort of just walk away, hands in his pockets. You guys kind of take a moment to regroup in your own ways. The crowd kind of stayed around for a little bit once it was clear that it was safe to gawk, but eventually everyone kind of understands that the race is over, it's canceled. A lot of people are in line at the bookie to get their bets back. You guys can kind of regroup. You didn't come here together. Some of you did, but not all of you did. But you now all are in possession of these cards, inviting you to Olga Sinclair's home in like 6 hours or so for this meeting with her to offer her thanks for your heroic actions here today. So the rest of this kind of afternoon belongs to you guys. And sorry, go ahead.
Just as we're starting to wind down, and as things are calming down a little bit, let's just go over to Patches and Ghost, and if Boss is still over there, though I know he's like trying to stay out of things. And he kind of like looks at the card and looks at the cards that were given to Ghost and to Patches and to Boss, and he takes a seat. And he looks to Patches first, but he kind of looks past to the other two of you. You're all mages.
Boss doesn't really have a problem stepping into this now that like the crowd is gone, the photographer is gone.
I will say on the subject of photographer, before we jump into this conversation, the journalist has like gotten his statements for everybody, wrote down names and everything. I assume that if he asks for your name, you do not give him a name, or do you tell him some, or you just avoid this guy completely and say no comment?
I'll say Sam.
Okay.
Sam Haruga.
Yeah, he writes down that name. And then he kind of, everyone who's assembled here, again, pretty deeply insensitive, but once like Marble is up on his feet, at least for a second, he steps up and just says, can I get a photo of everybody that helped out today for the paper?
No.
Anybody who wants to, and no pressure, just so you know, you guys are heroes. You'll be on the front page.
I have a question. Did they take a photo of me after the fire the other day?
No.
Yeah, I'll take a photo.
Oh, actually, does Ghost say yes?
I think Ghost does, mostly out of fascination with camera technology.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I like is that like Ghost being the same exact height as Boss, as the photo is like he's got his little flash stand.
Yep, absolutely.
Right? So do that. And he goes, "All right, say cheese" or whatever he says. As soon as he does that, Boss just steps right behind Ghost.
Okay. So the photo that
Briscoe won't say no to publicity.
Marvel does not.
Marble stays out of it.
That's
Yep, Yo-Yo and
reasonable.
Yo-Yo and
Top
Top
will
like
pull you up to the
realize
side.
his brother is suffering.
Yep, yep.
Don't let him be part of it.
Does anybody besides Marble not get into this photo?
There's a photo happening?
And so the journalist wants a photo of the. He's like, you guys will be on the front pages tomorrow. The heroes that saved.
Yeah, definitely not.
Yeah, you're staying out of it.
Sure not.
My girl.
I'm also not going to. Instead, I'm just going to stand next to the photographer and judge his choice of camera operation.
Stands to reason. You stand back with the photographer, like.
So
tisking
I'll
him.
like pull my camera out and just start like looking at him.
turns out that the worst front page photo of all time was just taken.
Yes.
Yes. The photo that results
Two
is
people.
Bones, Ghost, and Morisco lining up. Boss behind them, and then he
With
like
elephant
leans
ears.
behind.
Right.
So it looks
elephant
like
ears.
Ghost has big elephant ears.
Boss deliberately trying to take a bad photo. Two people who've never taken a photo before and don't know what they're supposed to do, and one person who's like, "Oh yeah, take a photo."
And as
What
these
person was
three,
like, please, I need a job.
as these three clues people line up, there's a flash of bright light and a bit of a smoke, and you guys have your photo taken for the paper. And then after that, the journalist says, "Well, thank you all for your time, and honestly, thank you for saving the day. I mean, this could have been, yikes!
I trust anyone else would have done the same.
You'd be surprised, man."
Maybe. But then, I bet you I do sit down. And I looked at the three. Mages. You're all mages.
I'm
Studying, yes.
What do you study?
Magic, mostly in history.
Oh, where at?
The Citadel in the city of Amber.
Okay.
History check.
7.
My name's Ghost, by the way. Or you can call me Ghost.
Bones. Together we have almost one full spectre.
All you need is flesh.
Well, this is Specs, just short for Spectre.
Well, what do you know? We can do a full haunting almost.
I'm Morisco, so if we wanted to ghost fish, that would count.
Oh, Morisco.
Anybody who speaks Rooksy, when Morisco introduces himself, that's truly just the Rooksy word for seafood.
Yeah.
This guy introduces himself as
Seafood.
seafood
Yeah.
in Rooksy.
I like it. I like it. Seafood.
Are
Yeah,
you...
it was a nickname, but it stuck because I didn't have
Mine's
it.
is also a nickname. I assume your full name is hard to pronounce.
Oh, I don't know my full name.
Really?
I don't know who's talking right now, but I'm just sorry. I don't know who's
Oh,
talking.
I don't know my full name.
Sorry, we cut you off, Ghost. What were you saying?
No, I was just wondering, do you not have any bones?
I do, actually. I have my full set of bones. I
Full set.
have all of them.
All 134.
Bones is a little bit shorter than my full name, so
I see.
yes.
Insect-type humanoids don't have bones in their body, right? They're on the outside?
Well, we just have the appearance of insects, but I'm actually I have some bones. Insects wouldn't survive this size.
Makes sense.
So you've studied at an academy to do magic. What about you? If you don't mind my asking, I know you don't like to talk to the journalists. I don't want to pressure you.
Zeke, may I ask,
Yeah.
with my academia lore, like another prestigious school in the world?
Just roll me like a history check. And apply your academia lore, so add an extra plus 2, whatever you roll.
6.
6. I'm going to give you one thing.
Oh, wow. Phil, Grim did tell me one.
Yeah, he did say
Is
about
it
Broughton. Yes.
Broughton.
Yes. Broughton comes to mind.
I'll just say I studied at Broughton.
Never heard of it.
Oh, yeah, give me a history.
Nope. You?
Sorcerer. Didn't study. Just kind of
You
fell
just
into
get
the
it for
music.
free. Oh, I've heard of
Yeah,
this
yeah.
before once or twice. It's
Yeah,
fascinating.
Yeah, I was recent, so I'm not, super good at it, but still learning.
Still, though, you can't look free magic in the eye. Very good.
everybody.
And you with the candle thing, I am very sorry. It was very hectic. I didn't see what your spell actually did.
His spell killed everyone.
Got him.
Zeke,
Yes.
how old am I?
How old are you? Who the fuck knows, man? Don't fucking know.
Why did you ask him?
You appear to be a tabaxi man in your 20s.
Yeah.
Roll a D100.
Carol, a D1000. Is that more appropriate?
I think sorry, my button. I think you know how old you believe yourself to be.
Well, yeah, I know
But
that.
yeah, your physical form is 20s or 30s.
Okay. I just didn't know because of past
Yeah.
lore and everything else, like how old I actually am.
So I don't want to drop all your secrets for you, but you're a tabaxi in his 20s or 30s.
So, forgive me, I didn't see what your spell did, but I saw the candle, I assumed.
Yes, I use a lot of candles in my magic. I'm what you might call a cleric.
A cleric. Okay, so you speak to a deity.
That I do.
Who do you worship?
I mean, I can't tell you everything.
No, it's alright. I'm sorry. I don't mean to pry. I just I admire magic. I think it's very. There's a lot of potential in magic. I've never seen so many mages in one place. Actually, outside of a few cores back home. That's fascinating. That's unusual to see so many.
Yes, I have a lot more experience in this than most do.
I see. It seems fortuitous that we were all in the same place at the same time. That was something.
I've heard that mages are drawn together for some reason or another. I've lost my accent entirely. I'll get it back next session. I swear.
I wonder, you're like, it's been so long.
Yeah.
It's like, what accent?
What accent? I lost it.
The entire time I was watching, is like, don't do full mean accent. Don't do full mean accent.
Also, I like when you asked me, like, all I said was like, I studied at Broughton.
Yeah. He interpreted that exactly the same as Ghost. It's like, oh, he's a wizard.
No, I started at Broughton and just like stood back again.
Yeah.
I will say, just to jump a little bit above the table, on the sixth that you rolled, which is not a great roll, when Ghost mentions that he studied at the Citadel in Hallowhive, even on a sixth, you have heard of the Citadel of Hallowhive. Yeah. It's a very important school of magic.
Anyway, we'll just kind of sit down. Well, that's not how I thought this day was going to go, but it sounds like we have dinner plans now.
Yes, that way.
And Cadence, roll me an insight check really quick, sorry. Sorry, Ghost, I didn't mean to interrupt you there.
No, you're fine.
You don't have to go.
Insight,
but I'm
you said?
going. Yeah. I guess, wait, you should go because...
Natural 1.
What's the total?
Bad. 5.
Add Daybreak City Lord to make it a 7.
7.
Even a 7, I'm still going to give this to you as just kind of a vibe.
Shit.
You have dinner plans tonight. Also, when Olga Sinclair invites you to her place to give you her thanks, you have plans to receive a great deal of money today.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I was like, this is not a. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. Bones does not know that, but he says, in truth, the entire thing kind of stinks a little bit, but I cannot say no to a warm dinner.
I'm going to
might be
telepathically tell Specs to go over. So Specs slithers over to Marble and looks up at you and just gives you a big smile and like holds up his hands.
Oh, too precious. This weird little white lizard-looking creature comes up and crawls up to you.
He's just kind of staring at the ground, just like trying to make sense of things. Because sense is what makes sense. And he doesn't like the sense that it makes. But if he can, he might just pick up Specs and just like hold them.
Yeah. Even if you don't, Specs is just gonna like cling to your leg a little bit and just try and be like a emotional support dog.
Mm-hmm.
He's adorable, so he can be whatever he wants, honestly.
As the last of the crowd finally files out of this place and gets their bets back from the bookies and all that stuff. Lydia, the police chief, comes over and to you guys and kind of says, "All right, we're closing down the racetrack. You all gotta get out of here."
Amazing work, Lydia. Thank you.
She gives you just the most polite smile.
Their relationship is the best relationship in the game.
I love it so much. I love it so much. Eventually, you all are kind of led out of this racetrack with plans for a dinner and presumably some sort of payday from Olga Sinclair. And I think that might be as good a place as any. Go
I
ahead.
think that we should keep going because it's our first session.
I
and
agree.
we started
I
30
agree.
minutes
Hey,
late.
Zeke, look at him. Look at him. Look through Canada.
I actually can't see Canada. It is too far away. That's a real science fact. No, this is a good spot for me. I think this is a good spot.
Hey, I made a credit sequence, so go watch it. Also watch the intro that Zeke made. Don't skip ahead. I know this is recorded and you can do that. Watch the shit that we put effort into.
Thanks, Straight.
Zeke, wonderful first session.
Hey, thank you.
Thank
you.
Character intros were great.
I know.
Thank you for saving patches for last.
It's the natural thing to do.
It was the natural.
Oh.